Go back, get more of those flowers. Yeah. Here. Trump goes in here. And again. He'll give Shaman his staff. And he'll unblock the path.
How kind of them.
We're going to go over here. Just better walk these steps. Activate this stone. So allows us to get up here. Grab this. There. Activate the stone. Now we chop up this.
More Skyrim parkour.
We take this stuff to the shaman.
So enough of the opening unblocked.
We reload again to get power back. Jump up over to here. Jump over here. Jump over here. Again.
No,
And we stretch out to the end of the level.
So we've at least got the ability to dash, but we're back to limping.
At the end of level, just up ahead. And that's the end of chapter 6.
So 2 to go.
Now to the second last chapter, the Spirit World.
And can we expect any sort of finicky skips in the last 2 chapters?
There's an outbound skip up ahead. That way. Go up this hill. Go up there. Out of bounds now. We to find that this way. Keep going this way until we see a bunch of rocks. I'm going in the right direction. It's very easy to get turned around this level. So, I just have to get my bearings.
Should have brought that compass. Yeah, I can see having to learn landmarks to guide your way through this forest. I can see how you can get lost.
I think I'm going to need to restart this level. Unless... yeah, I don't know now. of these rocks. Should we go down here? Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart.
Lost your bearings.
We should enough time. It's gonna be cutting close.
I was about to say, so back to start of chapter 7. So you just lost your bearings through the
Yeah.
level?
Yeah.
Especially because you are doing a lot of like your sort of out of bounds skips and you lose that sort of guiding light. I can see how it would be
It's usually lava, but this level's very card thing is very it's very hard. Anything looks alike. And that's not
nice.
on. On through here. Keep this truck. It should be.
Apologies.
Okay, now we're the white area. This is where I need to jump down. It goes now back in bounds. There we go. Through this gap in the head.
Oh wow. Yeah, trying to navigate that forest on nothing but like memorized landmarks when it's all the same sort of color gradient.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can appreciate getting a little lost from time to time.
Okay. Up here. Continue on down here.
Have I got time for a couple of donations?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beautiful. All right. So we had $2 from Alexander saying Snotty. So spare Snotty is currently at $162 and Kill Snotty is at $150. There's only $12 difference. That's for the next run coming up with Pizza Tower. And then we had a $15 donation from Melon saying, "What a good cause. Thanks to the team." Back to you.
Okay, now in the final part, chapter 7. No. Wait. Yes.
Oh,
Grab the spirit other fox. Yep. Now we go through this bridge at this starter level to get back to our original body.
that's very pretty.
And we just keep walking across this bridge.
It's a little bit of a run back.
Just about nearly there. We're approaching the end of the bridge now. Should get through this final door. Jump down here. Activate that to get. And that's then chapter 7. I got a very short chapter, final chapter.
Chapter 8.
Just have to get up on top of the mountain.
There's no real sort of skips or shortcuts for this one.
A few couple. There's few shortcuts that save about 1/2 second each. And as time.
Here we are. We got a little lost at chapter 6, but all in all, not too bad.
Yeah. And that's Spirit of North. Thanks, Speed Ones, for hosting the one. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for
All right, great run there. Up next, we have Pizza Tower, any percent no major glitches by Unil on PC. Stick around for that. In the meantime, I might just tell you guys that Oz Speedruns are participating in the Penny Arcade Pin Quest. If you'd like to purchase a speedy pin, you can do so in person at the runner management desk over here. All proceeds from the sale of these pins will go towards Cure Cancer Australia. I think they're pretty damn cool. I've got one myself. And as a reminder, we are Oz Speedruns, a group doing speedrun events to raise money for charity. For this event, we're raising money for Game On Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. If you'd like to donate, you can go to donate.ozspeedruns.com or in person at the runner management desk. Or if you're in chat, simply follow this link that I am going to post right now. And I might just interrupt here by saying we have a $500 donation by Vapric Oz saying, "Destroy Snotty, let the world burn." So Destroy Snotty is currently in a massive lead at 650. Spare Snotty is now at 162. But thank you so much for that huge donation. Okay, we had a $10 donation from Sam saying save Snotty. So save Snotty is 172. Kill Snotty is at 650. Still got a little bit of time to change the outcome of that one. Thank you for those donations. Speaking of incentives, after this we have Super Metroid. So that's later on in the marathon, but that's the next incentive coming up. We got Save or Kill the Animals. Currently, Kill the Animals is at 100, and Save the Animals doesn't have any donations as yet. So if you'd like to change the outcome of that one, you still got plenty of time. You got a couple of hours. All right, guys. Welcome back to ASAP, Oz Speedruns at PAX. We are ready for the next run. It is Pizza Tower. Any percent no major glitches by Anel. Take it away, mate, and good luck with the run.
Right when I enter the tower on the first input. Pepino Spaghetti is having his pizza shop threatened by pizza fans. We need to stop him by climbing pizza. And go. Okay, first of all, we've got the tutorial stage which teaches us how to move through the game. Basically, the controls of this game I found to be best controlled as Warrior Land 5. The most important thing about this plan is this map dash, which will do to run super fast. Speed up to map 1, 2, 3, and 4. Basic aim of this is shown on all run, jump, dive, smash these blocks. And the goal for each level is to run and collect all these little topping enemies on this level and hit pillage on them to trigger pizza time. At which we just run back to the entrance as quick as we can. You have to collect all these toppings to get cash to open up the boss doors. Each one of them is an essential ingredient for pizza. We've got tomato, we've got cheese, we've got mushrooms, we've got sausage, and of course we've got pineapple, which I'm sure isn't controversial in the slightest. First stage here we've got is John Gutter, which is basically kind of like an extended tutorial. Teaches us all the... basically tells us how to move through the stage a little bit less hands-off than what the tutorial did. We're just going to zoom through these blocks here. Hopefully we won't get poked by the Fork Knights. The move that I am constantly doing is doing like a little duck into... a little duck into a dash duck, and then immediately standing back up, which is one of the quickest methods we have to immediately get up to Mach 3 speed, which is really important because that's the speed that we need to be going to ram through enemies and have them flinch at us coming. And there is normal speed after that. I mean, Pepino runs really crazily fast like that. That's Mach 4, and we have to be holding that direction holding full direction for a while before he gets into that speed. Basically, we want to be trying with moving at Mach 3 whenever we can. But there's lots of little animations and all that Pepino does that kind of break movement a bit. So one of the tricks that I always keep trying to do is a map cancel. It's like whenever I want to change direction, I want to jump into the air and then press grab and in the opposite direction that I'm moving. And that'll just make the Pepino do a really quick little spin animation and instantly cancel all of his speed. And we use that to just cancel all of our forward momentum. And then we have to go to the second stage, Pizza Escape. First, like, real level of this game. Also the level where we get our first transformation. the night suit. Now, normally in the speedrun, we don't actually want to get these transformations because a lot of the times they're actually a lot slower than a normal movement, but we kind of need them to get rid of annoying, stupid rats in our path. It's literally what they're called. Because there's no other way to get them out of the way other than those transformations. Didn't mean to do that. Here, grab a key. Use unlock a door. And since transformation is currently removed from those priests there, we want to try and avoid picking them up whenever we can. Here we do a little trick here. I'm gonna just edge forward and break that block but not drop down, which lets us drop down the hole and hit Pillage on, trigger pizza time, without going through in the suit, because otherwise we would be stuck in there for a bit. It's mostly what the core of Pizza Tower speedrunning is about. We've got to find all these little ways to save just these little movements everywhere here and there. We save this little topping right there at the way back because it's just easier and quicker to grab him there. And it's possible to skip these results screens, but it's actually not that fast anymore since the game officially has moved over to calculating our runs in-game time. It's not really useful anymore. Right, now with those two stages done, we're going to pay Mr. Stick here to open up the first boss door. We go take on our first boss, Pepperman. And just restart the level there just to skip the opening animation. Oh, missed him. Pepperman's a bit simple, but it can be a bit tricky for new runners. Just stand in the corner there to make sure he doesn't turn around. Stand real close to him so he takes the shortest little bounce possible. Once we do that, we're now on to phase 2. All these bosses have a phase 2. In this case, Pepperman will just get a little bit quicker every time, between every single one of these movements. But you'll still have all the same attacks. Dash, then dash and turn around, then the bounce. And the double bounce. And all these little art pieces he's got in the background are really a lot faster, making it difficult to get through. These little statues that were carved out to destruct Pepperman take 6 hits to make instead of 3. And that's the first boss, Pepperman. Now, like normal stages, we can actually skip the results screen on these because we just need the key, and then we could just exit level. Doesn't actually record anything for our record for that stage, but we just need the key for it. So we move on to the rest of floor 1 stage. It's Ancient Cheese. gimmick of this stage is bombs that you can pick up and throw, and these crumbly cheese platforms, which disappear once you run over one. Also has one of my least favorite enemies, the fencer cheese knights. Very annoying to deal with. Ow, I didn't mean to do that. Ow, dang it. Yeah, so we need to use the bombs on this stage to get rid of the stupid rats. The transformation in this stage, I guess you can say. So moving through the stage, don't want to bother about extra point pickups, because we just want to get through quick. That's also one of the other moves we have. The Y button is a taunt button. And you might think that's not really that much use, but it's also your parry button. And that comes in really handy dealing some bosses and enemies. But anyway, it's pizza time again. Instead of just immediately going back the way we came, this level forces us to take a bit of a different route before heading back to the start. Like the other stages, there's a few toppings that we pick up just on the way back because they're easier and quicker to grab on the way back there instead of then. That's ancient cheese. Now, we're going on to probably the hardest floor stage in floor 1, Blood Source Dungeon. Blood Source Dungeon is very tricky. This is a very vertical stage, and it's not really quick of us to go vertical, especially downwards vertical. So we're going to be trying to take advantage of using map cancels whenever we can, try keep our momentum moving well. Meantime, we're going to be trying to avoid all the hot sauce and the pizza cutter blades. I'm failing to do both.
Do I have time for a couple of donations?
Yes, go ahead.
Beautiful. We got $5 from Sam saying, "Save my boy Snotty. He didn't do anything wrong."
Exactly. He's just a harmless little guy hanging out.
And then $15 from Vampiric Oz saying, "Vampiric Oz again. I'm in the crowd. Hi chat. Loving this pizza tower run so far. Another donation to destroy Snotty."
Oh, come on. He's just a harmless little guy.
So Kill Snotty is currently at $665. Spare Snotty is at $177. So you've got a fair track to get to Spare Snotty to get back into this. But thank you for those donations, and back to you, mate.
right at the bottom of this dungeon. I messed up my speed there because I was going at Mark 4. It's pizza time! Running up Blood Source dungeon is actually a lot quicker than running down. We have to shimmy back and forth when we're going down, but we actually run quite fast when we're running up a wall. So we can clear out of here quite quickly. We're also going to use a little bit of damage boosting from these puddles of hot sauce here. A lava hot sauce to just push us up a bit as we're running away. All these stages have little John blocks that flip between being transparent and non-transparent when you hit Pillar John. Forces us to go different ways throughout the stage. We're taking different routes, even to the side out here, as we see a Dream Escape. With a few super jumps, we've hit the end. That's floor 1.
Got time for another one?
Yep.
$2 from Anonymous saying, put the $2 towards saving Snotty. That puts it toward at 179. Kill Snotty's at 665. And thank you so much for the donation.
Up we go to floor 2. The Western District. And we immediately start off with going through Oregano Desert. All these stages are really nice to look at, really wonderfully well designed. All these pizza desert, pizza suns in the background. And these lovely pizza marts where we're going to find all of our toppings inside. You have these little pizza tikis who are summoning rain and thunder for us. Can create an obstacle if we're not careful. Didn't. I was trying to use the taunt there to just buffer my speed because it would maintain all your momentum while running, but continue to move forward. Now we get to this stage's transformation, hot wings. Very spicy hot wings. Forces us to jump all over the place and dash around with fire coming out of our mouths. Let's try that. There's a skip with the hot wings that I'll try later on, but that's really having... Oh, never mind. There's a skip that you can do on that guy there. When you get the hot wings, you can bounce off of his head and go straight over to the stupid rat without going through the rest of the stage, but I haven't managed to get it before. It's really tricky to get that bounce. Taunting also, as well as buffering our speed, can force enemies to react a bit quicker, so even though we bounced on that guy, we can get him to throw his hot wings at us immediately. Then, find there's a UFO here. It's got UF olives here. They're invading and abducting all the cows. Just messing up, not getting hit by them all. Got one of our last toppings, and also Pillar John. So it's pizza time again. Here, in this little pizza mart, we actually want to avoid getting hit by We want to avoid getting hit by the hot wings there because prevent us from climbing down the ladder. We have to go back to a cow to kick the hotness out of our mouth. Really good music. This game just has amazing music. Pizza Time. This Pizza Time is one of the best tracks, and a bunch of other levels just have amazing music in them as well. Just go have a listen to this game soundtrack if you have a chance. You won't regret it. And it's Oregano Desert. And next up, we've got an appropriate spooky level for Spooky Month. It is Waste Yard. Got some haunted cheese to go through. Oh my goodness, Pepino was a ghost. Or maybe he's just underneath the sheet. Who can tell? That's our transformation for this stage. By touching a scary mushroom, we get the ghost transformation, which can move through some blocks and also break some others. You can also collect these ghost peppers to move faster and break some other blocks. Yep, missed him. Pizza time. There is a skip you can do there, a real tricky skip, by getting those little turkey guys right at the end and trying to clip him through the block so he can throw an explosive bone that he throws at Pillar John, so we don't have to go through that section as a ghost. But it's really tricky to get right, and I haven't learned that trick yet. On this stage, we've got a unique aspect of running through the stage. We've got the ghost of Pillar John haunting us. So if you touch him like that, he'll send you back to the start of the room. I want to try and avoid getting on those little surfing those corpses because they're slow and they don't really help us move through the stage that quick. See, jumping on this just kills all of our momentum. Could have gone up to Mark 4 in that room, but just hopping on those corpses just kills all your speed. That's spooky room. Very nice. Up next, in the next stage, we've got a very, very, very special guest that will be joining us for this level. Who it is? Who is it? Who's joining us for Fun Farm? Why? It's Mort the Chicken. Mort the Chicken is basically a character from a PS1 game. It's about chicken saving chicks from alien cubes. Really old game. So what's he doing in this game, in Pizza Tower? Well, McPig just simply asked the creator of Mort the Chicken if he can put him in this game, and he said yes. That's my super jump. And here is Mort. You'll need him to get through the stupid rats. He's also very handy. He helps us double jump. Helps us hook onto those little Mort hooks. And his basic attack is much faster than his walking animation, which has a huge hitbox as well. So without all the transformations, Mort's probably one of the best ones we can have. And it's pizza time again. Now, unfortunately, in this room, we're going to get rid of Mort, because in this one room in particular, he's much faster without Mort. We can just run through it, because there's no stupid rat for us to get through. Sorry about that, Mort, but speed is king here. Have a really short run back to the entrance. So that was our pal Mort, our special guest for that level. He did well. Now it's time to make our mark as the fastest pizza chef in the West in Fast Food Saloon. This stage is all about cards and races. This stage, the gimmick of it is that we'll be racing these little wooden rocking horses to the end in short races to grab the toppings. If they make it to the goal before we do, they'll lock off the topping for us. So if I do really bad, I might have to redo the stage. Let's hope I don't do that. Our second transformation source is our beloved mount, this pizza sausage. And this topping here, we're actually, it's not our race, but we're going to do something a little unexpected to get to it. We're crawling through that little gap there. We're able to get that because the cheese block, if we duck on the cheese blocks and let it crumble beneath our feet, we're still only like one cube tall. So if we keep ducking, we can crawl into that gap without going through the puzzle. It's one of the ways we can skip getting the sausage mount. key from that little race there. Bring the sausage up to this part here. Can we use him? Oops. That's my fault. Messing this up. And it's pizza time again.
Got time for a donation?
Yes, please go ahead.
Fantastic. $15 from Sam saying, we need to save Snotty together. And cure cancer too, I guess. So that puts Save Snotty at 194 and Kill Snotty still in a huge lead at 665. How much longer we got on that?
We've still got quite a bit. We're near the tail end of floor 2, so we've still got floor 3 and half of floor 4 to go through.
So you still got a little bit of time
So get those
to change.
donations in to save Snotty. Quick.
Yeah, you got some time to save Snotty's outcome.
Or donate more to kill Snotty if you're a monster. Alright, now we're coming up on the boss of floor 2, the Vigilante. We got to beat him, we've got this little gun. But with it, we can trap the Vigilante in a bit of a repeating pattern. You can charge up a shot here. Right when he finishes bouncing from an attack, except in this part where I always mess it up because he likes to jump in the air. Oops, messed up that as well. Yeah, Vigilante can be simple if you get the loop on him, but there is quite a bit of RNG that can easily mess up the fight. The get off cycle can be a bit tricky to get back on. Like these pizza cutout boards, there's cows and the little farmer ghosts. They can all come down to block all your shots and ruin your day. Or you can just endlessly shoot shots like he is now. To finish them off, we gotta do a quick draw. Boom! Fastest pizza chef in the West. And that is floor 2. Now on to floor 3. The vacation resort. Where best to start off a vacation? Then to the beach. Welcome to Crust Curve, one of my favorite levels and one of my favorite level themes. And also home to one of my favorite enemies, the cool pineapple that would taunt along with us whenever we do it. Ah, damn it. I was trying to do that old one tunnel there at Mark 4, but it's tricky to get it at Mark 4. It's designed to go through at Mach 3 speed. The transformation for this stage is the barrel. You roll through it to get rid of these mini stupid rats. The smaller miniature version of the larger rats. Rolling in them is a little tricky. It's a little bit based on momentum. It's a little harder to build up. And you also swap direction when you let go, when you roll up a wall and come back down. So go fast. You kind of want to let go of the rolling when you're going between rolling up and down walls. Now, we've got a little cannon goblin who's shooting from us from the foreground. So we've got to avoid his shots. And these streams that'll pull us along. And these awful cannon goblin robots will keep shooting shots at us. Can't destroy them, and how many we parry back. Just got a little bit more barrel action to go. A nice little slide there, but we'll slow down to avoid getting hit. And it's pizza time. Wait for the cannon goblin to blow up some bits here for us so we can slip through. Nope. Wasn't supposed to dive there. That's Crust Cove. Now, second stop on our vacation resort floor is a peaceful green area, the Gnome Forest. It's not a... Well, I think Peppino's had quite a bit of action in these past few stages. He's feeling just a little bit tired. So, we're gonna get someone else to take over for him. Gustavo and Brick the Rat. Now, Gustavo and Brick operate completely differently from how Peppino does. Where Peppino moves kind of like a car, I'd say Gustavo and Brick kind of operate more like a battering ram. For starters, Gustavo and Brick can only move at Mach 3 speed. His little attack dash can't be comboed into a speed up since it's very rigid. He has a double jump, which is the slam of which is used to break metal bricks. We can kick Brick out like a little ball to get rid of stuff ahead of us. But a lot of the actions we do is very easily breaks our moving momentum. So we want to be very certain of what moves we want to use and the distance that we'll need to get back up to Mark 3 so we can start bowling through things again. So we want to kind of avoid using the attack or the double jump as much as we can, because that will just break our momentum with Gustavo. We want to keep him moving as much as we can. Also want to keep Brick on us at all times, because if we don't have him on us, we won't be able to perform a lot of our moves like the double jump. It's going to be quite jarring for a lot of people when they first play this stage. It's just how different Gustavo moves from Peppino. Just gotta remember what moves break momentum and try to avoid using them as much as you can whenever you can, unless you have to. The brick kick is actually one of the best moves because it breaks a lot of the stuff in front of you and doesn't break your momentum. Timing when to use a normal Gustavo attack is quite important, because that actually can be used to cancel out or into other moves. And right at the end of this forest journey is Pillar John. It's pizza time again. One more pizza. Didn't even tell what the gimmick of the stage is. You don't get the toppings as per normal from their normal cages. You have to rescue this little pizza gnomes here and bring them back to their housing. They give us the toppings that way. Running through the whole level, we've still got this guy following us. So where's he go? Simple. We go back to this guy. And he's going to take the final pizza gnome home here. Peppino's up from his nap and ready to move again. And that's Gnome Forest.
Let's click up here, and away you go.
Nice of Gustavo to just tag and flag that for us. Peppino really needed that nap. Here we'll go to best level in the game, Deep Dish 9. Yep, we're gonna have an outer space adventure. Got the little UFOs from Orangutan Densa are back here. This time we're going to be visiting their home planet for this lovely spaceship. Yeah, the gimmick of this level is these little rockets that we ride around on. We need them to bust through the cheese asteroids that block our path. And also sometimes the stupid rat. Now we're going to take a rocket ride. And now we've ended up on the UFO's home planet. Another gimmick to this level now, we've got little wormholes that will run us around back to a start if we happen to touch them. want to avoid hitting those wormholes. Keep moving forward. We've got another rocket ride to go now. And we ended up on Planet Cheese. And it's pizza time. Gotta find one more rocket to bring us back home. Keep bonking on all these things. And our final rocket takes us back home. Now, I'm going to do something slightly different from going immediately to the next stage. We're going to pay Mr. Stick here to open up the next box gate. But we're not going to go there yet. Instead, we're going to go to golf while the door is opening. Just saves us a little bit of time instead of waiting after we've finished golf to do it. Just going to do a quick few rounds of golf. Not going to be here for that long. This is actually... Ow, no, I hit it the wrong way. This is actually going to be one of the stages that we do not collect all the toppings on, because we don't actually need them all here. Actually going to be where we do one of the first biggest skips in this level game. And that's Berg Skip. So we go straight to the final course here. We'll shoot our little golf ball ahead. I'm going to take this guy, Burger Golfer. I'm going to place him here, and he is going to hit the golf ball into the golf rust. And it's pizza time. That saves us quite a lot of time because it prevents us from having to do a little bonus course that we're forced into by the John blocks. Or we would have to do like 3 more courses of golf before we're let out of that area and back here. But with Berg Skip, we can just go straight back to all that. That saves quite a few minutes, and it's probably one of the biggest skips in this game. And that was golf. That's probably comparable to John Garter, how quick that is. With that Berg Skip there. We only grabbed 1 topping, because that's all we'll need. We need almost every topping. But the 4 we skip here and 5 in one other level are the ones that we don't need. So the one level we do skip is oh shit in the next level. But here, we're up against Pino's oldest enemy, the noise. Not to be mistaken for Uranoid or the Doys. Here, parry is king. We like to just parry all of his attacks. But unlike the rest of the bosses we've faced so far, the noise is completely and utterly random in what he does. All the bosses do their attacks in a set pattern, set order, but the noise just does whatever the hell he feels like. He has this little jetpack attack where he just bounces all over the place. He's got his pogo stick, he's got his hot air balloon, he's got his little skateboard. He'll just do whatever he feels like doing. No particular set order. In this, though, each one of these attacks will have another effect. Jetpack will explode. He'll kick the skateboard to try and drag us away. He'll try and self-destruct at the end. Ow. I'll hit him with the noiseling instead. Wastes a bit of time, but at least I actually hit him with it. Try to go faster in this fight, we want to use the noiselings he drops. Because we can pick him up. Oh yes, got him with that. Ah. That was actually a really good noise fight. Almost perfect. But unfortunately we don't need to take him out because noise is going to do that for us. That was actually a really good noise fight. It's almost perfect. And that is floor 3. Now we're headed up to floor 4, which is where Snotty is. So we have a few stages before we decide his fate, so get your donations in for that as soon as you can. For that, we're going to the Pig City. We're going to take a few taxi rides around to grab our toppings. All the toppings held off in this area is we get to by the taxis. We've got to catch them to go get our toppings for this level. Nope, that's weird. Never had that happen to me before. Now running through the Pig City here. Seems like a very nice place. You should always be careful of new places. Because if you're not sure what you're doing, you might be accidentally breaking the law. Now we're in jail, but Gustavo and Brick is here to help us get out. So yeah, this is the second Gustavo and Brick level. And stupid rats in this level have been repurposed to little rat balloons. For Peppino grab them and use them to hover upwards, but Brick's a little different. He'll just eat them and use them to blow out a big puff of air to push himself upwards. And instead of grinding on the rails, Gustavo will grab them, use them to climb around. Yep. And also, the little pig cops will react differently. They'll nab Brick from us if we get too close, instead of holding us in place. grabs an ab like that, we have to go and grab him. And we use the super taunt there just to get rid of the pig cop that's standing right there so he doesn't grab a brick from us. It's the one one kind of required super taunt used for this route in particular. So how are we going to get Peppino out of prison? I'm going to cause a bit of chaos. It's pizza time again. Chaos is running rampant in the city, and all the pigs here are in panic. We've got a ride to get Peppino out of jail here, but I don't think he might like the driver. Just a straight shot to the end for this level. And we're out. We've got 2 stages left before we decide Snotty's fate, so you might want to hurry up those donations if you've got any there to spare Snotty.
That's a very good point. Just as a reminder, we do have some donation incentives for the various runs of this marathon. There's one coming up. It's still for this run, right? For deciding Snotty's fate in Pizza Tower. If you want to spare Snotty, you'd better get those in pretty soon, because Kill Snotty's in the lead with $665 against $194 for sparing. So if you do make a donation through the website, the Tiltify link, just make sure you put in your comment what you want to put the donation towards. And if you make a donation in person here at PAX, just let our staff know when you do it.
Here, after that hot tech that we had at the Pig City, we'll cool off here in refrigerator, freezer-rator. Inside one giant freezer. Here with this, we've got to find the heat switches to turn on inside the freezer to melt the ice inside and open up new paths for us. There's lots of cold enemies here. Little frozen pizzas, little snowman, cube snowman. Got to take these heat packs to break some ice as well. If it wasn't cold enough, we've got Evil Santa throwing even more snowmen on top of us. It's almost a bit too cold with everything that's happening. Fuck, it's so cold. I think we might need something really spicy to warm us up with. And what better than Satan's Choice Pizza? And with this heat, we're invincible. And we can fly. this little power-up, we can break through this ice blocks whenever we can and just barge through everything in if it wasn't there. It's just what we need for pizza time. Unfortunately, as useful as this little flying animation is, breaking through all this ice, it's actually relatively slow. We want to try and cancel out of that whenever we can. And that is refrigerator, freezerator. So spicy, we blaze through that very cold refrigerator. And we're up to now the boss of this floor. And who could this boss be? It's none other than us. It's Fake Pepino. This is a really long fight. It's a lot of downtime between these, every hit that we have.
How are you even telling which one's which? Which is the fake one?
Can't you tell by how delightful we look? You look way better than that guy. I mean, look how well we move. You're really way better than that, Faker. Yeah, it's a huge just downtime of these little fake clones trying to hit us between every time we hit Fake Pepino. Trying to copy every move that we do. Really, really poorly. A lot of times we can just stay still like this and not get hurt.
While you're waiting through this boss fight, I guess a question for you all now. What's your favorite pizza topping?
Just something to be said for good old-fashioned tomato and ham and cheese. Cook it right. It's just really nice.
Good choice.
Fortunately, phase 2 of this fight is way faster than phase 1 because we don't have to wait on all the clones to do their attack before we can hit Fake Pepino again. And with that, we've got a little scary escape sequence, get away from Fake Pepino at the end. Apparently when this first came out, Fake Pepino was a lot faster than he was now. So much so, oh, I perfected that fight, neat. So much so that the developer actually made Fake Pepino a lot slower in that section. And that is the end of Fake Pepino, so what is Snotty's fate?
Snotty is going to be killed.
Oh, no.
Kill Snotty one with $665. This is 194 for spare. So
That was
the
what you
people have
paid
spoken.
for. How dare you all? We must mourn the loss as we move on to Peppybot Factory.
And with that, the next incentive that we'll have is for the Super Metroid run a bit later on, with the classic save or kill the animals. Save the animals is has $200 at the moment, and kill is on 100, so that could still go either way.
Ah. Got a bit of a climb here to get inside Peppybot Factory to begin with. We're in a very mechanical stage. Got all these mechanical pepinos here to mess with us as we go through very annoying enemies. And as we get inside the factory, we're on these conveyor belts, which help or hinder us move in a certain direction. Sometimes I have obstacles we've got to get across. And on this floor, we get shown the transformation of this stage, Pizza Box. He's very slow, but he can fly. And to move as fast as we can in this transformation, we want to stay on the ground as fast as we can, because basic movement is about equivalent to a Mach 3 movement. But these flaps are very slow going upwards. We needed to get through those stupid routes, otherwise we'd leave it behind. Fortunately, we can get rid of it there. Whenever we can just get rid of a transformation, we want to do so, because transformations are slow. Unfortunately, we got more stupid rats to get rid of here. See how fast I can get through these belts. Oh, no, I got hit by one. That's unfortunate. Coming out of the pizza factory, the door's been taken away from us. Even if we could enter it while we're a pizza box, which we can't, we have to wait for it to get to the top. Or we can just go through this box, screen transition to have it being brought to us. And that is floor 4. Rest in peace, Snotty. And onwards to floor 5, which has some of my favorite stages in the game. It's spooky season again, this time with Pizza Scare. Originally, this was like a Halloween-themed version of Pizza Escape, one of the first stages in the game, but the developer liked it so much he just added it in as a normal stage. This here, we're ghost busting with this cross to kill ghosts. And the main gimmick is we have a king ghost following us who's possessing the traps and using them to try and hit us with them. He is going to be a critical component in a trick that's coming up. I'm going to try my best to do this. I've been getting it a lot recently. No guarantee that I can get it. Crucial aspect of that trick you just saw there is that when we're moving at Mach 4 speeds, we're moving too fast for King Ghost to possess the traps for us. Sometimes King Ghost gets trapped in these little TVs and can't possess anything. But we need the trap to continue, like that little ball kicker there to get past the stupid rat. And that's going to be really important in this room. Okay, here we go. Got it! Yes! So that there was a trip called Stinky Fart. Don't ask me why it's named that, I don't know why. But what that was is that we move in a certain pattern and through that room at Mach 4 speed, and we're moving so quick that King Ghost can't possess the pusher that's right in front of Pillar John. But if we move precisely enough, we can move in an exact position without hitting certain objects, like a ramp, that lets us run past that area, that room, at Mach 4 speed, which lets us get right through the pusher before the King Ghost can possess it. And that saves about good 20 to 30 seconds from avoiding to go to a lower room where we're supposed to get the King Ghost trapped inside of a TV so he can't possess the pusher. Well, that was amazing that I got that. Very nice pizza scare.
Mind if I jump in quickly after that?
Yes, real quick.
No problem. Well, we've got a $15 donation from Vampiric Oz. He says, Vampiric Oz there with one final message. I'm glad I got to watch Snotty pass away peacefully live.
How
So
dare
thank you very much.
Take pleasure in the passing of others. Now we're going to another spooky stage. Don't make a sound. We're in a pizza parlor with pizza animatronics. How spooky. But unlike another pizzeria's animatronics, these ones aren't evil for evil ghosts possessing them. They're just evil because they're evil. No 10 hours of lore to go through on these ones. So in this stage, we have all these little pizza robots that got alarms in them. If they set them off, they'll trigger an animatronic to try and chase us down. So we want to kill them before that happens. Or just run past them. Just with a few skips through these hallways, we can get through some of the halls before we're even spotted. Skipping some areas entirely. So before we had Mushroom Robot, we had Pizza Robot, and this one is Puppet Robot. These Puppet Robot's rooms are the most annoying to get rid of. It's just, the alarm robots are in such awkward positions. We don't need to care about them, we can just move on. Uh-oh. This is bad. I got caught, dang it. That's unfortunate. At one spot is there, it's a bit awkward to get through if you can't destroy the metal block in time. You can taunt though to instantly activate the alarm. We have to do it in some rooms because we need them to open up a security door so we can get past them. And here we've got all 4 of the robots chasing us at once. That's not a problem. We've moved fast enough, we can get past them all. And on to this stage's transformation, the best transformation in the game. A gun. Let's see what these animatronics think of the bullet of 87. They don't think too much of it. I don't know why a certain other pizzeria never did this. Seems like a really easy way to get rid of the animatronics. That was Don't Make a Sound. We just got one more stage to go after this on floor 5. A very unique stage. All the way up here. And that is war. Got one objective in this stage. Run. Bomb is planted. We have to run through the stage as fast as we can. There's no pizza time or pillage on this stage. The level is pizza time. However, there are little bomb computers all around the stage. If we touch them, we can break them for extra time on our little timer. This is probably, I'd say, even though I've got my favorites like Crust Cove and Deep Dish 9, this is probably like the Pizza Tower level. This is just where all the movement you can get in this game just come together beautifully. So much cool movement you can do in this level. You've got Gun, the best transformation for the entire mission. Yep. All these crazy rooms to go through at super fast speed. Got this rockin' music, 1000 March. All these weird things in the background too. Don't know what they're all about. Nope. There's these weird Frog Pepino clones. Got these pizza box tanks. This is... all the wackiness is one of my... probably the best level in the game. Even got the little secret rooms out in the open. But, if you go through them, they take up your little war timer as well, so you gotta be careful going in there. And bam, that is war. And that was the final stage of the game. Only got one foe left, Pizza Face. The money we get from that, we have exactly $210, which is precisely the amount that we need to open up the final boss door. Well, the speed we've been running out this door, this whole pizza tower itself, I think we're a little bit earlier here than Pizza Face expected. Unless we've got our pizzeria to save. Let's fight Pizza Face. First stage of the fight, just got to throw enemies into Pizza Face so you can stun him and then knock him down and hit him. Oop. Could be almost any enemy that we've encountered so far. And that's phase one. As it turns out, Pizza Face is just a robot. The true boss was hiding inside him. This funny little clown, Pizza Head. To deal with him, he gives us the Vigilante guy. No real strategy about this. We just gotta mash as fast as we can to take him out. Just like Noise before him, his attacks are completely random. We gotta be a little bit careful of all the stuff around us. And also the robot Pizza Head above us. That's phase 2. For phase 3, Pizza Face is fine. But he's going to bring back all the other bosses for us to fight. But the bosses forgot something. If you hurt Peppino too much, you can go to hell. And thus we have unlocked Super Italian Rage Peppino. With this, each single hit will take out one entire section of the boss's HP. And we will rip and tear through these bosses. Unfortunately, we still can't attack Vigilante directly, but our boy Gustavo comes in clutch, letting us fling himself into the enemy so we can hit him. Ow! Missed the shot. Oh, he moved out of the way. Oh, Vigilante is always tough in this refight. As soon as we clear out one boss, another comes along. Gustavo still comes in for us now. We can use him to get additional hits on the Noise every time. Use him to skip an entire phase. Lastly, we've got Fake Peppino to get rid of. We want to hit him with Gustavo as much as we can because he takes 2 hits to get a stun on him, like before. If we hit him Gustavo, it's only 1. And lastly, we've got Pizza Head himself. Funny little clown thinks he can be a funny little clown to get rid of us. Here's boxing gloves, little fly swatter, little somersault in the air, stomping the ground. But he's pretty tough. It's the only boss in this game that has 3 whole sets of health bars to go through. In fact, to properly defeat him, we might need to employ one of our most powerful moves yet. And that move, the most powerful of all the power we have, the most powerful hit that we can hit him with, Super Italian Pizza Pile Driver! And that is Pizza Head. But it's not the end of the level. The end of the game. We have one final pizza time to go through. The crumbling tower of pizza. It's the final stage of the game where we must gather up all of our friends and run like hell to get out of the collapsing tower. This is one gigantic remix stage that combines everything in the game into one giant level. We start off with gun, and you lose it pretty quickly. So there's little pizza ninjas, which from the one level that we didn't see. And also a little penny pincher there. While we're going out, getting the bosses to follow us with us as well. Rip Snotty. Could have taken him out of the pizza tower with us, but none of you wanted that. It's just a little guy. We've got a little sausage here. Got the UF olives, cool pineapple, the missile, little olive bubble, little burger golfers, cannon goblins, got the noise with us, got those little streams from across the curve, even got the little banana monkeys. Even tripped on one of his bananas. The crumbling blocks from Oregano Desert. He's even got one more game of golf to play. Ow! Hit the wrong way. Ah, no Primo Burger for us. We even got the alien cows. And the cannon goblins back again. Got Mort with us. We've got the Vigilante. Coming up on the end, just a few more rooms left. It's basically just one gigantic long hallway with nothing but boost panels. The timing will be right when I exit the final door, the very first door we entered the pizza tower from. We're nearly at the end. We bring Pepperman with us. We bring Jerome. And time. In-game time of that was 1:24.21. Which that's a PB for me. Yes, new best time. Woo! All right. Amazing run. All right. Now, for it to be a valid run, though, we've got to wait just a little bit on the credits so we can see Peppino's final judgment. While that's working, I just want to say a few thanks. Thank you to ASM for letting me speedrun this game. Thank you to PAX for letting me be here and speedrun the event for everyone here. Thank you to McPig for making it an amazing game. This is a very fun game. I love it a lot. Also, shoutouts to Soaring Sloth, because his Games Done Quick in 2023 of Pizza Tower was what inspired me to start running this game. That run there even is still better than mine. Just got to wait a little bit longer. And also, I guess JJ's run from 2024, even though that was a noise run, still a very impressive run. A lot of the other runners of this game are way better than I am. They have way better movements. They use a lot more of the other techniques, advanced techniques in this game. You should go and watch their runs. They are way better than what I've been able to create.
Don't put yourself down. That was a really impressive run.
That was an amazing run. We're almost done. Skipping the end here. Get to see Peppino's final judgment. Just need to have this screen for it to be valid. We've cleared 52% of the tower. What's Peppino's judgment? I was quick as hell.
You are quick as hell, man. Where'd you learn to get the moves like that?
1:24.21.003. Very nice time. Very nice to get a PB on. Again, thank you very much. It was amazing.
Really well done to Ornell on that very chaotic, very impressive run of Pizza Tower. Up next, we've got Zonda playing Road Rash 64. Going to be running Insanity mode just after this little bit of setup. So stick around. All right, everyone, welcome back to Oz Speedruns at PAX 2024. Next up, we've got Road Rash 64 with Zonda. I think we are almost ready to go. Yeah, getting the signal that we are ready to go, so we'll pass it over to Zonda for Road Rash 64.
G'day everyone, Zonda here, gonna guide you through some Road Rash 64 as aforementioned. So first thing what we're gonna do in true 90s video game fashion is input a cheat to unlock the level we're racing on. So I'll go up, left, left, right on the C buttons, then I'll down, C again, and Z, and that unlocks our cheat level. So we click on this game mode to access it. It's very backdoorsy kind of stuff, and we set the difficulty for the run category as it's accepted. So lots of police and lots of traffic. And the two bikes we can choose from here are both essentially the same, so we just, yeah, get started and off we go. So Road Rash is a motorbike combat game, and as that implies, you basically race along and you hit people with weapons, try and knock them off their bikes. And today we're going to ignore that a little bit and just try and hook it to the finish line as fast as we can. So here I'm just trying to do clean racing lines, nothing major in terms of skips until we get to here. And now we start going off course to try and basically optimize our lines to the finish line. So lots of off-roading adventuring in this run. And we get that little prompt telling us the game's not happy that we've basically skipped a few checkpoints and cheated. So the risk being, if you fall off your bike off-road anywhere, you essentially get respawned back to where you first left the racetrack. So yeah, lots of time loss if you crash in the wrong place. And here we're on the racetrack again, so yeah, little risk even if we do crash. And here we're going to take a big jump off towards the left. Lots of flying through the sky in this category. And rejoin the track here. With how fast the bikes are, you're essentially a passenger half the time, so it can be very difficult to control. We're just about to get through the first race of the category here. Nice crash to finish it off. And basically we're just trying to wait for the other races to finish and mash A to get through the menu as fast as possible. And so this one's probably where one of the more noteworthy skips begin. So instead of following the road here, we're going to jump off this hillside here and go behind these buildings. And that sort of keeps us free of risk from getting knocked off by other racers and getting knocked off by traffic. There is a strat that uses the road there that can save time, but it's very dependent on RNG, so it's a bit of a more risky one to go for. So we're going to aim for the gap between these two buildings here and then line the stop sign up with the gap in the clouds. So we use the skybox to navigate when we're off-road here. And eventually these buildings in the distance are going to render and we're going to align with another gap. And if I've done it correctly, we should be back on the course. And so whacked into a pedestrian there and lost my alignment. So that's bit one of the more novelty aspects of the game is hitting other races. So there I just hit a police officer, got distracted, and then run straight into a car. So my mistake there. So crashing doesn't lose too much time, thankfully, when you're on the road. And yeah, got nervous there. This could potentially be bad, as I'm in a loading zone in the game where the respawns can take a while, as you can see. So might have to sit and wait for a bit until the game loads. I think it has something to do with this bridge that we were on. Has a lot of polygons, and the Nintendo 64, not the most advanced hardware of all time. So finish that race with another crash there. A little bit of time loss, but the run's still very much alive. And this next one is probably the riskiest skip in the entire run, because we're basically off-road for the entire race, and if you crash at any point, you respawn back to the start, and it's the longest race in the category. So I'm aligning with this gap in the clouds again, and we're using the top of this hill as a marker for a seam in the ground that we want to drive along. And basically what this does is gets us basically in the direction of the finish line, so we're making a beeline instead of doing a 30-kilometer loop around the island. And just, yeah, using those clouds to gather my bearings. So that's one of the more risky jumps in the run, so we cleared that, which is good. Gonna take it easy around those trees and not do anything too fancy. And here is basically a mix of you want good alignment to jump over these hillsides, and a little bit of luck on landing for some of them, because yeah, the bike's going quite fast and your racer doesn't want to hold on sometimes. And so here, because I still haven't memorized the terrain completely, I'm basically just waiting until I get to the next rendered area where you actually race in other races to gather my bearings. So here we had pretty good alignment. We wanted to be just to the right of that building that we saw on the left there. And again, that should take us straight to the finish line. We've cleared the riskiest part of the run, but you can still crash here if you make a mistake or two, and that very much kills it. So there I got my alignment slightly wrong, but because we're to the left, that gets us onto the racetrack. So now if we crash, yeah, no worries, the finish line's right there. And again, gonna continue mashing the A button to try and get through the menu as quickly as possible. So for Crash Master, this one again utilizes a similar strategy, but a bit more of a few more turns to navigate. And then afterwards, we should start seeing some levels with a little bit more combat between the races. So again, just using the clouds to find my way onto the right track here, and a little bit of praying for good RNG. And while I do this race, we've got about a minute or so for some donations, if there's anyone to read out.
We haven't got any new donations, but I will take this opportunity to just remind everyone who we are. We are speedruns. We put on speedrunning events for charity. This time we're raising money for Game on Cancer, which is a charity that funds early career cancer researchers working across all areas of cancer research. If you want to donate, you can go to donate.ozspeedruns.com, or if you're here at PAX in person, you can head to our desk on the right of the stage and donate there.
Right, so we did a bit of a safer skip, so you can go further into the race and before you rejoin the track. And there I misaligned slightly, but it meant that when we crashed, we were towards the end of the race rather than back at the start. And so here we get to do a little bit of fighting before the speed run takes us on other tracks. So the boys are swinging their weapons there, and it's a bit of a silly, more slapstick-oriented game. And now we get to dodge some traffic. And here I'm going to jump off to the right and go to the right of this building. Hope that I land that. Yep, got a nice little 360 trick there. And again, we're back off-road. So yeah, lots of flying through the air in this game, in this run. Lots of praying. You can jump over that hillside I just respawned at, but it's very risky. And I just respawned there, so I didn't have the speed for it. And another thing about this game is you can do a wheelie and jump over some vehicles if you're about to crash, so that can help and it can also hinder you. So here, doing another off-road shortcut, I'm going to take it nice and slow because I've missed my alignment. And here we're on a road, but we're off the actual course. And what we're hoping to do here is jump over a hillside here and fly across the finish line a little bit earlier than perhaps you do in the casual route. So here I'm holding L just to make sure that, yep, that delays my respawn if I crash and lets me cross the finish line there. So this one I am a little bit nervous for because I typically like to warm up for this one, but got a bit of traffic delays on the way in. And so for the first part of it, again, low risk, just driving across some grass. And then up here we start to things get a little bit bumpy again. So a bit of praying for some good RNG. In the world record run, Joe D'Amelio, who has it, actually almost crashed twice up here, but managed to save it. And so here we're pointing towards the bridge, and then we're going to cross a river, and after the river we'll have another 30 seconds of time to read if any donos come through. Assuming my head doesn't duck under the water, because that will respawn me. And same if I crash before we rejoin the course.
I guess I'll just mention as well that we've got a couple more donation incentives coming up. The next one is for the Super Metroid run, which is in a couple of runs' time. Save or kill the animals. Currently, Save the Animals is winning at $200. So if you'd rather leave them behind on the exploding planet, you need to get some money in for those. And then there's a couple incentives for .hack infection later in the day as well. You can choose the name for the player character and the voice language between English and Japanese.
Alright, so we're on to the second last race here, which is going to take a similar route to what we just did before when we jumped over the hill to get to the finish line. So instead of following the 20-kilometer route, we're basically going to go backwards and follow the road until the finish line. And yeah, skip most of the race. So I would go for that jump over that hillside there, but it is risky, and if I crash, I'm respawned back at the start of the run, at the start of this race. And I'm feeling like this is a pretty good pace, doing better than all of my runs in my warm-up stream yesterday. Didn't get a run to this point in the run, actually. And so we're going to come up here, go around this sign, brake, turn around, and finish the race. And the next one is going to be a short little 20-second race to finish it out. So when we hit the wall at the end, that will be time. And hopefully we don't get bopped by these AI. So they can be very crafty in their combat. And down the bottom left, we can see where they are relative to them. And time. Yeah, so thanks very much to everyone for tuning in, and thanks to the team for inviting me along to run my game. That's all I've got. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Zonda. That was awesome.
Take it easy, guys.
So next up, we've got Pokemon Puzzle League with Tom, so stick around for that. That's going to be a fun one. All right, I think we are pretty close to being ready to get going with the Pokemon Puzzle League run by Tom, so stick around. All right, I've just got the A-OK from Tech. We are ready to go with Pokemon Puzzle League.
Hey everyone, this is Pokemon Puzzle League. Today I'll be doing very hard. Super hard is harder, but that's a bad thing. It's a bit too hard for a speedrun, especially for a marathon setting. Game starts on Pokemon Select. Does anyone have a choice for the first Pokemon? Alright, I didn't hear anything, so we're going Bulbasaur. Alright, so I'll start in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, Kanoko, take over.
Okay, this game it's Panel Day Pond. Like, they developed it as a Panel Day Pond game for the N64, and then decided they didn't want to do that, turned it into a Pokemon game, and only released it in the West. It was never released in Japan for some reason. And it's just literally Panel Day Pond gameplay.
I'm a Pokemon now. Congratulations. Let's go.
As far as I know, this is the only Nintendo 64 game to feature FMV cutscenes. I could be wrong there.
I mean, but it's like 1 or 2
Yeah.
at the start of the game, like just in the intro.
Yeah.
Squirtle. Squirtle. Squirtle.
So for those unfamiliar with the game, all you do is match the same colors, and if you can get like more of them matched all at once, it's better.
Yeah, so the main strategy for each level is basically, I want to do a combo, which sort of drops smaller blocks of garbage onto the opponent's side, and then sort of hit them with a lot of chain. And the hope is that the 2 smaller blocks I've dropped land sort of off-center from each other, which will mean that when everything drops on their side, sometimes it'll get stuck really high up, and the computer sort of struggles to get rid of it like that. So that's the main plan, but there's a lot of, stuff can happen because it's sort of just... Sorry, I'm trying to focus and play game.
There's RNG involved,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, it didn't work. Oh, fine.
I'm gonna win.
So a lot of it, really depends on how quickly the opponent just sort of messes up.
I'm gonna win.
In the earlier levels, it's not too bad. You can sort of get away with not spamming them with too much garbage too quickly. But as you get to the later bits, it can be pretty difficult to sort of keep up with what they're doing because they get a lot harder towards the end of the game. Yeah, this is not going that well.
He's got a lock-in for this.
I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win.
While Tom's locked in, can I jump in with a couple donations? Yeah. So we've got $20 from Adam Sandler, who says, I found it. We've also got $35 from Skibbity Toilet, who says, raise those chug jugs. I can't believe I was forced to read that. And we have $40 from Shana with no comment. Thank you very much, everyone, for all your donations. Very generous. And also remember, we've got a donation match from A Bear with the Shotgun, matching $3,000 of donations over the event. So we'll keep them coming in.
I'm gonna win. Die. 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 Way to go.
And you'll be hearing a lot of the same voice lines in this game, which is actually the real cast from the anime. But yeah, that should be good. I don't like when that happens. So it can be a bit difficult sometimes when you're trying to move stuff around and you're rushing to move pieces to certain spots. You just accidentally clear lines while you're going and it messes up your flow, and sort of when that happens you sort of get a bit locked up. Yeah, what else? Yeah, so there's 15 stages in this game. Gets progressively harder. And then, 16. The end you do a Mewtwo fight as well, which is the only fight where if you mess it up you have to redo a second fight as well. Where's take you to there. Yeah. Ah, whoops, yeah.
Give up? Give up? I'm gonna win. Give up? I'm gonna win. Give up? I'm gonna win. Give up? Give up? I'm gonna win. Give
It's
up?
looking like I should win, but
I'm gonna win.
sometimes the computer just holds on for longer than you're expecting.
Give up?
So the difficult thing with a lot of the levels is it's sort of knowing when to quit and start fighting again, or
Give up?
let it run out when you're sort of at this sort of spot. So yeah, when you're not sure if they're quite just about to lose or if you're going to win or not. So it's can be difficult because the fights are either like 30 seconds, or if you keep going, they can get up to like 4, 5, 6 minutes, and then you lose and you have to do it again. So it's quicker to just like quit out and start again on each stage sometimes. But it's hard to know when to do that because you can be right on that edge of beating them. Yeah. Oh, whoops.
So in my experience playing this game, choosing the right controller is really essential because you need to be moving really fast on it. This game, it's honestly kind of terrible on Joy-Cons.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm playing on the Nintendo Switch Online version, which is, I think it's a little less laggy from my knowledge, but I can also choose what controller I play on a bit easier. There's a bit more selection than on the original 64. Yeah, Pokemon selection doesn't affect anything apart from the voice line, so I think the top runners will just pick the same Pokemon all the time because it's fastest Pikachu each time. But I like to switch it up just because then you're not listening to the exact same voice line for however long you're playing for. Underrated strategy.
You still have to hear "way to go" quite a lot in this game.
Yeah, you can't switch Ash out, unfortunately.
You won't.
Yeah.
I'm gonna win. Way to go. I'm gonna win. You won't. You won't. I'm gonna win. You won't.
Oh, I didn't think before doing that. I was like, no, we're good. We're not good. We're good. Okay. So yeah, around now in the game is where it starts to get a bit more difficult and the computer actually fights back a fair bit harder. Move you there, yeah. Oh, whoops.
You won't.
It's alright.
I'm gonna win. You won't. Way to go. I'm gonna win.
If you'd never seen this game before and you didn't know what platform it was on, you could probably just tell someone it's a Super Nintendo game.
I'm gonna win.
Like, out of context, it does not look like a Nintendo 64 game at all.
Oh, what am I doing?
Way to go. You won't. I'm gonna win.
Yeah, this isn't going that well. They have not much on their side.
Have a shot. I'm gonna win. You won't. Have a shot.
Yeah, it worked out.
Red hot and ready. Pika pika.
I don't know who this character is, but he looks a bit old to be doing Pokemon battles.
Well, it's not Pokemon, it's puzzles. We're doing puzzles.
But he's still using a Pokemon.
Way to go.
Oh, what's going on? This is looking good. Okay.
I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win.
So you can actually hang on for quite a while when the garbage has gone off the screen. But it does get progressively harder and sort of... It's always I'm always worried that it's like I just don't know whether it's about to fail or not. So I sort of start to panic when everything's up like it is at the moment. There we go.
I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win.
Whoops. Sorry, no. Oh, whoops.
I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win.
Oh, I blanked.
I'm gonna win. 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 Way to go. Pikachu.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, we.
Let's get going.
Wait up.
Whoops, that was a bit high.
Just gotta play a lot faster now.
Yeah. Well, why didn't that count as a chain? That was weird. Okay, cool. Nice fight. Yeah, so Tracy's one of the ones where I think normally this is about where the first time I'll normally fail a level will be, but the fact that I got through Tracy fine is good. So from here on, it's sort of when everything gets a lot more scary.
We love Team Rocket.
Yeah.
Mind if I open with a donation?
Yeah, go for it.
Fantastic. We have $53 from Coco. They say now seated for Pokemon Puzzle League. Hi, Kanoko and Tom. It's Coco. I hope everyone's having fun at PAX. I'm glad to be able to support a great cause. Let's put this towards the English VA for .hack infection. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, and just a reminder, we do have some donation incentives coming up. The nearest one is for the Super Metroid run that's coming up next. Save or kill the animals. Save the animals, currently winning at 200 against 100 for kill. So if you want JRP to save the maximum amount of time possible, you need to get some donations in for kill the animals. And then for dot hack infection later in the day, we've got a you can choose the player character's name, and then there's also that incentive for the English versus Japanese voice lines.
I'm gonna win.
The world will be mine. The world will be mine.
I'm gonna win.
Your world will be mine. Your world will be mine.
I'm gonna win.
The world will be mine.
Go.
It's getting tight. Yeah. Oh. I jammed the purple block up in that corner, so I stopped myself up.
Way to go. Have a shot. Have a shot. Have a shot. Way to go.
Yeah, okay. See? Two very different fights just then.
I'm a Pokemon now.
Long fight, lose, and just a very quick fight.
Are you?
So we're in the final little section, the Elite Four, or 3, or I don't know. I think Gary counts as the Elite Four in this. I don't even know if they're called the Elite Four anymore.
We're hoping for good RNG here.
Oh, that was blue. Whoops, oh, it doesn't matter. See you, chain. Wait, what happened there? Where'd my pieces go? I'm so confused what just happened there.
I'm gonna win. Don't give up. I'm gonna win. Don't give up. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win.
This game does also have a 3D puzzle mode, which supposedly has AI issues at times.
Oh yeah, it gets confused a fair bit. Okay, like that, yep, cool.
I'm gonna win. Don't give up. I'm gonna win.
And it seems like they added the 3D mode just purely as a gimmick for the N64.
I'm gonna win.
I think it was just a, we can do this, let's do this type thing.
Don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up.
The original version of this game that was just developed as Panel Day Pon was eventually released on the GameCube in a puzzle collection game.
Don't give up. I'm gonna win. Don't give up. Way to go. Don't give up. I'm gonna win. Way to go. Use the bat. Don't give up. I'm gonna win. Don't give up. Way to go. Way to go. I'm gonna win. Don't give up. I'm gonna win. Don't give up. Squirtle, I'm gonna win. Squirtle. Don't give up.
Yeah. Sort of hesitated. As soon as you hesitate when you're up at the top, it sort of stuff gets out of hand really quickly.
In this game, things can go very wrong very quickly.
See, like, stuff just taking what you're about to use. I'm just gonna restart this one. I sort of had a road to recovery and then I clicked and it went the wrong direction, so. Oh, I can't believe I got that one. Oh, I was just in the middle of a huge chain.
Are you ready?
We've had a $105 donation coming from Ninten, who says, "Kill the animals, please." Thank you, Ninten.
Can we please save the animals?
I mean, you know how to make that happen. Donate.ospeedruns.com.
I sense you come. I'm gonna win.
Yeah, cool. Alright, 2 more stages. Hopefully 2 more stages. There's a chance that you beat Gary, lose to Mewtwo, beat Gary, lose to Mewtwo, beat Gary, lose to Mewtwo, and just keep doing that. You notice we're at 22 minutes and the estimate's 40 minutes. That's because when things go wrong, they can go very wrong. Very, very wrong. Put you over there, and then we'll do this.
Good for you.
Oh, Kanoka, you're going to be happy. We've got $100 just come in from Felk Storm, who was our runner for Spirit of the North earlier today. $50 for all the skips I skipped or failed during my run, with an extra $50 for getting lost in Chapter 7. Put it towards Save the Animals.
Yay!
So that puts Save the Animals on 300 and Kill on 205.
Alright, so we're coming into the last one. Times when I beat it, but if I don't beat it, then it's not time.
I'll keep an eye
I'll
out.
say time if I remember to say time.
You know it's serious because of the background. Everything's on fire.
Way to go.
And it's still just the same gameplay as the beginning, just faster and much harder.
I'm going to win.
And now everyone says that they're going to win.
I'm gonna win. I'm going to win.
It just sounds like Ash is being mocked
I'm
now.
going to win.
Like Mewtwo's just repeating it to make fun of him.
I'm going to win. I'm going to win.
I'm gonna win.
I'm going to win.
I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win.
It's not looking good for Mewtwo.
I'm going to win.
Yeah, but it's also hard to know because a lot of that stuff is going to get cleared in one spot. And I'm stuck
going
up the
to
top.
win.
Okay, cool. I didn't know if I'd get out of that or not.
I'm going to win. I'm going to win. I'm going to win. I'm going to win.
I'm gonna win.
I'm going to win.
I'm gonna win.
Yeah, difficulty is when you start needing to clear out
I'm going to win.
garbage, and then you're not getting enough stuff onto their side of the field. Which I'm sort of getting to.
I'm going to win.
I think this might be over. Nope, we're still going okay. I thought they were.
I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win.
I'm going to win.
Way to go.
Oh, this is bad. Ugh, I can't get this yellow, can I? I got it. Okay.
I'm going to win.
I'm sure this is the stage that many kids got stuck on.
I'm going to win.
I think when I was a kid, I got stuck just on hard.
I'm going to win.
I probably could have done another. It should be close because he's got that solid bar
I'm
up the
going
top,
to win.
which should slow him down. Yeah, there we go. Cool time. Awesome, yeah. So as you can see, some of the battles can go on for like 2-3 minutes, and sort of had a lot of them were 22 seconds, 33 seconds, but yeah, that one 30 seconds. So yeah, no, that was a good run. So 26 minutes. That's I think 4 minutes off my PB, which considering what the R&D can be, it's very, very good for a marathon setting. So yeah, happy with that.
Before we head off with this one, just a donation came in with a question for you guys. We've got another $15 from Coco. Hey guys, it's Coco again. Forgot to ask, but what's everyone's favorite Pokemon and why? Big ups to Grimmsnarl. Also, let's make sure those animals are really saved with this donation because it makes Kanoko smile. So yeah, favorite Pokemon?
I really like Mantine, but just because I like manta rays, they're big flappy sea creatures. It's awesome.
I like, honestly, too many to list, but I'm just going to say,
Congratulations.
I've honestly forgotten the name of the one, but the one everyone called Smugleaf before it got an English name from like Black and White. The starter one. The green one. Snivy. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. So yeah, that was Pokemon Puzzle League. We've got Super Metroid coming up soon with JRP just after a quick tech setup. So stick around for that. That's going to be very good. All right. Seems like we are just about ready to get going with Super Metroid. So I'll pass it over to JRP, and we'll get this show on the road.
Alrighty, welcome in everyone. So this is GT Classic Super Metroid. I'll explain it as I do it. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Hang on. 3, 2, 1, go. So every Super Metroid run starts off in the series. It's basically the tutorial area of the game. The one thing you're going to be noticing is I'm going to be randomly angling up and down. This is actually a movement technique, as every time you angle your arm cannon and then go back to neutral, you move forward 1 pixel. So there's going to be a lot of that. So this is GT Classic. So what sets this apart from other categories is usually you grab all the items normally and kill all the bosses to enter Torian. And this category differs in that we're going to go to Golden Chorizo and Lower Norfair as fast as possible, because there is an unused debug code in the game that happens to be at the Golden Chorizo fight. If you hold all the face buttons, it will give you 53% items, every item except Screw Attack.
So what I'm hearing is that this run uses cheats.
Oh, you could call it that. It's not a cheat. It's an advantage. But yeah, basically it gives you all the items, and this is a pretty unique category because you do stuff in this category you wouldn't see anywhere else. There's a lot of movement tech that, as a result of having all the items early, you'll never see. So we've done with series, and we're going this Planet Zebes. Oh, it really depends. Some people say ZBs. I don't know. So now we're going to go down to Retro Brinster to grab our Morph Ball. And we're going to be utilizing a few tricks here. Which is this one. So if you... So there's a... Oh. There's a option in this game called moonwalking, which is exactly as it sounds. You can moonwalk. But it has the unintended property that it allows you to spin jump backwards. And for whatever reason, if you do that, your falling speed is uncapped. So you will just constantly gain speed. So you're able to fall down that room a few seconds faster. No. So there's a technique called a down back there. So if you run up the ledge and then press down in the opposite direction you're going, you move forward. Okay.
Mind if I quickly hop in with a dono?
Yes.
Yeah, we've got... Oh, you do,
No,
Mum.
go on.
We've got $40 from Mum. Mum says save all the animals. Dad says go Blues.
I don't know. Alright, so we've got all the missiles and the morph ball, and now all the enemies have spawned. So now we're going to wall jump all up this room. So this is the first boss. It's called Bomb Chorizo. It's a pretty simple boss, but there's a bit of luck to it, how fast you can kill it. It's RNG. It's luck dependent. What the drops you'll get from the balls it will shoot. So we'll either get a fast fight or a slow fight. Yeah, unfortunately, got the bad drops. So that's BT, it's a pretty easy boss. So the typical boss order for the regular any percent is usually, well, there's two categories or two variants of any percent. So you've got Phantoon, Ridley, Dragon, no, Phantoon, Ridley, Kraid, Dragon, or Kraid, Dragon, no, Kraid, Phantoon, Dragon, Ridley. This one's doing this one's doing Ridley. Let me get in the elevator, sorry. This one's doing Kraid, Ridley, Dragon, then Phantoon. Because we're getting all the items early, we're doing the bosses in a very unique order. So this trick's called a mock ball. Normally you're supposed to go fight a mini boss that will give you the supers, but we can just skip that in its entirety by doing that. It saves a couple of minutes. So mock balling is morphing into a ball but maintaining your running speed.
Just a quick question for JRP. When should we cut off the save kill the animals incentive?
During the Mother Brain fight,
okay.
At the end, when the Mother Brain head hits the ground.
Sure, oh, that's the traditional one, right? Yeah, gotcha.
You'll know it when you see it.
Yeah, cool, thank you.
So usually we grab all these items, but we're just going to skip them. We're going straight to get our next major upgrade, the power bombs. So this is called Red Tower. This is an infamous room in this game. Because messing that up can result in tens of seconds. I'm not going to risk it. There's something I usually do here, but like missing it is pretty catastrophic. So now we have the power bombs. So we only need the power bombs because we can't get into Lower Norfair without them. So yeah, now we're off to go to kill Kraid, because we need the Varia suit. Varia suit does damage reduction, and it's absolutely necessary, because we also need the heat reduction. Because Varia lets you enter heated rooms without taking damage. Now I soft locked in this room yesterday, so I played that super safe. You can get stuck there. So this is Craig's lair. I need to farm. Ah. So they need to kill every enemy. You need to kill every enemy in this room to open the door. I do need to farm for one singular missile drop. There we go. So this is the Kraid fight, so I need to focus for 2 seconds during this fight. And that's the Kraid quick kill. So usually there's a whole second phase where Kraid stands up, but if you shoot the super on a specific frame of its animation, its jaw gets locked open, and you can just keep shooting ammo into it.
We've had a $15 donation come in from Michael V. Dragon. Says, hi JRP, it's me, Michael. It's an honor for me to finally watch one of your live speedruns at PAX as a live audience. Good luck on your Super Metroid speedrun, JRP. Also, H. Thank you.
Oh. Okay. So, there's two variants. So now that we have Varia, we can go into Norfair. So this is where we're doing something slightly different. Usually we skip the high jump boots, which saves us 20 seconds. But the catch is, by doing that, it makes entering Lower Norfair significantly more difficult. I'm basically saying from pretty free to you can't make a single mistake kind of thing. There's no leniency with the high jump list, so we're grabbing high jump. I will also be making a safety save because there is a chance of death. Oh. Hi. Ooh. Just hang on. I was going to use the power bomb, but I need it. Alrighty. You can read a few donations if you want.
We don't have any new ones come through, but I will remind everyone that we do have an ongoing incentive for this run, a bid war for save and kill the animals. Anyone who's seen a Super Metroid run before will be very aware of that one, but that's going to cut off towards the end of the run during the Mother Brain fight. Save the Animals is currently in the lead at $355. Kill is at $205. So if we want JRP to get the fastest run possible, we need to get some donations in for Kill the Animals. You can head, if you donate through the website, the Tiltify, you can just put it in the donation comments, or if you donate in person here at PAX, just let the staff member know what you want to put your incentive towards.
Okay, so that was our first safety save. I'm going to be very safe here, farm to max ammo. I was going to say no power bombs is kind of weird. So coming up is Lava Dive. So this is why we needed all the power bombs and the Varia suit. So I need to pay attention to this bit. Alrighty. So that's the first part done. So in this category, there's 2 parts to it. So you got to get that specific room done, and then you got to do a 2-frame window trick to open the gate from the wrong side. But because we're past Lava Dive, the risk of having to restart a large portion of the game is pretty much over now. So this is Lower North Air. We're getting close to Golden Chorizo. Golden Chorizo has a... When the boss initializes in the game, it checks if you're pressing all the face buttons, X, Y, the A, B, X, Y. And if you're pressing all of those, it will give you every item except Screw Attack. Nice. So that's all the hard bits over. So time to fail the easy bit. There we go. So that's the setup for the run done. So now we have every single item. Nice. So now we can grab our Screw Attack. So the reason why we grab Screw Attack after is because it doesn't give you the items, it resets your inventory. Oh. So if you grab Screw Attack and then do the code, you actually lose Screw Attack permanently. So now it's basically just a boss rush. You can read a few. We're free for another minute or so.
Sure thing, yeah. No new donations, but I will also mention that at PAX this year, Speedruns is participating in the Penny Arcade Pin Quest. If you're here at PAX and would like to purchase a Speedle pin, you may do so in person over at the runner management desk on the right-hand side of the stage. All proceeds from the sale of those pins will go towards Cure Cancer Australia. Also, question for JRP, why GT Classic? Why run this category? What's like, why do you enjoy it compared to the other ones?
It has a lot of movement tech that's unique to this category. There's a lot of stuff you do in this that you'll never see anywhere else. And because you have all the upgrades so early, it's really fun to play, it's really quick. Sick. Nice. It's one of the hardest strats in the game. But yeah, it's just it's a very fluid category. It's you don't stop anywhere. Uh-oh. Alright. I miscounted. It should be dead. So the way you end the fight is you get picked up. Ridley's a unique boss where it doesn't die when it reaches 0 HP. You have to sort of trigger the death. So by getting grabbed, it triggers the cutscene for Ridley to die. Okay. So that's our first short charge I've done this run. So the way Speed Booster works is it only checks if you're pressing the run button on a specific sprite, like a specific frame of a run animation. So you can tap the button on that animation, that frame, and let go. And then when the frame comes back, you can press it again. Because the longer you hold run, the more speed you get.
We got a $15 donation from Square-Eyed Jack. He says, I played Super Metroid for the very first time last year, struggled through it, but loved it. You're blowing my mind right now, dude. Thank you very much for that.
So that's basically the hardest part of the run out of the way. This is a quite stressful run to do live because there's 2 points. When we jumped in the lava and we hit that gate switch from the wrong way, those have ended many runs because usually in an attempt, you only have enough ammo to do it once. So if you miss it, there's no recovery. Every enemy has a 2% chance of dropping more ammo, and it takes like a minute to kill 3. Alrighty. So now we're heading off to Meridia, which is the underwater segment, to fight the boss called Dragon. Now I didn't mention this before, but I actually have Grapple Beam and X-Ray. But because the way I obtained the items wasn't the intended way, the HUD never reinitialized. So it just comes up as nothing. Let's see if I can do this. So I bring that up because X-ray is kind of useful in this run. See, when on some bosses, when you use X-ray, it actually wastes their invulnerability frames without your beam moving. So by spamming it, you can do this. The next trick coming up is a pretty infamous trick. Nice. That's called the full halfie, and it's way harder than it looks. You usually have about 10 frames to 5 to 10 frames to spare. So you got to time all your jumps perfectly. So this is Dragon. Now if you don't know, if you were to trace the outline of these right here, it actually spells out some words. I'm not going to spoil it. So this is Dragon, pretty hard boss. So yeah, that's Dragon. So yeah, the reason I didn't do that with other bosses is some bosses, when your beam hits them, your beam disappears. And that trick only works if your beam doesn't do that.
We've had a $40 donation from Caleb with no comment. Thank you very much for that. We're getting very close to 5,000 on the donation total, so maybe we can get that by the end of the run.
Right, so now we're heading back to Criteria to kill Phantoon. go. What I just did is a really hard thing to do. I'm kind of happy I got that. So now we're done with Meridio. So one more boss, Fantoon. And with Fantoon, Fantoon's a really infamous boss in the speedrun community because it can do 3 patterns. It can do a slow, mid, or a fast. And we want the fast. A slow can lose you about 20 seconds. So, especially in any percent, it's a really big reset point. So now we're in wreck ship. Fantoon's all the way at the bottom. So what pattern do you think it's going to be?
I'm saying mid-slow.
Oh, if I get a second round Fantoon, I think it's
Oh,
over.
true. It's only one round in this category. I forgot. Mid then.
Huh?
What was that about getting a second round?
Nothing. I said 2 rounds. My thumb slipped onto the items. You win. Dang, but the slow is really, really bad. That's really rare.
We've got a $77 donation from Gar. They say, been playing this for 30 years and you're blowing my mind. Wish my big brother was here as this is his favorite game. Thank you very much for that. And that actually puts us over, that puts us over 5,000 for the total donation. So thank you so much for your generosity, everyone. It's all going to a great cause.
Yes. Right, so now we're done with wreck ship. We've killed we're calling the G4, the Golden 4. Interesting. So you need to kill Fantoon, Ridley, Kraid, and Dragon to access endgame, which is blocked off by a golden statue, which is why we call it the Golden 4, G4. Alright, this is G4. So we have to wait here a minute because yes. This is the entrance to Torian, which is the final area of the game. I will be making another safety save because it's not likely to happen, but there is a potential soft lock. So I'd rather not do 20 minutes of the game again.
We've got $15 from Michael Voss. Says, great work, JRP. Going nearly as fast as Adam Sard on the wing.
Alrighty, so these rooms in Torian are notoriously difficult. So I'm just gonna save here. You'll see why. Like they're very, very hard to execute. Oh, actually, I do need to stock up on health. So I need to grab some health. Not having enough health is fine, but... Alright, now we're fine. Hi. So I'm going to do a grouping strat here. Okay. Some of those Metroid rooms I played pretty safe, but mostly that was just health and ammo management, because I want to finish with full health. So this is the infamous baby skip. So there's two outcomes. We're going to get the skip, or I'm going to hit this and we're not going to get it. Nice. So here's the last safety save. There's too many. What I'm going to do in the Mother Brain fight is called stand-up glitch. So usually there's a cutscene then that forces you to the ground, and we're not going to do that. I'm going to force myself to stand up in that cutscene.
Before you start the fight, just quickly, we've got $15 from Lucent W, who says, JRP, it's Plocktober. When are you going to delight us with a Plocktastic adventure with Plock? Also H, good luck, have fun to all runners and organisation. And $101 from Floor, who says, yo JRP, good luck with the run, and may your D-pad be ever friendly. Thank you very much, everyone.
No, I just bought a copy of Plock the other day, so I won't play it. No, my D-pad's been alright today. So this is Mother Brain. Because we have all the beam upgrades, it's a pretty quick fight. The cutoff is when Mother Brain dies, I'll tell you.
Gotcha. Can I read a couple during the fight, or do you need to focus? That's all good, I'll wait.
You can read one.
Okay. $15 from Tinny, who it's a question for you. Do you think we'll land Dan Houston now that Carlton have secured picks 12 and 14? P.S. Love your work.
Yes. So I needed to refill my health because it's just enough health to let me stand back up and do this. So now we've triggered the cutscene without being forced into the ground, and we can do this. So usually you're supposed to be in a cutscene unable to move, but because we're glitched the cutscene, we can move around and damage Mother Brain early. I'm not entirely sure how it works, but by damaging yourself to a specific amount of health and getting hit by the rainbow beam, it just does that. Oh. Okay. We're this close to soft locking. That's the cutoff.
All right, we will be saving the animals. Thank you, everyone, for your generosity with that. Save the Animals won with $355 against $205 for kill.
Can we reconsider?
We have to listen to the voice of the people.
And to do something called a blue bomber. So, like Mega Man.
Hey, I know that game.
Or not, we're not doing it. Nah, I'm not doing it.
We had $100 come through from Cryptic Jackknife. Says, much love to the AU Speedrun crew for representing this wonderful scene I've been a part of for a decade now. Here's to another, both for me and for Oz Speedruns at PAX. Thank you so much.
Oh, the Steam won't let me.
The animals have been saved. We've also got $4 from Bushcamper4529, who says, hi Jeff, hi Skylar, hi JRP.
And time's coming up. I want to end the style, hang on. GG. Finish. And that is GT Classic. It's basically use a debug code to get items early, and you basically just rush through the entire game. Pretty quick category, it's pretty fun. Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching.
Really awesome run. Thank you so much, JRP.
We gotta watch the cutscene, hang on.
Oh yeah.
We gotta see them come, the animals come out from the right. There they go. Bye-bye. What's the in-game time? 26. Not too bad. And that's it. That's Super Metroid. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed it.
Thanks again, JRP, and we will quickly get some setup done, and then we'll be back with a Highland Song by Alley Cat in just a little bit.
All right. We'll be getting started up here in a couple of minutes with the next run, which is a Highland song by Alley Cat. Just swapping over the hosts now. My name is Lacey Stripes. I've just taken over from Dactyly, and you'll be sitting with me for the rest of this run. Yeah, that's all there is to it. Stick around. We'll see you again soon. Just while we're getting set up here, I'd just like to remind everybody that we are Oz Speedruns, a group doing speedrun events to raise money for charity. For this event, we're raising money for Game On Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. If you'd like to donate, you can go to donate.ozspeedruns.com, or in person, you can do that at the runner management desk, which is just around the corner here if you're in person. Another thing as well, if you have been wondering, we are currently participating in the Penny Arcade. Oz Speedruns are participating this year. If you would like to purchase a Speed or pin, you may do so in person at the runner management desk. All proceeds from the sales of these pins will go towards Cure Cancer Australia. Just while we're waiting for that to get set up, I will let you all know we have a $20 donation from Sinray, which says, due to lack of donations for either, put 10 towards naming Kite Surge and 10 towards naming Kite Surge Kite. All right, we can get that organised. Just as a reminder for everybody, we do have those incentives coming up soon for Hack Infection. One is for Kite's name, so you can name the player character, and the character limit for that is 14. We also do have, for the same run, the voice language. So the NTSCU version of the game has English and Japanese voices, so you can donate towards either of those. All right, we're ready to go. So we're going to toss this one over to the Highland song by Alley Cat. We're doing All Peaks. Take it away.
Hi everyone, I'm Alley Cat, and
No, not yet.
yet?
Oh, not yet. Ah.
There we go.
I looked and it was starting the transition. All right, anyway, you don't care about that. I'm Alley Cat. We're going to do a Highland song. We've got like an unskippable cutscene at the start, so we'll just count in. 3, 2, what? Were you ready, Lacey? All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, let's go.
And they're off.
All right.
There is a song, Moira.
For good luck, I'm just going to go. When the bit comes up, we got to...
Sure thing.
Yeah. For good luck.
For good luck.
Yeah.
A song for pilgrims and babies going to sleep.
Spirit be with thee on every stream. In the trough of the waves, on the crest of the billows. All right. We've got Spirit be with us on every stream, so hopefully the stream goes well.
Moira.
And yeah, so this is going to be a sort of a longer sort of run. All Peaks is a New Game Plus category, so we have already completed pretty much everything in the game. We've sort of like 100'd it before this. And it's not a in-game sort of like category. It is actually going to be 2 loops of the game.
So, as the name implies, you need to visit every peak in the Highlands, which in this game is 36.
Yes. All right.
Which is impossible to do in a single run through the game.
That we know of so far.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair. So, this game is, I mean, you know, it's effectively a bit of a roguelite, and it's intended to be played over and over again.
Yes. And the narrative sort of unfolds over those replays as well.
So you've just opened with something that's only possible in New Game Plus because it literally requires you to have beaten the game in order to unlock that path. Yeah, just kind of fun there.
So what you just saw there was we transitioned. Oh my gosh, that's not good. We'll just do this. All right.
Moira can shrug off all sorts of damage, it's fine.
Sort of. She does have a stamina bar, however. So her exhaustion is sort of indicated by the little puff that appears above her head. You can see it's currently this little red puff, and when it's in the red state, she can't dash, and she may, oh, that's a bit of a weird geometry there. She may fall when she's trying to climb. So in order to regain stamina, we just pause for a bit and give her a chance to catch her breath.
Should we go through a bit of a story outline, or at least the conceit of it?
Yes.
All right. So we are playing as Moira McKinnon. She's lived, as far as we know, all alone. Well, not all alone, but with her mom and a
younger brother
who we never see. And she doesn't really get on with any of them. And so she's just received a letter from her weird uncle Hamish, who lives in a lighthouse all on his own, telling her to come to the lighthouse before Beltane, which is 7 days away. It's 1 week, isn't it? Not 2 weeks.
It's 1 week. Yeah.
1 week away. Come quick before Beltane. It's important. I'm not going to give you any details. And so she decides, okay, let's just run away from home into the Highlands. What could go wrong?
What could go wrong, indeed.
All right, and we're just coming up to the Lover's Leap, isn't it?
No. This one is.
Never mind.
This is Gull's Perch.
This is why you're in charge. I'm just here.
I'm like, hang on, you're making me remember the names of the peaks?
I'm sorry. Well, okay, I've got a cheat sheet here.
Yeah, you got the cheat sheet.
You think I'd read it this time?
All right, I'm going to try and do just a tiny skip here. No, I think I missed it. Oh, no, there we go. There's a little bit of time save. Not really, but... All right, so that's our first peak, and we're going to do that a number of times. And there's also music in this game.
Yeah, so the sprint sections are a little bit of a rhythm minigame in there.
Feel free to clap along. I have no idea how the rhythm is on your end.
I think that screen latency is pretty good.
And yes, this game has plenty of delightful music provided by 2 Scottish bands.
Yeah, it's a Fourth Moon and Talisk, I believe. On top of a really, really nice original score as well.
Whoops. I tried to skip the dialogue there and it put me in a dash because B is also, yeah, there we go. So we're just coming up on our second peak here. Those sprint sections, in addition to, you know, providing, I guess, a bit of texture between the places that we visit, they also provide the opportunity for us to increase our stamina.
You need to get them near perfect or
Perfect,
perfect?
perfect.
So no misses. So fortunately, that one's good. And that resets on a New Game Plus, doesn't it?
I think so, yeah.
So this first loop through the game, I believe, is a fair bit longer than the second loop. So
That's correct.
More important to get this one correct than on the second one. Oh,
I'm messing up all these.
Oh. I mean, the great thing is that you take a lot of intentional damage in this route anyway.
This
and
is true,
intentional
actually.
falls look pretty much like unintentional falls, so just play it cool.
I am trying to get down this slope right now, and my D-pad is disagreeing with
me.
me.
Is it just insisting that you want to climb instead?
I wonder whether my analog stick is interfering. Here we go. Here we go.
There we go. You've escaped.
I've just swapped to analog.
The other really interesting thing I found from just playing this game casually is...
Well, that was intentional, but I was hoping to get it on the slope.
It does a really good job to me of setting the atmosphere. Actually, yes, it is a little bit dangerous wandering off into the highlands with no shelter or anything. Maybe you should be a bit careful. Unfortunately, speedrunning breaks the masquerade a little bit. Moira can just take a bunch of face plants and dives that would probably just kill her right away.
All right. Maybe I should turn down some of the... Is this...
You want the audio change?
This is fun. Let me see if I can take this damage.
Everything's fine.
Everything is fine. I actually wanted to take a bit of damage off that, but because it happened in the animation, it skipped the damage. So that's our third peak, I think. There we go.
Yep, that's...
Okay, hang on. So I did not successfully take enough damage here, so I'm actually just going to be taking a little more. Because we're actually going to set up for a damage warp. So what you just saw there as well was Moira was not able to climb because she was in the red stamina. So, oh my gosh, I wanted to take damage. We might be all right in a second. One more. So part of speedrunning this is carefully managing your... okay, that's probably good enough. You're managing where you want to go. Oh goodness, that was too much damage.
Oh boy.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Was that a death?
That was.
I think that was a death.
That was too much, and that was too early. We wanted to do that later.
All right, well, let's see where this puts you.
Oh, this is bad.
Okay. Are we off the map yet?
Oh man, we'll see.
And I'll tell it again. Once upon a time.
All right, we're just settling into marathon nerves. This bodes poorly for later, but that's fine.
Nah, you'll be fine.
Let's have a look.
Oh boy, it's all the way back at the little guard.
It's not bad, but I might consider just seeing whether an autosave gives us anything. This isn't even the little guard. This is King's...
Oh, right. Yeah, with the
so
ravens.
let's just check whether an autosave is any closer. Otherwise, we'll just do this again. 3 minutes ago, nah. I don't think so. Let's take that damage again. It did advance the day, however, which is, I think, actually, maybe I don't take the damage in this section and I just play it normally. We'll see.
Well, because the interesting thing is the game effectively has two primary endings based on how much in-game time has passed, and you want to intentionally take...
Oh my gosh, look at that. Hello.
Oh,
I fell through the world.
through the world.
Oh, everything's going from bad to worse. We'll be right.
Eventually.
Yeah, once she hits the bottom plane, it'll walk back up. It'll be fine. There's a couple... There we go.
You didn't need those kneecaps.
I don't know. That's what a mafia mob boss would say. Okay. It's definitely a game that, like, you know, the haste makes waste thing. Let's try this again. Oh, right, because I didn't go the autosave. Let's go.
Just double checking, because you didn't take the auto load, so you've got the peak that was in between already.
Yeah, that's
right?
why it didn't do the animation.
Yeah, you don't need
I
to
was
revisit
like,
it.
yeah.
All
Okay,
right.
let's do that. Okay, now let's just manage our health a little more cautiously.
Yes, the problem thing with flying close to the sun is occasionally you get burned.
Yes. Okay, let's do this. Okay, that looks perfect.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. Take the path. So there is a sort of like a day-night cycle or like a time cycle in this game. So time passes normally, but also like taking these long passages also just takes a couple of hours out of the day.
Now that one was intentional,
That was
wasn't it?
intentional, yes.
We can keep a tally.
Oh no.
No worries.
I mean, you can.
I mean, you're at 1-1, so
Yeah.
it's only going to get better from here.
We'll see.
Catching river trout.
You know, we've only lost about 3 minutes,
Oh,
so
that's
yeah,
fine.
that's fine. Why is it raining? Okay, this is fine actually. Raining is actually good, sort of. Because I'm actually going to want another damage warp relatively soon. And actually I've burned more, you know. So resting, it's not recovering my health because I'm in the rain, and it's not recovering my stamina any faster, but I do want to advance the clock, so I might as well use the time that she's catching her breath to advance that clock. So if there's anything that you'd like to say or any announcements to make, maybe just now will be good. We'll have a song very shortly.
Me?
Yes. Uh-oh, that's an evil laugh.
Oh, no. We're all good. I will just take this moment to just remind everybody that we are on Speedruns, a group doing speedrun events to raise money for charity. For this event, we're raising money for Game On Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. If you'd like to donate, you can go to donate.ozspeedruns.com or in person at the runner management desk.
All right.
So this is ostensibly a rhythm game, but we are going to be intentionally messing up the songs because it's an effective way to take damage. We'll do that a couple more times.
You'll do it properly eventually.
Eventually. Maybe. I make no promises.
You'll try to do it properly eventually.
Okay, just like one more damage thing and then we'll get... Oh, I forget that this geometry gets weird when it's in the song as well. So the scenery gets dynamically generated for the song, and occasionally that does cause some interesting things. Okay, the song has ended there, so I won't be able to take any more damage.
It was a very short one.
Yeah, it is. Well, when you take 3 damage things in it, you sort of have the gaps in between. So
Yeah,
a relatively short song. We have another peak.
Where are we at? Is this Stone Song?
No. Golden. Goodness.
Golden Field?
Golden Field, maybe? It's the one right after the no heal indicator.
Ah. Well, I'll do my best to decipher your notes, but you know what you're doing.
I do not know what I'm doing, but somehow they still put me up here. So I didn't take as much damage as I wanted to, so once again, but this time I'm not going to mess it up because I'm just going to use this ledge to do it.
Wow, that did less than I expected.
Yeah, so there is a mercy, like what we're seeing is the mercy death. So there's 2 types of death. There's the death where you will have to respawn, it, you know, advances time and all that. And this is just a mercy death of like, you took too much damage all at once, we're gonna put you back where you had been, and we'll just take a small amount of health off you. So now we've triggered the actual
4 deaths makes 4 fake deaths makes 1 real death,
yes,
right?
Yes, so this one's actually a necessary damage warp. It is not possible to get to the spot that I want to get to without taking this death warp. So we're going to cross over to the other side.
I suppose it's a reasonable opportunity to explain how the game's layout works as well. So the game is laid out effectively like a paper diorama in that way that you've got layers that essentially you can transition between in two sort of like the big picture layers travel between them is only ever one way. There's essentially you start in the foreground, and eventually as you move forward, deep into the game, you'll eventually come to the final layer. But inside those, each of them will have 2 or 3 internal layers, and those you can go back and forth between.
Well, usually like actually quite a lot. So you'll see as I go backwards into the landscape here, you're allowed to go backwards 1 layer deep at a time, and forwards up to 3. So you can sometimes end up going like into the foreground more than you're allowed to go into the background.
And some of these layers, like sometimes you've got situations where you've got, say, a rough slope that you can only travel in one direction on, and you've just, Nice.
All right, we've got another song coming up, and I think we're good to just, actually do it properly.
All right.
So we'll get the backup.
Get ready to, get a rhythm section going. All righty. Nice.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so we've got another peak here. And then
Just
we're
like
going to
that.
go just a little
All right,
bit.
now we're at Lover's Leap. We're not at Lover's Leap, are we?
This is Stone's
that's
song, I
Lover's
think.
Leap
This
there.
is Stone's
right.
song.
Now, you can see Lover's Leap in the background. She'll get there eventually.
So that was just one of these examples of where the planes, like, I'm allowed to jump onto that one up there, but I'm not allowed to jump back on. I'm just going to do a short section of song here. And you'll see, even though I didn't complete the whole song, it did give me the stamina boost. So I was able to, get a bit of extra benefit there. And I'm going to find a shortcut. So the normal gameplay loop of this game is like these shortcuts aren't all available to you when you start a new game, as Nico hinted at before. Generally, the game has a bunch of maps that you can find. And sorry, I'm going to skip you, Hamish. I'm sorry. There are maps to find, and when you find a map, it'll give you a bit of a scroll, like it sort of looks
it's like a map that someone's drawn on a piece of paper or something.
Or it's like an advertising thing for come visit this place, but it doesn't necessarily correspond to where you are at the time you find it.
And to unlock the mechanical shortcuts that Moira uses, you actually need to line up where it is visually in the landscape. It's pretty cool. But fortunately, for speed purposes, New Game Plus, you've already got everything. So, yeah, you've just got the access to all this stuff that someone going in blind would not have.
Yeah. Just gonna climb up here. Let's go. Yeah. Okay, this is Lover's Leap.
Yeah, okay. Third time's right. I didn't even get to say it.
You're just that keen.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a dam and everything. It's quite cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. We're going this way now.
Okay. I know where I am on the map now.
Do you?
Yes. It's there.
Okay.
All right.
That's another song.
You doing this one properly?
Yes, we'll be doing this one correctly.
Let's go. Let's go.
Come on.
Come on,
let's
there we go. Alrighty.
Oh, yes. I love this song.
Your favorite?
I mean, it's especially my favorite at a certain point in the game. But yeah.
Gotta say, it comes through quite punchy on these headphones. When you're doing it at home, it's not quite as much.
Nice. Good work, everyone.
Nice.
So what peak are we coming up to next, Nico?
All right, so apparently next one we'll be looking at the Wrestling Rock.
Oh yes, a sad place.
Or Craig Carra.
Oh yes. Now all of the peaks have their names in Scots. Scots?
Gaelic.
Gaelic.
Scots is, yeah.
Oh no, I've done something. I've misspoken. I apologise.
You're fine.
Oops. No,
I mean,
that
they
wasn't
do have their names in Scots as well. The name in Scots is the Wrestling Peak.
Okay, I see. All right, so in an earlier run, I pushed a boulder down the hill here, which has unlocked this route here. You'll see that the slidey areas, I went through them earlier, they are one-way slopes, and occasionally there'll be like rocks that you can use to climb up where that slope might have been otherwise. There is a view that sort of gives you like this, hang on, this one here shows you highlights slopes that you can climb up. And there may at times be ones marked in red. Why did you choose to do that, Moira? That was odd.
You wanted to jump and you just got to scramble?
Yeah, that was weird.
Ow.
No, I just wanted to go forward.
And
Anyway.
So what we're going to see here, unless I'm wrong, is an example of popping back and forth between layers. You're going to get this peak and then, oh, maybe not.
I can't remember.
Oh,
I'm going to be.
boy, I'd better not.
Well,
I'd
like
better not
in terms
ruin
of
you.
the layers.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah, okay, we'll see. So here we are, Wrestling Rock.
What do I have marked here? That may be out of date. We'll see.
Okay.
Well,
Pail of
what do
milk
you-
is next, right?
Yeah. Okay, we're just going to go down the hill.
Yeah. Oh, but you're not going back up the layer. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, no, I'm going to go this way.
I guess that's the problem
So
with
I'm
such a long
gonna
run
do
is that you can only
this.
keep... Yeah, that's what I meant, because you'd already been there.
Oh, yes.
So that was just a little detour
Yes.
and then back.
Yeah. Okay. Oops, that was too much height.
Well, this is before the sprint.
Yes. And we'll
Alrighty.
just do this one properly as well.
Fair enough. I think this is my favourite one.
Nice. Well, the reel from this one is from, like, not common, but has turned up in other places, right?
Yeah, so I believe this was written by Angus Grant, member of Shubla Nifty back in the day. I think it's also called I Write. It was part of the song they wrote called The Arms Dealer's Daughter. I've got no idea how many, modern Scottish folk rock acid crop fans we have in the audience. That's just a bit of trivia there.
We may not get to the reel, is the...
Well, this is it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is it.
Yeah, okay. But it has, like, the next bit where it goes...
Anyway.
That bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the whole
yeah.
thing.
Okay. So yeah, so a cool little bit of I guess how that the music culture has grown on itself.
I suppose God at least can find this place.
All right, this was an abbey, which is why Moira's made that comment.
She is usually quite,
Irreverent.
yes. There are a hilarious number of different, we're only going to hear 2 of them, I think, but essentially at the end of the game, she's got a few choice words for someone, and it's always a bit of a funny little game trying to guess which one you're going to get.
Okay.
Alrighty. I would like to just, also just, I think it's a pretty good time to, sort of observe this game really is quite beautiful. I really do appreciate how effectively they've made the landscapes work. It's in a pretty impressionistic style, but it makes everything look very, very wonderful.
All right. Cool. I think we've got Devil's Tail up next, and a damage warp after that.
Yes, that seems to jive with what I've got on the map. Just climbing out of the coal mine there.
Yep. I used to try taking a damage warp here. So, I mean, one thing that I haven't for sure worked out is where the best, I have not necessarily found all of the damage warps that exist in this game. And some of them have weird hitboxes, which I will find later there may be some that are less reliable that I will be trying to hit. We will see how they go.
So what you're saying is there's fresh spading to be done.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
If anyone wants to learn this game, there's,
Yeah.
much more.
And of course, yes, as I mentioned, this category is all peaks. There is also, there are people who just run the game straight from a new save file, where that one's quite an RNG run. So you're looking to pick up the right maps at the right times. And then there's New Game Plus, which I think the game wants you to actually do. Like, it encourages you to do it yourself at some point. It is an achievement to complete the one-day run. And I feel like there's one more that I've missed.
Sort of category-wise?
Yes. Oops, not here. Thank you. Oh, actually, there would have been fine. Whatever.
All blessings, maybe?
Oh,
That seems a bit
I
redundant.
don't think we've done a category for that. Oh, but however, we should talk about the blessings.
Yes, so this is another thing we can take advantage of because of all peaks. Every peak in the game has a mechanic where you can choose to leave an item there when you visit it. And
Most peaks.
Most
Some
peaks,
of them have
okay,
their
okay.
own unique
Yes.
blessing method. But effectively, they can be blessed. And many of them, to bless them, is leaving an item.
And so you'll see those rays of sun descending on them from above. That indicates a peak that has been blessed. So definitely an indication we're in New Game Plus. We've got these blessings on peaks that we haven't even visited yet in this run. And blessing 35 of the 36 peaks is a requirement to be able to visit the 36th peak at all, is my understanding.
I mean, you can visit it.
For it to count as peak visited, I don't know.
No. You can visit it without blessing it. Yeah.
Oh, it's just the ending?
I'm going to be doing something non-standard for the route. I mean, we discussed the routing rules only recently, but I will be, in order to avoid spoiling the main game story, I will be doing a slightly different ending. But if we're good and I finish quickly, we will also spoil the game's ending. Now, I was meant to do a damage warp here, and I have not taken anywhere near enough damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of health.
I did not think about this. That's fine. I think this one's not a necessary one. It will save time. That was...
I'm impressed that she can take all that and still, like, she could take that again. I wish I could.
I don't think you do, because... that's not my blood splatter. That's something else.
Just happened to be there.
They just happen to be there.
Well, by my count, you're at 11 peaks out of 36 so far.
This may actually be faster to pass because I think, but I want to advance time. So let's talk about night and like overnights.
So we've already hit nightfall in the game there, but for now you're allowed to keep on moving. But once it gets sufficiently late, Moira decides she can't keep on going, and you're essentially forced to sort of skip time.
When that happens, usually a nighttime sequence occurs. So, yeah, I'm trying to... Well, that's a little bit of damage. And that nighttime sequence takes time. And, however, the... There we go. Okay, now I need to spend a small amount so that I don't get the mercy. Okay, here we go.
I'd like to shout out Moira's increasingly inventive different swears and
I actually have...
new choice of anatomy that she's damaged.
I have mild profanity is off. So she's like yeah.
Very
you know,
mixed oaths.
Yeah. All right, here we go. I'm just gonna burn down this health. It's not necessarily a time save in like because I spent all the time burning the health, but I will get the story advanced. I mean, the story doesn't need to advance. I will get this little interstitial bit, which is wasting time in a slightly different way from doing a natural sleep, like if I was to like sleep, yeah.
Specifically because you want to actually achieve an ending that only happens when you're after the sort of the Beltane.
I mean, that's a side benefit. If it were possible to... I'm sure, I mean, for this showcase, I would like to show that off, yes. The routing might be able to be faster without taking all of these death warps. The thing is, when you rest naturally, you have to burn like the time in between anyway, because you might get something like, Moira might write a letter to Hamish, and you might get a little bit of narrative on that. And like, that's a similar amount of time to being given the little story thing instead. So I might as well spend the time doing the story version versus...
the character version, shall we say?
Yeah.
Yes, the camera zooming in there is a bit of a giveaway once you've actually, you know, played a bit more.
Okay.
Alrighty, here we go.
Oh, no, it's gonna...
Oh, what happened?
Okay,
You
so
just got DQ'd?
some of their songs, because the segment isn't the right length for the amount of distance that we will be running, it cuts out a little bit like that. And unfortunately, it's not going to give me the stamina boost, even though we perfected what we could. So that's a bit unfortunate. We did well.
You have been doing very well on those this run.
Oh my
I
gosh.
think you've gotten everything so far.
Is that some kind of neg?
What? No.
So, you're doing better than usual. Yeah, okay. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Would we like to segue away from that into a
Yes,
donation or two?
Let's go for it.
All right, we've got 2 donations here. $5 from Little Crochet, which says, "Good luck, Ali. Climbing Mountain Marathon when? Please put this towards Pet Miler." And $15 from Havra, which say, "Peak performance, but I thought plateaus were the highest form of flattery. Love your work."
Flattery. Hang on. Plateaus. Oh my gosh. I feel like I missed a bit of geometry that I normally. Let's see. Oh no, it's here. Okay.
All right. Excellent.
Forest Crown is one of the biggest mountains. I'm wondering whether there are better shortcuts to get through it. There's nothing like difficult here. It's just kind of big. Yeah, there's just a lot of it. Unlike, when we get to the snowy ones where...
Actually, the mountain is literally big, but it doesn't take up as much gameplay size.
Well, yeah, the snowy ones, we'll get to them when we get to them.
Yeah.
But we were in the middle of a thought just before the song started. Did we finish that thought? Someone donate and tell us what we were talking about and whether we...
It'll give us some time to work on our pun game. We're probably not going to beat those.
We are not beating that. Oh, yeah, actually, I will follow up on the mountain climbing marathon comment.
Oh,
Which
yes,
Shay
yes.
has picked on a concept that I would like to... Oh, this is a very short one, so we'll get our stamina, I hope.
All right. Oh, right back at the same song.
Good.
There we go. We got the tempo change and everything.
Yeah, nice. That one's really nasty when you're going downhill because where it puts the little icons can just be really weird for where Morio's going to be landing.
Because the jump physics are actually reasonably jump-based rather than timing-based,
Yeah,
right?
I don't know. Yeah, if that was downhill, I would have messed that up. But it was not. It was uphill, so that was good.
All right.
Oh, whoops. I shouldn't have done that. I'll just do this. Yes, Climbing Peaks Marathon. So I sort of noticed, we got a trend of, girls who climb mountains in search of self-discovery. So we could have this game, we could have Celeste, we could have a short hike, we could have...
Yeah, we've already got a good theme there. If anyone has any more suggestions, put them up in the chat.
Or, yeah. Oh, wow, I didn't take damage there. That's unusual. So there are also these caves and stuff inside of the mountains.
I can't remember. Do you ever do any of the never do this at home things in...
I used to do one on this peak. And then I was like...
Right there. Yeah, you don't take that one. That's
no, I just go through. We go through. We don't go... Yeah.
There are several sections in the game where you crawl through an extremely narrow space in a cave.
Don't do that.
Don't ever do that. Just
No.
anyone thinking you can actually try that in real life. Don't do that.
Spelunking dangerous. Especially when you're on your own. Oh, here we go. Sorry, I'm going to skip that. Moira says at one point, if you take damage in a cave, she'll be like, oh, yeah, like you break your ankle and you're done for. And I'm like, oh boy, we're definitely not set up for any disasters here, all on our own.
Sometimes it's good to be playing a video game with a magical realist plot and not be a human being in the real world.
Okay, here we go.
There we go.
I actually want to do a damage warp soon, so we'll see. So normally, I got through the whole thing of Forest Crown without taking any damage. Normally, I take damage. So I've just realized I've got way too much health.
You're doing too well.
No.
Oh, well. Crofter's Echo, right?
Yep, that's right. So we're going to one of the big peaks, but I'm going to try and do a damage warp that will save a significant amount. That didn't take. All right, well. Okay, we'll find ways to burn this health. Interesting things are like Moira's stamina will recover even when she goes through one of those shallow like paths, even though like she's still walking through them, like, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Software's funny that way.
Well, you know, just. All right, I will have to get a little bit of stamina back here just to.
To actually be able to make that
lass.
climb. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Yes, we're just going to burn what we can.
Because continuing to push when you've got the red stamina marker, that does also just slowly deplete your health, even for ordinary actions, doesn't it?
Yes, and that's what happened when I had that first damage warp that I was trying to set up for, and I accidentally let her stay red. So I'm just going to let her do this. There we go. Oh yeah, we'll do that.
All right.
I'm in the correct spot for this damage warp now. Now, Eagle Peak is quite large, and I do not want to climb it manually. I used to take the chairlift because that, you know, was a way to get up it without having to climb it manually. But now we're going to try this.
Also, do not try that at home if you've got a giant peak that you want to get up on top of. This is not going to work.
No.
But yes, I see the big green arrow on the map. We'll
There's a big green arrow? No, I don't use that
it's a
one.
different one. Okay,
so this map was provided by one of the actual play testers. So I'm looking at it's actually kind of a hand-scrolled map with like printed bits. We've made it to the top.
Quite authentic to the game.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. It did not advance time as much as I expected. Okay, there's the peak.
Beautiful.
And I'm going to try something dumb. Oh, I didn't. I don't think I got it.
Oh, no.
I don't think I got it. Let's see. No, I didn't get it.
Were you supposed to land further out?
Man, I don't know how to do this normally. No, okay. I'll just... I haven't actually descended this cliff normally in forever. It is possible to do a second damage warp there. And if you do it correctly, it's one of the, like, it's just a weird instance of, I think because text is up at the same time as it's trying to do other things, it will actually let you skip the story segments, which you're not normally able to do. When you go like by death warps. So if you got them through other means, anyway, this is probably faster. I just wanted to go for that strat just because it's, I guess, a quirky one. Like it's just a weird thing that happens. I also probably need to advance time more than I have. I was expecting midday to that death warp to go to the next day, but I guess I wasn't late enough in midday to trigger it. So that's just interesting for when you're planning out. Oh, come on, I was aiming for the top of the rock. So hopefully I don't have to waste more time, but we'll see. We do have a song coming up, I believe.
Fair enough. And after all that going right, you now need to go left.
Yeah, this is not Sonic.
All
Hello,
right,
dear.
there you go.
Alrighty. I actually think I don't want health at the end of this. I can't remember. It's probably okay. We'll see. I'll take the health, and then if we need to burn it, we'll see how we go.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I forgot.
Yes? Okay, we're going uphill again. This is fun.
you're
this
in
is
the
fine.
clear.
Yep. So
But
I
yes.
think sometimes that one, I don't take damage in it, but I sometimes also don't heal. So you can sort of like exit out of the song a little bit early in order to not take, as you can see, my health has been topped up.
Is that when you perfect it or just when you finish it?
You will get health for doing well, and perfect will give you the stamina boost.
All right, and we're at the beak now, I believe.
This is the beak, funny little one.
Yes. There's a very cool little moment in this one if you just play through normally. We won't be seeing it this time
Okay,
around.
so I'm just going to burn the health differently from how I would do normally. It's fine, we're making our way down. Oh, this bit of geometry always tricks me. So you see that one in the background with the vines on it? You would think you could jump to that, couldn't you? You can't. You can't.
It's on another layer.
Don't try, don't try.
That's quite deceptive.
That gets me every time.
Well, it didn't get you this time.
Potentially, practice helps. Potentially.
Well, I'm very glad it's been paying off.
Okay, I've probably burnt too much health now. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. We'll just not take any movement damage.
All right.
Now, this is one of the finicky damage warps coming up that I talked about, where I don't have a good, reliable spot for it. So,
sometimes you just got to roll the dice.
Yeah, so we'll see. So hopefully what we'll find is that it will put me like forward in some manner. It's not quite yet, but yeah, that's what we're burning this health for. Go, Moira.
Come on, there we go.
Okay, I'm going to let her get back to full because we're on very little. Okay, we're just going to go. Okay,
Yep.
there we go. Clinging to that ledge can also be a bit weird sometimes. Pressing the jump button is the most reliable way to get back on the ledge, but then if she decides she just wants to fly off to the left, because you can see that my analog stick has a slight bit of drift there, yeah, that's not a good time.
All right, and I think we're off to the snow soon, aren't we?
We are the most hateful areas.
Well, because it's quite front-loaded in this routing, isn't it? It's almost all in the first loop, not the second.
Oh, that wasn't enough.
Oh, I see you didn't.
Okay, let's see.
All right.
I was getting ready to relax.
Fingers
but,
crossed.
All right. So I want this to put me a fair bit down the hill. If it gives me only a short warp, it'll be like a little bit down the hill. The good warp is much further down. There's a bad warp that puts you all the way down at the bottom of the hill, and then I have to go back up a bit. So
It's a big hill.
yeah.
All right, let's see where you go.
Let's see where we went. I want to hear some water or
That's an
something.
ominous music cue.
Did you hear water?
Roughly?
We're in the correct spot. We're in the
Lovely.
correct spot. So that's quite nice. 2 days until Beltane. Yeah, I mean, that's probably fine.
All right. And we're on our way to Sharpstone, I think.
Yep.
There we go. Very inhospitable from this point on.
Yes. They get big old mountains. But we're going to start off by taking... Man, I remember I got this shortcut and I knew exactly where it was, and I did not know at the time that you could confirm shortcuts just by going to them and without going to the top of a peak. So it took me a couple of rounds to confirm that shortcut. All right. We may need to do an audio adjustment just because the
You want less game audio?
Oh, I'm just letting tech know potentially to keep an ear out. It's just the wind and stuff here gets...
a bit overwhelming.
Yeah. So...
Here's a very nice soundscape.
It sort of, yeah, it conveys that we're in this wilderness of sorts, yeah. And like, yeah, they do a sort of good job of, oh, I know what we... Hey, no one donated to tell me, but I remember. You talked about how the camera zoom was a bit obvious earlier, and that was a hint at, in the landscape out here, this isn't just Moira's story. These, you know, the Highlands are full of stories, as Hamish will tell us at some point, and you can sort of discover a few of them as you go.
You meet a few characters as you go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, look at
That
that.
was pretty reasonable.
That's okay. This one's not too bad. It's the third one that sucks.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
All right.
I'm gonna take this carefully.
Off to Witch's Peak, which I still haven't actually like got
You haven't
properly
visited?
done
You haven't
in
visited?
my casual play. It's the one with the 3 clues, isn't it?
No, no, no. You're thinking of
Oh.
something else.
Okay, never mind. Is that not for a peak?
That is not for a peak. That
Ah.
is for the best shortcut in the game.
Ah, fair enough.
So yes, unfortunately these mountains are a little bit, we will be spending time here.
A bit barren.
So if there are any donations or things to say, we got some time. We got quite a bit of time.
Oh, I've always got things to say. All right. If you are currently in the crowd and you are participating in Pinning Arcade, Oz Speedruns are also participating in the Pin Quest. If you would like to purchase a speed or pin, you may do so in person at the runner management desk. All proceeds from the sale of these pins will go towards Cure Cancer Australia. That's it. That's all she wrote.
Okay, so I love this bit where Maura says I should stop making a habit of this, and usually it happens on the one immediately prior to the third, so she'll say it on the second one, and I'm like, well, we're going to do it straight away. But this time she mixed it up.
Oh,
Like, that's the
interesting.
first time I think I've seen her say it on the third one.
So yes, in accordance with the laws of cartoon comedy, falling down on snow is basically guaranteed to not damage you, which is occasionally handy, but occasionally frustrating as well. Does limit your options for intentional damage.
Yes, like right now I'm going to try and get a little bit
Make
of
sure you
damage.
land on the grass and not the snow right next to
Okay,
it.
this is another spot where we're going to be going for a damage warp where I don't have a reliable setup for it. Or like, the area that I have found to work is very small, and there is actually a unfavorable warp that can happen here, so we're just going to hope
All
that
right.
we get the favorable
Fingers
one.
crossed, fingers crossed. Positive energy.
All right, let's see.
Your fingers were not crossed, Nico.
Oh, come on. Lazy keeps me honest.
Okay, let's see how we go.
All right, all right, all right.
Oh, and once again, we're midday, but maybe not late enough on midday, so I may also not get the time advancement that I wanted. We'll see.
No, the fishermen
All right, I
and the
forgot we
giant's
had a story
daughter
segment.
Yeah.
had themselves a child, a son, the size of a cow.
What's going on with this story stuff, Nico?
Well, that's the interesting thing. The game effectively has 3 stories running in parallel. So one of them obviously is the story that you're actually playing through right now. Laura's got to go to
Oh,
the
lovely.
lighthouse. There we go.
We got the correct one.
Of course you did.
Oh, that one is the most unreliable one for me.
Today is blessed. You can manage it.
Oh, okay, and it's dawn, so lovely. It is one day before Beltane.
So yeah, there are 2 other stories effectively that you only really get from the interstitial little bits of storytelling.
Yeah,
So
and things that you find in the world.
Yeah.
The goshawks.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
So this one is essentially, sort of a bit of a fairy tale setup that, on the surface, has no connection at all to anything that you see in the game.
Oops.
And it's an interesting one as well because as you advance through different New Game Pluses.
Sorry, I had to interrupt you for that.
Oh, that's entirely justified.
That is with the profanity filter on. I believe it's slightly different.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I appreciate their willingness to do a bit of work and be creative.
Yeah. I mean, it's still Badger, I think, but yeah,
Yeah.
It's just something, yeah. Not a bum. Sorry, yes, you were talking about stories, wonderful stories, when I interrupted you with Badger's bums.
Oh, that's fine. But yeah, as you play through various New Game Plus iterations, the thread of this story, because it's told one, line at a time, it persists across New Game Pluses. And eventually, it will eventually wrap around. And you have very artfully arranged your saves so that it started at the beginning. But it effectively, it tells you a few things about,
this world.
This world, what's going on here. And it gives you a bit of an insight into, what's waiting for you at the end. And the third story effectively is one that you have to read between the lines to get at all.
I'm trying to catch a drift of which third story you're talking about, because there's plenty of stories in this
Okay, there
game.
was a little micro story.
There's lots of stories.
The little, like, I really like the little, like, there's a really interesting, like, about 3 or 4 of the map notes throughout the game put this connection together of these people who are, you know, probably having an affair with each other, and they've got an extremely exasperated friend who's like, okay, I've set this up for you. Do not ever ask for a favor again after I've done this.
And that's all just told through like scraps of map. So like, please, let's meet here, sort of thing, is what you see on a map, and like, yeah. that
I've
kind of
left
thing.
the stuff in this cave.
Yeah. Which maybe I'll just quickly show just what the maps look like. So this is like when you're playing, this is what a map might look like, and you'll have to sort of use that to navigate around, to find the shortcuts, or to confirm the names of mountains. Because, I mean, is it really something you, like knowing its name might give you a hint of what item you need to bless it. I've got way too much health again.
Do you have any safe options for burning it, or is it all going to be overcommitment problems?
I can't even burn it here effectively.
Fair enough.
Actually, no, I do have a spot that I can burn. Yeah.
Okay, good.
I also need to burn the time, so this is fine. Because yes, we oh, she can't rest there. Yes, because I definitely need to make sure that we're advancing the days. Or
what are you aiming for? 2 days after? 1 day after?
1 day after.
One
Like,
day after is good enough.
ideally, like as long as we're after, we avoid the best ending sort of thing. And so yes, I'll burn the health over here. Yeah. So yeah, you were talking about the stories.
Yeah. Well, yeah, effectively the third story, you know, it's one that effectively ties the interstitials together with the present day. And I guess it's okay, there we go.
No, that's not
That's
it
just
yet.
burning?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. Like it was just the music cue was like I haven't got it yet, but I will now. I will.
All right.
There we are. Okay. Yes.
Is this one
you were saying.
chancy? I can't remember.
This one's pretty solid.
Cool.
For all we know, we'll find out that it is not in fact solid.
Course, you
because-
hit the
yeah.
corner case.
Yeah, we'll see.
See
So
what
we
we're
get a
looking
little
at.
more of this story.
The fisherman's son was a handsome little monster, with a smile like dawn and anger like thunder.
All right.
All right.
Let's see. We should be up with some weird guy. Okay,
There
we're
we
with
go.
a weird guy. We're not going to talk to him much, but he does drop some hints as well.
Pretty heavy hints, really.
Super heavy hints.
Yeah.
As to what's going on.
you meet-
Unfortunately,
I think this is like the only person that you meet in Run in this routing? Or do you meet the teacher as well? I can't remember.
he's the only person I meet. We just sort of anthropomorphize some rocks and stuff. But yeah. It's like, oh, rock, did you save me, sort of thing, or whatever. like those are explicit, like safety, like things that.
All right. So I think that one was Broken Tooth.
Yep, we are going to be done with, you know. There we go, lovely.
There we go.
I got a good jump there, and then there's snow. We're going to be done with this cursed, you know, icy area.
Almost. You've got one
Okay.
more icy peak, and then it's
Do I?
I think
Do I?
Demon's Wall.
It's not that icy.
It's
just
pretty
got a
icy.
little-
They've got like a survival station and everything. There's snow on it.
What?
Like this white stuff is snow, isn't it?
I don't know, crowd. You tell me.
I'm pretty sure the map leading to this is, you know, a bunch of extreme like emergency instructions for surviving in a blizzard. I don't know.
Are you sure that's not on the...
Anyway, you're here.
We are here.
So yeah, we have actually reached the very, very furthest layer in the macro map. So now it's basically just head to the right.
I have a bit of a decision to make. We have one of the longest songs in the game coming up, and I can do a damage warp towards the end of that song. It does mean that if I mess up that song, that I could lose a lot of time because we'll be redoing the song. So, yeah.
Well, how do you want to decide? You
I
feeling lucky?
Well, I feel like I need to burn time anyway, so let's...
yeah, fair enough.
Or like in-game time. Not marathon time. We want to go fast in the marathon. But,
Wow, did you take damage grabbing onto the side of the cliff?
Yes, yes. So if you fall far enough, you can do that.
I mean, it makes sense, I suppose.
All right.
Alrighty.
So we will take a little bit of damage in this song, but it's a long one. So let's
Oh, this
let's
one's
have
got a
some.
horrible chart.
Oh.
It's Trickson. I'm playing on easy mode. I'm not got a one button. I just clap.
Well,
Alan's press two buttons.
Okay, look, the thing is here, like, at some point I will be intentionally taking damage in this song, so, you know, like, I don't need to worry too much about perfecting this one. If there's anything to say, I mean, we can do it in this song as well. It is a long one. Also, by doing so, we might avoid content ID.
Yes.
So I should just keep babbling.
Yeah.
And just keep babbling
That's
and continue
so
talking.
easy. Just
And
go
just
easy.
I'm going through some sheets. I'm trying to find something to say. Let's see if I can figure something out here. I guess I'll go with the good old. We are Speedruns, a group doing speedrun events to raise money for charity. For this event, we're raising money for Game On Cancer, a charity which funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. If you'd like to donate, you can go to donate.ozspeedruns.com or in person at the runner management desk. It's just to the left here if you are currently at the event. The Twitch revenue that we receive throughout the event will also be given to the charity, which includes bits, subscriptions to the channel, and this is just another way to support Game On Cancer. As I mentioned earlier, if you are doing Pinny Arcade, we are also doing the Pin Quests. If you would like to purchase a Speedle pin, you might do so in person also at the runner management desk. All proceeds from the sale of these pins will go towards Cure Cancer Australia. If you want me to keep babbling, I can keep babbling.
I'm going to take my first bit of damage there just so that I've got my 4 like fails out of the way, because then we'll take some more damage like after a... And I'm going to play it a bit safe in that sort of sense that it might not be a time save, but we'll get the skip like to demonstrate it.
That's fair.
Yeah. All right. Let's, oh, wait, hang on. No, okay.
Whoa.
She's still got health.
Oh, that's mercy there.
All right.
I thought you just had a pixel or two.
Oh, I don't know how much song is left. We better like.
Oh, good luck.
There we go. Okay. Okay. Did I leave that late enough in the song to actually get the damage warp that we want, or have I just made us have to do the whole thing again?
Well, I'm hoping you get the former.
We'll find out.
Where are we? Because that's a pretty long song.
It is a long song, yeah. It is the longest song that we're going to do.
Stone and it hit a bird.
All right, where are we? Please be on the correct side of the cliffs.
Oh.
I played it safe and it wasn't even safe enough. Come on, game. Oh no.
Oh.
No, we're good. Okay, we're fine. Oh.
Well, that's good to know.
We're on the correct side. Thank you, game. One day after Beltane, we no longer need to burn time. That's also a nice thing to know.
We have failed successfully.
Yay! One thing, I'll just talk about movement. So Moira is capable of dashing. She can hoist herself up. So she does a little jog by default. When we're going up slopes, it is faster to jump up those slopes. Also, when she runs like low on stamina, she will stop. So like she will like walk slowly. But if I jump, she just goes back to jogging. And that's part of why like the health starts burning when you force her to exert herself. So when it's raining like this, you are more likely to slip, and you get these sort of prompts to hoist yourself up. So raining in itself doesn't burn more stamina, but it sort of invites opportunities for stamina to have to be burnt. Oops, I'm just gonna...
And obviously that can either be good or bad depending on what you're aiming for at any given moment.
At this point, it is the day after Beltane, and I might as well just try and get to where we want to go without any more damage warps. There is one that can be helpful, but...
Once the site plans for war, and now it's over.
If you like really want to burn a day, and like I think it theoretically does save time, but it's also one where you have to go through a bit of like dialogue at the other end of it. So you lose time that way as well anyway. So we're not going to go for that one anymore. I think we're on a path to the lighthouse, which is our final destination. I missed the ledge. Come on.
You can get it next time.
Come on, girl. There you go. Good lass. All right, I'm just going to get that.
All
There we
right.
go. Oh, I was expecting... Oh, okay.
There you
Somehow
go.
she managed that.
And that's the line back.
I was going to try it. So I think when you've got the thing zooming out for the peak, you don't take the damage from those kinds of jumps. So I was trying to jump over it and also like get given the peak at the same time. Which I think is also part of that trigger for Eagle. Oh my gosh, for Eagle's Nest that we didn't achieve earlier. Oh my gosh.
All right. So
Judging the height on some of these is a little bit tricky because it looks like, oh, that's unsafe or that's safe, and then, oh, wait, hang on. Oh, I'm going to actually just...
should I be worried? Oh, there we go.
We were fine.
So I think you've only got 2 more peaks left on this loop.
Yes. Oh, no, not this one.
All
yes, 2 more peaks on this loop. And 1 more song.
Well, it's because the game always, like, you know, there's always a song right before the lighthouse.
Yep. Oh, hello. That was not the height that I wanted to be. We'll get that one, though. See that layer there as well? It's like,
Yeah,
why
it's just
can't...
there to deceive you.
That layer, it's so like, I have to go the long way, and it's so annoying versus like if I could just get onto that layer. Oh, and also it is failable because I could have failed that jump, so. I'm gonna let her climb this.
Because otherwise you could have just kept on going down the rubble, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
The stamina like that you gain, it's very subtle when you're playing, like how the stamina, like, oh, can I really climb higher and, you know, run for longer? But actually it can get noticeable in segments like these where it's just like, oh yes, they're just boring little cliffs to go up, and I can actually just keep holding the button and she will go. So that's nice.
Certainly, I remember some of your practice sessions were, you know, much more the, oh yes, I'd forgotten how bad this was doing this without, you know, a bunch of stamina.
One thing I was concerned about with getting you to clap along was whether we would
Distract
have
me too much.
Yes, whether I'd be like, and then if I had no stamina for this, it would be fun times. All right, this is what's the name of this one? Lightning
The
Stone.
Lightning Stone.
Lightning Stone. It's fun.
There we go. We've got the icon and everything.
Yeah, so that's the, like, see, it didn't, I didn't have to wait through her getting up again. So I got to the bottom of that without,
And so, yeah, I think the last one you've got on this route, it's a bit of a set piece, isn't it?
a little bit.
I certainly remember when I first got to it, I got hit with, oh, okay, it's happening.
It's happening. Oh,
It might not have the same, you know, resonance, obviously, when
in
we're
a
just
speed
zipping
run,
through it.
we've gone through the plot. We've sort of skipped through it. I don't think most people will have sort of gotten. We haven't even hit on the key sort of folk
Yeah, not on,
figure yet. So, and in fact, I'm not even sure.
I'm not sure
that
it turns up in time.
I'm not even sure it will turn up in the second loop in time.
No.
But you'll sort of get some feelings of we're getting close to the lighthouse, and there's some things here that sort of indicate. Let's have a look.
Alrighty, here we go. Alright, and that's the seawall.
Yep. So we can see the lighthouse. It's out there. That's where we want to go because Uncle Hamish asked us to come along. If you've joined us in the last little while, maybe a recap of where we're at. Oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, it's working so far.
You know what? I'm just going to take some safety
I
health.
think that's a good idea.
I forgot that I had to take damage there. This is not the last one yet. All right, it's the last song of the loop. And I'm just going to take a little more health just in case I make a stupid flub in the song.
I think that's a
Here
good
we
idea.
go.
Alright. Sorry.
there. I was like, I'm going to stomp my feet along with you. No, that didn't work.
I can stop if you like.
Alrighty.
There we are.
All right.
And the
We are-
lighthouse is there.
We are glad for the safety health we took.
Definitely worth it. I've got no idea what that deer's going to do next. There's only water out there.
Yeah,
Maybe it's
where
going
is
to double
that
back.
deer going?
I can't. Yeah, now we get to see some birds.
It's puffins.
Is it gulls and then puffins, or is it just puffins all the way?
There's
Oh
puffins.
yeah, those are puffins.
There's some terns or something. I think. I
I
don't
think
know.
puffins are pretty cool.
They're
Oh
alright.
yeah, in the background.
Yeah,
That's
you can see some guys.
gulls. I think those are gulls.
Okay.
And we're here.
Well, almost.
Oh, okay, basically there, as Moira just said.
I'm actually going to use the dash button. So I don't normally use the dash button a lot because it's better to have your stamina for climbing. But
There
one
we
day
go.
after Beltane.
Perfect.
All right, so
All right, knock knock. Anyone home?
Oi! Hello!
Uncle Hamish. This is about the puffins again. All right, hang on.
Hamish lives a very singular
Okay.
life. All right.
Okay. If you pick the wrong option there, he makes you talk to him more. One of the reasons why we want to get here after Beltane is so that we only have to walk a short distance to this pole here. Otherwise, Hamish, will go back into the lighthouse. We spend some
Stay the
time.
night.
Yeah. Okay, and now I'm going to try and get a dialogue skip. No, okay, hang on.
Oh, I
Buddy.
believe.
Okay, there we go.
Hey, nice.
Lovely. He said something about, Beltane comes every year. You've missed her, yeah. And then, I don't know if you might have seen, but Moira says something in return. This is not yet time. We are going to play the game. Oh man, yes.
Once and for all.
Okay, normally we'd skip that because the clock is still going.
Yeah. So
But,
yeah, we've hit the credits. That's not enough. We need to do more. I mean, oh, there are no credits. I can't remember. Do you not get them for this ending?
No, I've skipped over them.
Oh,
so
you
they are
chose to
skippable.
skip, right.
Yeah. So they
Yeah.
would come up. I'm imagining that on PC or other platforms, this load time would be a bit faster, but unfortunately, I'm on Switch, so
That's how it goes.
we're going again. And don't forget, let's make sure we're for good luck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We can give ourselves a bit of a blessing.
All right, here we go.
The sea whispers to
This intro here, they actually swap which speaker does
A
lines
song for
sometimes as well,
pilgrims.
so it's a little bit different each
and
run
for
you do.
babbies going to
Yeah, that's a
sleep.
bit of texture.
Yeah. All right. Spirit be with thee on every stream.
In the
In the
trough of the waves, on the crest of the billows.
Of the billows.
All right, for good luck.
Yeah, here we go.
It didn't work the first
will
time.
remember. I think
it worked pretty well.
Hopefully it can work
Won't
this
you?
time.
Moira,
Okay.
And when Beltane brings
So yes, if you've arrived here late, we'll explain why we're starting the game again.
Yes, so this game essentially has a structure where you play it over and over again. Every time gives you the opportunity to discover more maps, more items to put on peaks to bless them, and it tracks across runs, so how you've done in each bits and pieces. In this case, the category that Alicat is playing is All Peaks, which is a New Game Plus category. So she has a save file that already has 100% completion on blessing the peaks and on finding them, pretty much.
Actually, we're
It
going to see
also
something
means-
with the blessings.
Okay, that's fair. But the shortcuts in particular, she's already found a bunch that you normally have to go out of your way to unlock. So this time, instead of taking the New Game Plus shortcut, we're going to follow a much more sort of early game intentional route on the other split.
peaks blessed in advance, but I actually left one unblessed so that I could give the non-spoilery ending at the end of this loop, which technically also saves time, but we recently confirmed the category rules, so this time-saving route is not allowed for leaderboard.
Part of the problem is that it's a thing that only ever happens once in the course of a save file. If you go back on a game that's done it before, you can't get that special ending. So it's unless you're willing to do a lot of save file backup and manipulation and loading, it's a a category that you technically might not be able to run based on your progress.
It was something that I was able to unlock sort of by accident because the Switch had a bug on blessing one of the peaks that meant it was quite late when the patch arrived to fix it, that I realized that, oh yeah, I haven't, it's giving me this ending for the first time. This is actually good for the speed run, whereas everyone else who would have been interested in running the game would have already seen that ending for themselves, so it'd be harder for them. So I'm using the Switch cloud saves to restore my save to back to where it was before. Oh, Hamish, this is very nice, but I'm going to skip over it.
That's fair. Well, by my count, I think you're at 24 peaks.
Okay. I don't want to know if I've missed any.
Well, we'll find out at the end.
Automatic now, but
yes.
they don't know about
Okay, I'm
this
going to
one.
let her say this.
Or else he's never noticed the light comes on by itself.
Yes.
It is possible, and at the end of the game, to roll the chance for Moira to ask Hamish
He
about
did.
the lighthouse.
He asked that one. She asked that one. Yeah. She asked.
Oh, I was zoned out.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh.
Well.
I think I was asking you to talk about other things.
Oh,
but
sorry.
yes, that was the end. That's why I let her talk. I don't normally that dialogue is skippable, but that one's a good one.
So yeah, we see a person there. We don't.
we
talk to
do
them
see
this
the
time.
fisherman. Yeah. So yes, there are other people out here.
Yeah. Some of them are people. Some of them are,
Maybe, yeah.
Oh yeah.
These hills certainly there's magic out here.
Yeah.
We're coming up on.
This is another little detour, really.
Sort of, yeah. It's an interesting
You're
one.
pretty much going to come straight back from here.
Yes, I will.
All right. Where are we? That's the pillars, I think.
Yes, that's correct. Oops.
Ooh,
Oh, that
okay.
one gets me every time as well.
Fortunately, instead of the broken leg that you probably should receive from that, you just lose about 2 seconds.
Yeah, okay. Good. And then we'll have another peak right here. That's nice. And then we'll do another song.
Yeah. All right. So where are we? Is that oh no,
This is
one.
Fall Fell.
Fall Fell. All right. And we're going quite down low, aren't we?
We're going to the Queen's Throne
That's
next.
it. Yes. All right.
See what I told you about with these going downhill? She doesn't look like she's landing on them,
Yeah.
and it weirds me out. This is the type of song where you can drop notes from being like, am I meant to align myself to where she lands or to the beat? Excellent.
And actually, as we mentioned earlier, in the way back in the first go through, a lot of stuff persists across runs, but your stamina always resets on doing a new game. So it's actually quite important for Ali to get these early ones in the second run right, because at the moment your stamina is quite a lot less than what you ended the first run with.
Yes, that's correct.
Chump.
Yeah, Uncle H says there's always one left out stone. Looks like it's you, chump. Now, is this Hogshead?
You're on your way to Hogshead, that's correct.
Yep.
I mean, technically you're at Hogshead, but you're not on the peak.
Yeah. So I don't know how magical it is, but apparently this thing is full of whiskey.
Yes.
The rivers that go through here are just made of whiskey. Is that a thing that just happens in nature?
Whiskey from the mountain?
Uncle Hamish
Yeah.
sends me letters.
Oh, yes, this
every
one's a good
month
one.
or so. When I was little, he'd send me pictures.
I'd imagine it's quite
Never
common.
Oh,
in
no, not
Scotland.
this one.
You're thinking about the...
Sometimes he'd throw in
Yeah.
a shell or a bit of a crab's leg like he was some kind of wizard.
Were you thinking about the Titanic one?
We'll see whether that comes up.
Yeah, fair.
But yeah, so you sort of get a bit of flavour when Moira speaks like that. And honestly, there's a spot where in this save file, she hasn't been doing it. But in the very opening, she can talk, and it can be a time save if she's talking when you go to the peak, because it doesn't play the peak animation. So we kind of like it when she's a little bit chatty sometimes, and other times we don't, because she's talking when we'd like to actually interact with the game.
So yes, I think because the dialogue system for the little monologues and whatnot overrides interacting with some of the shortcuts, doesn't it? You can't actually engage with them until the stuff's finished
Yeah,
talking.
some of them are more blocking than others. Yeah.
Oh, that's Hogshead. Nice and easy.
Easy peasy. All right. I feel like I have a damage warp coming up.
Well, your next one is Littlefinger, so...
Okay, yep. Which I think is after a run. So we will do the run without taking health, I think. We'll see. Maybe it's not. So you can see I took damage there. Okay, yes. So we're going to do a run. But I won't take damage in the run. I just won't take the health. Just to demonstrate that as well.
Just want to make it slightly scuffed?
No scuff.
Okay.
Maybe a little scuff. We'll see. We'll see whether we're going downhill in the, you know.
Maybe it'll just happen in the course.
It'll probably just happen. There's actually quite a lot of tracks in the game, and it just picks them randomly for these segments.
Oh, right, there we go.
So there we go. That was the end, and I also sort of like did a backwards run to make sure that I didn't get given the health.
You did something wrong, so it just says you don't get this.
Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, I think because they had a post-launch update that added a lot of music, didn't it?
In fact, we haven't seen too many of the new songs, which like I have played quite a lot since that patch, but they're still sort of like relatively new in a way of like, oh yeah, I don't know you as well. I may have needed to burn more health. We'll see.
Oh well. All right, nice. I forgot that you did that.
I don't think I take damage from it, unfortunately. Like, it's in that compromised position of like, oh, actually, I wanted to take the damage this time.
Cutscene mercy is not always your friend.
Yeah, so like normally I would want to do that just to save time, but in this case I want to take the damage because this is actually a necessary damage warp coming up. This is not one of the ones where like we're doing it. Maybe it would be okay to like, yeah. This one actually is one that we need to take to cross over an otherwise impassable gap. So, or at least to my knowledge. Go.
There
Go,
we
Ridge. Yep, that's fine. Oh, Moira.
Oh, Moira.
Oh, Moira.
Funny you should say that. All right.
Oh, that was mercy.
Oh, so you just got to do it again.
Yeah, and it actually gave back like, yeah. So there we go.
There we go.
Yep. Okay, so we're hoping that this takes us across, and this is generally a pretty reliable warp. We're hoping that it takes us across to the left.
You'd hope that a load-bearing warp is reliable.
Load-bearing warp. Well, we haven't had to load any autosaves yet. I didn't think about it, but we haven't done it yet.
It was, in truth, a baby boobry.
What's a boobry?
I actually don't know.
Is it a
I should have done
shapeshifter?
some reading up.
I think it's a shapeshifter of some kind. Or like, oh no, I could be very wrong. We need Celtic.
Folklore.
Yeah, folklore experts in the chat. As always, if you need to correct the runners, make a donation and tell us.
We'd be very pleased to hear it.
Oh yes, this is good.
Must be off my trolley. And then Uncle H is say so too. He's got no trolley and all.
Yes, Maury does not at any point try to disguise her lack of respect for Hamish.
So if
She likes him, just...
Yeah, that jump there, it is possible to get to the slidey bit while it's doing the outline, while it's doing the zoom out, which does, you know, save a little bit of time, but we missed it, so it goes.
All right, I think that one was Woe's wedding.
Yes, because, yes, there's definitely a story on this peak.
My little brother taught me to climb.
This one's very
kept getting himself stuck up a tree or on a roof. Not like my mum would get him back.
All right, there's a jump here that I always mess up. It's only a tiny amount of time loss, like to reattempt it, but then I have to reattempt it and I might mess that up. So we'll see how we go.
I believe.
So first we're going to go up here, which apparently doesn't cost any stamina. Like, look at that rope.
What? That's ridiculous.
Okay, and then I'm going to try and jump on. I missed it. Okay, so the backup is to get on that one. The other backup is just to go back to the bottom and attempt again.
Fair enough.
But yes, I don't know why I missed this one because it looks like it's right here.
It does look like it should be easy, but that's the thing. Sometimes it isn't.
So we'll jump to get up this hill. Up we go.
Off we go, yeah, nice.
Yep, and another peak.
Beautiful.
This one's Warrior's Walk, I think.
Yes.
And you'll see around the map every now and then you see these cans here, which like, oh wow, it started raining immediately. That is actually a setting for accessibility. You can turn off how frequently it starts raining, just because, you know, visually and also the slipping. So. Oh no, it's one of those evil ones again that just teases you.
You got shortchanged.
Twice in one run. Okay, we're gonna go up this hill, and it also just is a little bit, you know, quiet. I'd like the lovely music as I go up here, please. But so it goes.
Was not to be.
All right, where are we at now, Nico?
Well, we're on our way to Moonspike.
Ah, yes. Okay. We will be doing a damage warp at some point.
That is quite a slope there.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll go up and down. There's someone near here. We don't talk to him, I don't think.
But yeah, you can actually you know, rest in the houses that you find,
yes.
or you can desperately hope that you can get into the locked house when it's you know.
So the houses in the hillsides, they are bothies, which are things that, you know, are real in real life. Hikers.
Well, I think actually there's been a concerted.
Yeah. Okay. I want you to explain all this, but explain what they are first, then
so
talk about. Yeah.
Little shelters essentially set up mostly, I think, you know, a while ago, not in modern times, for shepherds or other people to go in when they're, you know, out in the highlands looking after a flock of sheep or whatnot. But I think there's been a concerted effort to actually start decommissioning them because hikers think that it's a safe place to stay and they get out of their depth and are overconfident. And generally speaking, they're not in a fit enough condition to actually act as useful shelter if you're exposed in the highlands.
Yeah. So they are also safe places to spend the night. So what we haven't done at all is sleep a normal night. We've taken damage for all of the nights that we wanted to spend. Oh, it didn't trigger. It didn't trigger. There we go.
There you go.
Now, normally, if you rest outdoors, your total health will deplete. Resting indoors or at blessed places will give you full. Oh no, please. Okay.
Unintentional damage warp threatening there?
No, I was worried that she would take damage at the bottom of that slide, which would have been very bad.
All right, well.
I feel like I actually need to, I'm gonna go. There is a, I want to walk to the top of this because I think it's faster than climbing it, but arguably maybe, you can see the whole of this mountain. It's not the biggest mountain.
I mean, it's not even, it's just called Beacon Hill. Can it be that big if it's just a hill?
Wow. This is just disrespect to... All right, let's see whether we get the correct damage warp. It is possible to do, if you get the non-death warp here and it doesn't like give you this transition, there is a respawn point that happens in a terrible spot that we do not want. So making sure to get the death warp here is actually quite critical.
The sky with its black wings.
We're not going to get into the meat of the story.
I don't think we are. You're going too far.
No, I think that, in fact, was my last damage warp. So if you do want to get a bit more of that story, you are going to have to buy this game and play it.
Well, it seemed to have worked out all right for you there.
So yes, this was the correct damage warp.
Beacon already lit there. Very nice.
Yes, and so this was one of the bugged peaks on launch. It has been fixed. So if you did... Wow, it started raining immediately again. Oops, go, Moira.
All right, and we're getting very close now.
That was
I think technically that is the last peak before the end.
Before the
You've got a fair bit of distance to go still.
So the lighthouse itself is a peak. So we will be climbing that as well.
And that's the one that requires, you can't bless it until you've blessed all of the other peaks. Everything else you can do in pretty much whatever order you like, broadly speaking. But the lighthouse has to be last.
That's correct, yeah. Oh, I menued that correctly for once. I don't normally do that. And I just took the biggest shortcut, or like one of the biggest shortcuts in the game.
That is a definite shortcut. Suddenly we're on the final layer again. All right, so we're getting pretty close. I mean, we're basically at the seawall already, aren't we?
Yeah, we're at the base of the seawall.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Here's our friend. So this is the last run of the game.
Yeah. Song. Oh, this is a new song. Okay, and this time, because we blessed all the peaks.
Hamish is mad.
Oh,
maybe.
Oh, this gives us a hint as to the story.
He didn't say the seals were beaching early at the lighthouse. He said it was the Selkies.
Selkies?
Indeed.
Huh.
But for now, let's know, like, we're not going to bother with them this time round. They can do their thing. We've got business on the lighthouse.
I love this music.
And this is something that you will only ever get to experience once, unless you, do the necessary safe manipulation. This is effectively, this is the closest thing the game has to a 100% completion
ending
flourish
reward.
for the player.
Yeah. So, oh wait, I actually don't need to go to the lighthouse at all, and doing so would waste time, because it would give me the arrived in however many days.
Yeah.
And then it would say, looks like no one's in, but the light up top is shining really bright. So we're gonna go check out the top of the lighthouse, and time is coming up.
So yeah, you'd better call it when it comes.
I'll call it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is sort of an unofficial thing. As I said, the leaderboard has decided to not allow this. So I've climbed the peak, and we're going to bless this peak. And time.
Yes. Nicely done.
We made it. What are we? 1:30:54. Now I am so far ahead of time. I'm going to ask if I can show the any percent route as well, which is about a 10-minute round, because we'll get a nice narrative loop on this. We've done the we were too late. We arrived at Beltane too late.
And after
we've
all
gotten
that,
the bonus ending.
Yep. And we're going to do the arrive in one day route.
Never been there.
If management decides that's something we can do.
Lacey's nodding at me. I'll take it.
Oh, fantastic.
I count. It's fine. Go ahead.
Are you able to give me another timer? I gave this a generous estimate because at the time I submitted it, it was something I was routing. So all this tech, actually all the damage warps, I routed that myself. There are other runners of this game, and notably I want to thank the mods of the board, Ratamero and Bongos on the Wall. And yeah, there is a SRC page, so speedrun.com/A Highland Song. The route I'm going to show you is one that you are meant to find for yourself in the game. There is a Steam achievement for it if you're playing on PC. But it does require getting quite a lot of the maps, because you have to uncover the shortcuts. So, all right, let's go for it. So I'll tell you when it starts again. So in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right. New game plus any percent.
Oh, we get this again.
Oh, we do, we do.
I didn't think about doing this 3 times.
Well,
all right, here we go.
The sea whispers to the land.
Okay, third time.
Third time.
A song for pilgrims and babies. Going to sleep. Okay.
And babies.
Yeah.
Going to sleep.
Spirit, be with thee on every stream.
In
the trough of the waves, on the crest of the billows. Okay. Third time lucky. Stream be good. Stream behave. Okay. So yes, when I was routing this out, I didn't know for sure how much time save there was on the old route. And additionally, there are some of those damage warps. If I got them wrong, we would have lost potentially quite a lot of time. So a little bit padding in there as well. All right.
Yeah.
So we're going to do the any percent route.
All right.
Any percent new game plus.
Off we go. So this one is interesting in that, well,
Me and my mum together.
Oh,
for
I'm going to
as
get the
long
skip.
as I can remember.
oh yeah, nice.
She never let me go
Maybe.
anywhere.
So I can jump
Like she
over
was
here.
ashamed of me or something. So I went up into the hills anyway.
So you'll notice that it didn't make the zoom come out. So yes, whatever it is for my last save that I've been preserving, it doesn't trigger that
Hamish
dialogue.
sent me a rusty nail.
Oh
for
yes,
my
this
tooth.
is good. Oh,
He told me he'd got it from the bottom of the sea. I was 7 years old, so like a total chump, I believed him.
Classic.
yeah. All right, yeah.
No one's
So
fixing this old jetty up anymore.
I think I've covered most of the things, talking about why I'd allowed that much time for all peaks. And oh yes, so we're talking about this one. So I need to interact with this boat to push it out, which is a little bit annoying. Hello, boat, please. Come on, boat. Would you like to go out? There we go. Then I need to cut.
Is it going to give you a valid item first time?
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
All 3 of them. All 3 of them, but that never
So
happens.
It picks random items from your inventory to like try and solve the problem with, and there's apparently no guarantee that any of the items it picks are going to be ones that can actually solve the problem.
I think that like the odds are that, yeah, I don't know. I think there's meant to be something there, but
Yeah.
I had one time which like, can I really cut it with like a tuna can lid? Like,
And
is
a
that going to
bottle top?
work? Yeah.
So, unlike in in this case, we are aiming for real-time speed. We are also going to get extreme in-game speed.
Sort of.
Well,
We're going to be doing it in one in-game day.
in one in-game day.
Sort of. I mean, okay, for those of you who are night owls, do you count the time after midnight as the same day or not?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so Lacey's made it official. It's a one-day run.
Yes. Oh, wait, hang on. I don't need to visit the peaks. I'm in visit peak mode. So we're just going to do a short run here. It's just like the short version we did earlier. So we do a half song here. This is a good song to get for this one. That was weird.
That was very weird. There we go.
Oh wait, hang on. I want to go this
beautiful.
way. I want to go this way.
Yeah, not the one you go for on your... All right. In we go.
That song's really good to get for the half one because it's like so intermittent, and then you can jump down.
The annoying kind. He's the kind you talk to because you never know what he'll say next. But, you know, still an idiot.
You know that thing that we said earlier about Moira being irreverent? Yeah, like that.
Hamish gets no respect. I'm not sure he deserves it, but he definitely doesn't get it. Torch being a bit normal there.
Yeah, it was just like, are you indoors or outdoors?
Cannot decide.
Yeah. Oops, I wanted to jump up that, not hoist. Let's just take a moment. More hoisting.
Another old cap.
Oh, I don't want to go up, lass. There you go.
There we go.
It's fine. There we go. And you'll see, like, with the shortcuts that I'm taking, how much further we sort of, like, push through the layers than, like, having to visit all of the, No, not the can, not the can. Please take the path. Okay. No, we're going
Oh.
anyway. So yes, when it gets late.
I've never done
Oh yes.
anything but
This is a
I
good
can
dialogue.
feel myself opening out. The way Uncle H says happens when you dump an oyster in a bucket of seawater.
Okay, we're gonna take. This shortcut may look a little bit familiar because we. I got to make sure I don't pick bed down in the cave mouth because
yeah,
we don't want to sleep. Oh no, I messed it
You must
up.
have burned a bit too much time on other stuff.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Oh well.
We're not the one-day run. We're going to be the two-day run. We'll still get the good ending, but we won't have done it in one day. I think I let her talk too much because I enjoyed all of her little interludes a bit too much.
Tick down the clock.
yeah.
Oh well.
It was actually very close. Very close. That's fine. So as you can see, as we were talking about, because we slept outside, I actually didn't get any overnight things.
No, you didn't.
That's unusual.
Well, it's a consolation prize.
Yeah, that's good. I might have like cancelled out of them so quickly.
Mm.
That may end up changing my routing for New Game All Peaks. Okay. Well, I'm no longer in risk of messing this bit up because if you go the wrong way here, it will trigger the I'm exhausted. So I won't embarrass myself there. I embarrassed myself earlier, and we're on the last run again. So you can see how much faster this route was, even with that club, compared to the normal routing. Did we get the same one here as last time?
I'm not sure.
It's certainly not Celestial.
No.
But do clap along, this is the last time we're going to hear a song. Whoops. Okay.
You made it.
I made it. I made it. You know, it's a scuffed run, but hey, you know, we indulged a few of the dialogue lines that just
knew I didn't
Here we
fit
go.
in
We'll
back
do
home.
another one
Yeah.
that gives you a little bit of context.
With my brother,
And
I always thought, who am I? Never, what am I?
And now we've effectively got the what you sort of call it the true ending, and we get this treated to this wonderful piece of music here. You know, I think a really fitting end to the game.
And this music has a bit of an Antipodean connection, doesn't it?
Yeah, so this is based on a tune called The Hills of Kaitoke, and you have my apologies for mispronouncing it if so. Written by someone who went to essentially a folk music camp in New Zealand, Aotearoa, and just really, really loved the place so much. So, yeah, it's kind of funny that way.
Yeah.
10 a.m.
Okay, 10 a.m. second day.
Oh,
So
well.
if we do it correctly, it would have been midnight, like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. on the first day. But we did not, so we're going to be here, and you're going to see the third ending variation. Okay, hang on, let me... So if you get here in the one day, you get the option to say, I haven't slept.
All right, let's see what flavor of sass we get this time.
So who is her? Who have we come to see?
I wonder.
I think... All right, what do we got? All right, we'll skip this.
I've got a few stories to tell too. I read this one in a book about...
Oh, no.
Oh,
yeah,
no?
Yeah. A nun.
Thought it would be something different?
No, I thought there'd be more time, but
Oh.
yeah. About a nun who, goes out the hills or something.
I can't even remember what that one
Yeah.
is.
I should have just let her say it because I still have to wait for the...
Yeah, you got to go through this anyway.
All right, and you'll see why in the earlier runs we actually wanted to skip this, because when Hamish comes out of this door and walks to the pole, it's like the slowest thing ever.
It's so slow. Quite apart from the fact you've got to do that whole cutscene as well.
So yeah, we're gonna, yes. So, I mean, in my ideal routing, we would have worked out a way for everyone to have a level playing field where we finish on the lighthouse. It's also very thematically nice for all peaks, but it's just not fair on people who don't have that save file available to them. So, what I'm going to show now is actually where we would normally also end the all peaks routing.
All right.
Can I get this? No, I can't. Okay. Look in the water. There are seals. What's the deal with seals?
Not quite seals.
I'm going to skip through this dialogue so you don't spoil it all, but you might have caught some hints of it. And time. Sorry, Lacey. I forgot.
And off we go.
Yes. You'll get some hints of it. If you want to get a much more, broader feel for the story, do pick up this game. It's wonderful. There's like lots of little micro moments that you get to sort of uncover out in the hills, and I just think it's just so nice the way that it's woven together, the various elements with the, the rhythm sections are not there to be difficult, they're to add texture to the game, and yeah, it's just a really lovely game. So I wanted to thank Speedruns for having me. I want to thank Nico for being my commentator. Thank you. Again, thank you to the mods and other runners of A Highland Song. And yeah, that's it. Please do keep donating to the charity. Thank you so much.
All right, a beautiful run of a beautiful game. Big thanks to Alley Cat for putting that on for us. That was a lot of fun to watch. While we were trailing over the mountains, we did get a donation, and we got $15 from Scott McPhee with no message. We are now setting up for the next run, which is Hack Infection. Just as a quick reminder, you have a couple of minutes to get in your donation incentives if that's what you would like to do. Hack has 2 at the moment, so you can name the character. The character limit is 14 characters, so if you'd like to make your mark on the speed run in some way, this is your moment to do it. And then we also have changing the voice language, so the language in game. There's 2 options. We've got English or the Japanese voices, so whichever you would prefer to hear, you can donate towards that. English VA is currently in the lead by $53, and for the name, we've currently got Surge for $10. All right, and that is it for me. I'll be handing you over to the next host. Thank you guys for a good hour and a half, I guess. Bye-bye.
Alrighty, Pax Os, we are getting set up for that dot hack infection run coming up in just a little bit. In the meantime, we do have a quick donation for y'all. We have a $60 anonymous donation saying, donation for the dot hack Japanese voice acting. If you don't want to hear weeb voices, beat this donation. That puts the Japanese voice acting at $60 to English is $53. I believe that will probably be cut off at the start of the run, so we don't have a ton of time to beat that. So let's get those donations in, and we'll be here just in a little bit with some more speedrun goodness. Alrighty, we are good to go on that dot hack infection run. Sinray, why don't you take it away?
All right. So before we get started, I'll need the results of both incentives.
Let me get one last refresh just to make sure. All right, I do have both of those. So the name of Kite will be Grandma. And we'll be using the Japanese voice acting today.
Yes!
Thank you for whoever donated for that.
The weebs win again. All right, so time will start when I hit new game, and the game opens with a solid 3 minutes of just text mashing, so I'll have plenty of time to explain what the go is. But yeah, so I'll hit new game in 3, 2, 1, go.
Now, of course, this is an RPG run. We're not going to have the time to explain the plot, the setting, anything like that. And that's Grandma Kite.
Yeah, no, I'm doing player. I'm doing character, not character name, username.
Because we have the real character, the real person, and we have the in-game name. As you know, they should not be the same thing.
And the reason I don't have username as an incentive is because we just don't see it. Like, it shows up in the in-game credits and no other point in the game. All right, so this is Dot Hack Infection, the first in a very long series of games made by CyberConnect 2 and published by Bandai. You might know CyberConnect 2 as those guys who make every single Naruto arena fighter on the planet. They don't get to do much else these days, but everything they've made that isn't licensed tends to be pretty friggin' good.
Yeah.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. This was kind of the one that put them on the map because this was a real multimedia, manga, anime, games, the works.
Yeah, all right. So, to explain what's going on in the plot. We won't be going into huge detail about it, but again, this opens with just so much mashing that I have a ton of time to explain. So yes, we play as Kite, or in this case, Grandma. He is a kid who's just been invited to start this MMO by his best friend Yasuhiko, or Orca, who is an extremely well-known player in this game. So he's just gonna walk us through it and give us a basic tutorial before things get pretty derailed about 3 minutes in.
Yeah, Orca, also known as Sir Not Appearing in This Game.
Or the game after this, or the game after that, but he does show up at the very end of the fourth one. You know, 100 hours of game time in.
So this is where the game actually starts. You can see we have to do the basic input testing, and in just a second we'll have our first RNG. We'll be checking how fast we can get how many hits on an enemy.
So, this first enemy that we're about to encounter, bare minimum is, it's either 3 if you get high rolls, or 4 if you don't get high rolls. I average 10. Well, we'll see.
Yeah, place your bets now, because the accuracy in this game is a doozy of a stat. Half the time you will be missing, but there are ways to work around that, and we'll show that as it comes up.
1,
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 5 misses in a row. So this seeds the whole run, by the way. So if you get it good, you're set.
Yeah, so for reference, that's the accuracy unbuffed. We will be using accuracy buffs for 99% of the game, because it's terrible otherwise. So the interesting thing about this game is that it is, it's a strange fusion of both real-time and, well, yeah, not real-time. So, like, overworld movement and combat is all real-time, but as soon as I go into the menus, time pauses. This is extremely important for some fights, because if they were real-time, I would just get destroyed.
It is made in the style of an MMO, a la Phantasy Star Online, but of course the PS2 not really having that many onlines.
Which is why it looks like a Dreamcast game despite being on the PS2.
It was a very early PS2 game, wasn't it?
Yes, it was very early.
Yeah, it was really, really early. I remember getting this very fun game, but definitely a very strange one.
So we just skipped a cutscene there, but basically the gist of it is we're walking through this dungeon and we see a strange girl in a white dress getting chased by a gigantic monster. We won't see either of them because, well, we'll see the monster because he's the final boss, but we won't see the girl because she only shows up in cutscenes. So if, you know, we do see her, it means I'm not mashing fast enough. And the next spot of RNG we've got here is that at the bottom of every dungeon there is a box. It has an equipment item and 2 treasures in it. That's good. So the 2 treasures can be any one of 3 items. The grunt doll is the absolute worst thing we can get. The yellow candy is the best thing we can get. And then there's the rainbow card, which is mid. So I just skipped 3 cutscenes in a row there. Basically, the game pulled an SAO, and Yasuhiko died in the game and is now in a coma in real life. Where he will remain for, you know.
For a time.
For eternity, because nobody runs the game where you wake him up.
Right, there was some theorizing about how long it would take to actually do all the games in a row. What would that be, a 10-hour run?
It'd be longer than that.
You could be the first.
The problem is we don't really know because the only person who's routed quarantine is Japanese.
And there is a strong difference between the Japanese and English games. The first game, you see the speed that we move at here. Is that the Japanese speed?
No. So the interesting thing about these games is that let me just I'll explain trade in a second as well.
I'll talk here. In true MMO style, the first thing we do is log on and we start scamming people for their goods and services. So we've just traded a few items for things that are definitely far better than they should be.
The thing is, I was expecting to not get the trades immediately. Like I normally, oh my god, I did that with menuing completely without thinking about it, didn't I? Jesus. Yeah, so normally the trades don't go that well. I've got an entire list of all of the backups here in case they don't go well, because I was fully expecting them to not be done in the first 5 seconds.
The people who show up in the world are picked from a huge pool of just random players. Some of them have the items that you want, and some of them trade for things that are more favorable to you. So we just got really lucky. Sometimes you actually have to log out and back in and hope that, you know, better people are online. So good luck here.
More cutscenes. The game will start proper in a second, I swear.
It is an RPG.
It's an MMO at that. It's like, has anyone played A Realm Reborn before they patched out all of the filler content? Because goddamn.
Even without the filler content, A Realm Reborn is very long, so.
Oh my god.
Wow, was that ray traced? Famous PS2 ray tracing.
All right, so as you can see, we've changed color. During that cutscene, we were attacked by a bugged enemy that could not be killed by regular means, but the girl who showed up in that cutscene I skipped gave us an item that allows us to rewrite the data of enemies, which allows us to kill unkillable enemies, but it's also, you know, caused Grandma's appearance to change to reflect this. And it also kind of marks him as a hacker because it's an appearance that you're not supposed to be able to normally get, so everyone's kind of like, okay, what's the deal with this guy? Something I didn't mention is that a good chunk of the, you know, because this game is a game within a game, it's an MMO within a game, a good amount of the like gameplay flags are hit by logging out and checking the in-universe boards and your emails. So there will be a lot of times where, in order to progress the plot, I just need to quickly log out and check a few things.
So if you think you're good at Kingdom Hearts, if you like menuing, check this out.
Don't play it on emulator, though.
Well, in the emulator category, well, no, on the speedrun leaderboards, we actually do allow on-console emulated the works, right?
Yes. Because the ladder-free games are so expensive that we kind of didn't want to price gate people out. But nobody runs Quarantine anyway, so... Just, yeah. Well, you know, better to get the menuing flubs out of the way now instead of when it'll get me killed.
What's Quarantine up to these days? I know it's like a famously expensive PS2 game.
It depends if you get the whole game as well.
Yeah, it depends on if you... So, all 4 of the games shipped with a bonus anime disc. Said anime disc is the reason why Quarantine runs a pretty penny, because it unintentionally got the rating bumped after it released, so they had to pull it. I'm pretty sure is how the story goes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, if you don't buy that, you don't get the whole plot.
No.
So for anybody that's curious, when this game came out, you actually would get 2 discs. You'd get 1 disc that would have the game on it. The second disc would just have an anime OVA of about 25 minutes called Dot Hack Liminality. They really went all in on this series, trying to make it like across everything. Like there's light novels, there's manga, anime, video games. Really, really cool series.
Yeah, so the series is, like, the games are broken up into 2 main series. You've got IMOQ, which is Infection, Mutation, Outbreak, and Quarantine. It's technically just called Dot Hack, but for the sake of differentiation, we just refer to it as IMOQ. And then there's GU, which is the sequel series, which is also on PS2, and that one got a remaster back in 2017, 2018, I want to say.
Sounds
so
about right.
That one's pretty readily available, but the originals sadly are not. But there was a anime series that takes place before these games, and then there's an anime series that takes place before GU, and then there's the anime series that's packaged in with this one. There's a lot of anime.
And then there's the crossover and cross zone. I'm sure that counts for the canon. It probably is canon.
I hope it's not canon. All right, so now we get into the actual meat and potatoes of the gameplay. As I mentioned before, we are going to be using buffs. Which are these bloods? I bought a bunch of them. They are buffs for most of the game. I believe, so one of the people who've done most of the rounding for this game is Hatchet. And I believe they told me once that the bloods give you roughly 5 levels in a given stat. Like 5 levels worth of stat, I guess, for lack of a better.
And this will go over the stat cap as well.
Yes. The other thing we are doing now is we are using data drain on enemies that we get a protect break on. So protect break kicks in when you damage an enemy enough using either physical attacks or magic attacks, but not both.
Depending on the enemy, is it?
Each enemy has a different, like each enemy just has a different threshold for when protect break kicks in, depending on what they are. So, you know, most of the time we'll be going for physical hits because we don't have much of the way in magic until much later. So the reason we are data draining things is for 2 reasons. One, well, just flat out, it makes the enemy into a weaker version of itself. So this can be pretty helpful for safety. But the main reason we're doing it is because every time we data drain an enemy, we gain either a piece of equipment that we can sell for money because we need a lot of money to make it through this game, or we get a core. And we also need a lot of cores to make it through the end of the game. So this thing is a bit of an RNG nightmare in that you need kind of 2 entirely different strings of luck to both be good in order to finish a run.
And of course we have backup strategies to kind of recover from most anything that goes wrong. Level should be set. We've got a pretty excellent strategy to make sure that we stay at the level we need to. But in terms of the key items that we need to finish the game, they only get put into inventory when we data drain. So we need to manage how often we do that and manage our XP and manage all the drops. Make sure that we, on average, get everything that we need. Do you want me to explain the cores, or?
Yes, please explain the cores.
Yeah. So the cores are those items that we get from data draining. We have we actually haven't gotten any yet.
We've gotten 1.
Oh, we have, okay.
We've gotten exactly 1.
At certain points through the game, we will need to have these items that we can only get through the data drain. But the data drain mechanic has a central kind of, almost like a stamina gauge. If you use it too often, things start going wrong. If you use it far too often, it instantly game overs. So you have an infection rating that governs what kind of effects happen when you drain someone. We want to keep that as low as possible while maximizing how many drains that we get. So it's a fine balancing act. Hopefully, we should be able to get enough goods and cores that we don't need to drain too much.
It is a fine balancing act, but at the end of the day, it's entirely down to what the game gives me as to whether runs finish or not, which is why I've got so many backups. Well, yeah, okay, there's an example of things going wacky. There are good effects in the pool of things that can happen, but there aren't very many of them, and they stop showing up if you get your infection rating high enough. So it's generally just making sure, yep. It's generally recommended to not be risking that.
And of course, because when we drain an enemy, it sets them back to level 1. We get absolutely no XP out of it. So sometimes we actually do want to keep them at a higher level.
So this is a field map. The game has a very detailed word system that I like to refer to it as the Twitch clip name generator. It's incredibly complex. It's really it's just really difficult to explain. But basically, it's a set of words that generate a map based on the parameters. There's a couple of hard overrides here or there, but for the most part, it's just far too like we'd be here for 40 minutes alone if I was explaining that.
It's a seeding system.
Yeah. And so what happened with that spring there was we threw in the leather gloves that we started with. That we, one of the trades is to get a better pair of gloves so we can unequip those gloves so we can throw them in a drink and get a piece of equipment that gives us a magical spell that we will be using a lot later on. I have been whiffing those guys a lot today.
So we have these gates here that can either spawn enemies or they can spawn a chest. We want to have usually...
Oh, that's not good.
Ah, yes, our infection rating was up there, so we got a random effect. That one was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, that one's fine, but I'm not gonna... I'm just gonna kill things for a bit instead of risking that.
Yeah, we just need to play normal for a while.
So, how the infection rating kind of scales, I guess, for lack of a better word, is that if you defeat an enemy that is higher level than you, the infection rating will go down a lot. But conversely, if you data drain an enemy that is a lot higher level than you, your infection rating will go up by more. So we generally, the reason I'm not data draining those bird enemies is because they're a higher level than me, and it will just mess up my infection rating for a while if I do that. It's just not worth it. So the item I got there from those eggs is a burning oil. I get that entirely for safety reasons for a boss later on. Normally you, if you're going for RTA or PB or whatever, normally you wouldn't get that, but it's certainly worth getting in. Oh boy.
All right, that was our first debuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to remember that. Buy an extra Warrior's Blood later.
Do you want to explain why you're walking at the doors when they're opening?
Yeah, so a bunch of the doors have... Thank you, Black Rose. A bunch of the doors have a weird hitbox where if you walk into them instead of run into them, you can enter them sooner. It's not all of them. I don't even think those ones count for it. I just kind of do it on reflex. So this is our first data bug. As you can see, the HP total isn't displayed because it's bugged. It's not supposed to be killable, but you can still protect break it, and once that happens, we can use data drain on it and turn it back into a regular enemy that we can kill. The thing with the boss fights in this game is that the drops from them are set. Like, you're guaranteed to get cores you need from them. And here we have the best character in all of the games.
And she'll be helping us out a lot.
So the mage class in the original 4 games is so overpowered that when the sequel series came along, they split the mage class into 2 separate classes so they wouldn't be as OP. Because they can do just a full shebang. Like, they're really good DPS, they can also heal, and because they're mages, they stay out of the way of things, so they don't get destroyed either. So they're just really good on the whole. I lied, he is actually the best character in all of the series.
So while we're in this cutscene, do we have some time for some quick donations?
Yes.
So we have a $53 donation. That was the what put us into another donation for the Japanese voice acting. We had an in-person $20 donation. That's the donation that named us Grandma. So again, thank you all for your generous donations. We have a $10 donation from, I always struggle to say it when you put it in your username, but Richard said, big hearts to Ghoul from the other side of the world. Best of luck at the event with a heart emoji. Thank you, Richard. And lastly, we have a $40 anonymous donation with no comment. Again, thank you all so much for your donations. They're going towards a fantastic cause. And of course, this incredible speedrun by Sinray.
So I had to buy an extra buff there because of the debuff I got in the previous dungeon. And it's just kind of how to cookie crumbles if you get debuffs this early on. Later on, we'll have enough of a kind of stack of them. I forgot to bring Mistral. Oh my god. So, due to this being, you know, an MMO within a game, your party members are basically just people you meet who are just like, yeah, you know, add me to your friends list. I'll, you know, come along. You seem interesting.
And unlike real life, they're always there, aren't they?
No.
Oh, just like real life, they're never there.
So a good chunk of the, you know, if you're playing this game casually, most of your party members, you'll actually get them from doing side quests based on, like, you'll just check the boards and they'll be like, you know, oh, hey, I need help doing something. And then you help this person and they'll be like, oh, sweet, I'll join your friends list and you can take me along for adventures. The thing is, in every other game, we actually do this because the best physical attacking class in the game is the spear users, but we can't get any of them until a point in the... For Infection, we can't get any of them until a point in the game where they're just not helpful anymore. But in every other... In all three of the other games in this series, we go for them because they are unlocked straight away. We don't have to wait around for them. So there isn't a heap going on in this dungeon because I'm just gonna be melting all of the enemies away until I hit level 4, which I haven't been keeping tabs on my EXP, so I'm not sure. Okay, there it is. That happened early, for once. So now I can just freely data drain everything else in the dungeon without issue.
The level here can be a real toss-up as well, because if we get too many chest spawns or too little enemies, then the game goes fast. We get a PB on the time, but then we don't have enough levels. So it's deceptive that over the course of the whole run, you don't want to have too good luck. You don't want to have no enemies spawn.
Because you'll have like a -3 on an early split, and then you'll get to end game and you'll be wasting 6 minutes for grinding. Like it's a balancing act for sure. The other problem is that some of the effects that can happen when you data drain somebody are you can lose a chunk of EXP, which can also set you back down a fair ways. That was pretty unlucky on the whole with the spawns there. Just a whole bunch of chests, so, you know, that's not good. So, Pyros here has asked us to come to the bottom of this dungeon and watch him beat a monster that's been bullying him. But unfortunately, he's never gonna beat it because it's a monster with ridiculous physical defense and he doesn't have magic.
Oh, that was fast.
We, on the other hand, do have magic, so we just melt it and, you know, he acts like he beat it and then pieces out. But not before giving us his address so we can call him up whenever. And we will also be using him for a fair chunk of the game because he's he's just the second best physical attacker we've got access to. We do get another physical attacker later, but she's just not very good. Sorry to any Catgirl fans out there, but Mia's just not great. So this is the second shop in the game, and those emails I checked there are the admins are cottoning on to the fact that, you know, something's wrong with Grandma here. Like, they're able to do things that they should not be able to do. So they're trying to give him an item that'll overwrite his character data and reset it, but like, we can try using it and it won't work. So, you know, whatever we've got is stronger than anything the admins can put together.
And the money routing is something quite important here as well. We could buy tons and tons of certain stuff, but we need to balance it out so that we don't end up with too little money, too little cash.
Well, the thing with buying mage souls there is that that's the main thing that well, not the main thing I need towards the end of the run, but the more mage souls I have throughout the run, the better. because it means I'm not waiting on my SP to regen, so I can just keep using skills. It just saves time, but it's also one of those things where the amount of souls you get is entirely up to fate, because it depends on your drains. Alright, first safety save of the run, because the boss at the end of the next dungeon is a potential choke point. We have to go into this dungeon solo, and if I get an effect on the data drain at the end of the area and get one where it's, so there's a bunch of status effects as well, we haven't seen them yet, but if I get confused, charmed, paralyzed, or sleep on the boss, I will just die and there's nothing I can do about it. It's pretty unlikely because my infection rating should be 0, but it's a non-zero chance, unfortunately. It's a
In all the
thanks, CyberConnect.
In all the practice you did it show up once?
It showed up once.
And that's scary.
It showed up in my last run before coming down here, so yikes.
Yeah, we get that out of the way. And for those of you who've never used a computer before, this is what a virus looks like, right? You can see the binary, all that stuff. It's just coming apart.
Please stop with the boxes.
I do love the glitch effects in this game, like when the screen glitches and stuff. It is very cool, some of what they tried to do.
Although we do have points where we wonder, oh god, is the cap card freaking out?
So I'm going for another optional drop with the breakables in this dungeon. It's just going to make the boss after the boss at the end of this dungeon a little bit safer. It's not required, so I'm not going to lose sleep over it if I don't get it, but I got it, so whoop-de-doo, I guess. It's just, you know, there's enough kind of potential choke points in this run that I'm going to play it very safe. Thanks for that, Bees. Why did you do that for? It's pretty good that that antidote dropped there. I really needed that. Worm would have been interesting without it. So Mia's spouting weird philosophy at us. She's the cat that we skipped the cutscene she was in, but basically she's also definitely hacking, because there's no way you can have a cat character in this game without hacking, so it's obvious that there's something going on with her.
There's a lot of really overt hacking going on here, isn't there?
Oh yeah.
I mean, it is an MMO simulator. They're just trying to be realistic.
So one more floor before the boss floor. So I'm under level for this dungeon, which is why I'm not draining anything. You can theoretically, if you get absurdly lucky with your EXP, like you can hit a high enough level to go for drains without it being an issue, but it doesn't happen often, so I don't lose sleep over it. Also, like, as soon as, well, not as soon as this dungeon's over, but as soon as the next one's over, levels are gonna stop being an issue. Just gonna get this guy out of the way because they can be a problem. So this is the boss. We're swapping back to the more defensive gear I started with, because this boss uses, despite the fact that he's breathing fire at you, it all counts as physical attacks for some reason.
Now, something that you won't notice that's going on the whole time is there's a slight animation cancel whenever you swing the sword. So if you're good, you can get the swings hitting, you know, really fast. I'm pretty sure it's frame perfect or every other frame, but there is a tech to speed up your damage.
Come on. Okay.
Yeah, that was the point before we got a paralysis. And when that happens, he can just wail on you. It's game over.
Oh, and he didn't give me the good drop either, of course. Right, so that was an example of the game deciding to be a jerk and taking a huge chunk of my EXP. We drained that guy twice because out of the 3 drops he can give you, 2 of them are useful. He can either give you a C-core or a piece of defensive equipment. That means we don't have to buy any later. But he gave me the 3rd drop, which is completely useless, apart from selling. Because of course he did.
Now, was that a rare drop he gave you?
No.
Okay.
That's a common drop.
Because a lot of enemies have, or does every enemy have, a common drop and a rare drop?
A common drop, a rare drop, and a core. So I'm just going to save here too to be safe, because this boss can also be problematic. It's far less likely to be problematic, but seeing as I just took a level down, it's like the chances have skyrocketed.
Yes.
And the party members don't always do a very good job getting you back.
As I mentioned before, Elk is good because he's a Wave Master, which is the mage class, but Mia is terrible, unfortunately. Blade Masters, which is what she is, the single-handed sword users, like the most basic class of them all. Yeah, and she's just terrible, unfortunately, which is why we only ever use her when there's nobody else available or when the plot makes us.
So this is our first use of virus cores. We need 6 A's and how many B's?
6 A's, 10 B's, and 2 C's, but one of the C's is free, so it's technically only 1 C.
So we'll see that menu as we progress through the game, and we're really just going to need to check in on the numbers that it gives us. That'll dictate, you know, how many data drains we go for, how aggressive we are.
Yeah, 4 cores at this point isn't terrible. I would like it to be higher, but I've had worse for sure, so don't have to worry too much yet. Especially since most of the prime spots for getting them are in the kind of middle third of the run. But like, that's what all of my backups are for, in case I get completely trolled on them. So, preferably, we would like to be level 7 by the end of this dungeon. I'm level 6 at the moment. I can tell by how much SP Grandma has. If I was level 7, I'd have 31. We need 30 to use an attack that just melts the boss, but at this rate, I'm unfortunately just going to have to rely on the backup strats, which is using magic instead. It's slightly safer, but it takes a bit longer.
And what are we looking for here?
We are looking for a holy sap. Normally you only check 7 times and you give up, but Tuttle scares me, so I'm probably just gonna... You know, that was fine. I've been there for 5 minutes before.
I've seen it.
About what's the chance of that? Is it like a 1 in 5 or something?
I have no idea, honestly.
Fair enough.
So a thing I haven't touched on yet is you've got 2 menus. You've got your own personal menu, and then you've got the commands menu. The commands menu, it's basically telling your party members to do stuff, because they will not do much unless you tell them to.
And even then, they might just not.
Yeah. So The interesting thing with telling them to use skills is that if you keep mashing the command over and over again, it resets their cooldown. So there are points later on where we definitely want to be doing that, because they just get damage out so much faster that way. Yes, we did not hit level 7, big shocker.
Right, and we level up every 1,000 XP?
1,000.
So that 400 XP down we got in the last boss was actually pretty big. That's, you know, roughly half of the level.
Yep, so I'm swapping back to the magic build here because we're going to be using magic strats for the boss instead of running up and smacking it. But it's honestly not that much slower anyway. I mean, well, it depends on how lucky I get with the elemental crits, which I don't think we've touched on. So every enemy has an element associated with it.
It's wind, earth, fire,
water, light, dark. Each element is paired off. It's weak to its opposite pair. So Tuttle here is a earth type monster, so it's weak to wind magic, which is what we're spamming here. The skill we would use if we had enough EXP to use it it's basically just a wood skill, but it's physical instead of magical. And Tuttle's got a lower protect break threshold on physical hits than magical, which is why that strat is faster, but I wasn't able to do it there, so no biggie.
And so if you have the super effective type, you have a chance of just getting an elemental crit on any hit, don't you?
Yes, which does more than 2 times damage. I think it might be, it's either 3 times or 2.5. In the Japanese version, it's even higher. Which is, you know, if it wasn't astronomically slow to move around in that game. So the main reason we don't run Infection on Japanese is because it's hilariously slow. So our unboosted move speed is the boosted move speed in the Japanese version. It is slow.
So they have their own level of slow.
It probably adds another half an hour to 40 minutes to the run just by walking.
It's telling that for the future ones after
they
Infection.
Fixed it.
Even for the Japanese ones, we patched the game.
Yep, so I'm just clearing some flags here to unlock the next server and access one of the scariest parts of the run.
Oh, the coolest part, you mean?
Depends on who you ask and how nice the mobs are. So, the interesting thing about how the areas in this game work is that there is no level gating. There is nothing stopping you from going into an area that is like 30 to 40 levels above you. You will get destroyed unless you prep, which is what we're doing here. We're level 7 at the moment. We are going to go into a level 28 area and beat the enemies up from a distance until we hit level 20. It'll only take about 4 minutes if everything goes well.
Game 20 levels in 4 minutes. Game devs hate him with this one weird trick. It's called hacking.
It's not called hacking, it's just called magic is cheap. So I'm gonna leave it to you to explain this one because I have to concentrate, lest I get 1 or 2 people killed.
So this level, colloquially known as leveling area, is how many levels above us? Like 20, something like that?
So it's 28. It's 21 levels above us at the moment.
So What we're hoping to do is pick up a bunch of enemies that are way out of our level. And then we're going to use
that's a lot of them.
We're going to use AoEs to burn them down. Something really cool that we're going to exploit in this game is a fact that if you get someone in an AoE like that, they're frozen. This is a technique that's going to be really useful for a couple parts in the game. But if you can see here, we catch them inside of it, and as long as we have one person using the AoE at any time, they're stuck there. They can't do anything, so we can kind of just burn them down, and when they start dropping, not only will they give us massive XP, they're also going to level us up to the point where we actually regain quite a lot of XP, quite a lot of SP, so we can kind of just keep doing this until we're, you know, as high as we really want.
It really is wild that magic in this game just doubles the CC for some reason.
It's ridiculous. So another thing there is we don't use the speed up items at the start of this area because the mob that spawns behind us will catch up to us and destroy us before the animation finishes. Which is why the kiting on that first mob can be a little bit iffy because you're not moving as fast as you'd like to.
And in this area, there's a lot of enemies in these portals, but there's also just a lot of them wandering around. So yeah, we're going to just try and get as many as we can in one big clump. If we go too far, they're going to de-aggro, so we kind of need to know how far we can take them.
That was a risky pull.
And then they don't like to stick together quite a lot of the time, which is why we need Mistral here to kind of hold half of them and we'll hold the others. And the PS2 does its best.
Alright, so the other thing I'm going for here is that despite the fact that these enemies are super higher level than us, I won a weapon from one of them, and I just got it, so that's fine. It can be a pretty big problem if those goblins don't drop the item we want, because that weapon we get is what we use for most of the rest of the run. So we kind of need it. But going for it too much will cause our infection rating to just skyrocket, because these guys are way stronger than us. And if we can't get that back under control, it can cause pretty big issues for the rest of the run. But they were pretty kind to me there, so we don't have to worry about that.
So how many levels did you get in just that one little group of enemies?
It's 3 SP per level, so I want to say that might have been 4 or 5. That was bound to be at least one box spawn. I'm happy that it was just one box spawn.
And Sin is making this look really easy, but if one of them slips out, particularly these guys, you see it quite a lot, they can will one-shot.
Yeah, these guys might not look it, but they're the scariest things here. They will one-shot us. Alright, so that's 3 more levels. So I'm gonna have to pull the last mob for, yeah, all of the last mob instead of just part of it, which is fine. And of course, it's a big one.
Now, is it a problem if you get too high level here?
Only if you get, like, absurdly over. Like, 1 or 2 is fine. Any more than that is actually problematic. Oh, that's not good. We might just be able to get away here, though. No. Oh, she lived.
Tanked it. But if she was one level lower, goodbye.
All right, so is he gonna? No, okay, he is gonna. I wasn't sure if he was gonna go around that bit of geometry there or get. Is that enough? That's enough. Okay, we don't need to pull the rest of those guys. And then we chuck the weapon we got into here, and it becomes the, I think, second best bit of equipment we can get in the game, but the best bit of equipment is a rare drop from the bonus dungeon, so we're not going to be seeing it. That went better than expected. Good grief.
That's one of the clinchers. The other clincher is right at the end, so look forward to that.
The dungeons before that can be pretty scary, but you're right, that's definitely the second scariest part of the run. So, the upshot of that is that now we can go absolutely bonkers with the drains because we are absurdly overlevel. Like, normally I try to keep it to one drain per mob, but now I can just drain everything in the mob for this entire dungeon.
And this is the part where being too overlevel actually becomes a bit of a problem. If you just one-shot everything, you don't get the opportunity to get everything you need out of them. But that's very rare.
It's very rare.
Right, since if you overlevel and you one-shot the enemies, you can't drain for those cores we need for the gates later on, right?
All right, I think we're going to do a speed tech here, aren't we? This is part of running on analog hardware. We're going to open the drive and close it, aren't we?
We're going to hope that gets it, otherwise I'm going to have to load a save.
Okay, watch this, fellas. Cross your fingers. Sometimes it gets it. This is just how gaming was.
Yeah.
And there we have it.
Would that have worked if this was a fat Fiesta?
No, that would not have worked.
Oh my god. I hope that doesn't keep happening.
That was the hardest encounter of the game.
That scared me.
Very low RNG roll for that to happen.
I've had a disk-based game crash on me in a marathon before. Not very fun. Do not recommend.
But that is why we bring safety saves. We got a whole stack of them, you might have seen.
Yeah, especially for a run that is this difficult and has this many different factors to take into account. Senray's doing a fantastic job.
Come on. That's fine as well. So the trees have C cores, which we need one of, but they also drop another item that can be extremely useful for the final dungeon, just for safety reasons. So like I'll try to get it, but there's no guarantee I'll get it.
So at this point, we really want to see as little chests as possible, right?
Yeah, that's also fine. I mean, that's that sorted. Yeah, so these are the enemies where being overlevel is a problem, because as you saw there, I, just barely left it with enough HP to not die in one hit. So that's 4 virus core A's.
Yeah, and there's that classic thing. You want to drain it soon.
I have enough ops for A cores left that I'm not gonna play that risky with it.
No, A cores are generally not a problem. B cores we need, a ton of, and we have a ton of opportunities, but we push it sometimes.
Yeah, so these two here are B core enemies.
And you can usually tell what kind of core an enemy drops just by how big it is. If there's only one big enemy, it's going to drop C cores. If it's a medium-sized one like this, B cores, and the teeny little ones are A's.
Some of the A-B core ones are a little bit tricky to tell though. Like some of the bigger enemies are still A core for some reason. So normally you're not supposed to go this way, but I like taking this extra portal just for safety, just to get a couple extra core opportunities, and the room next to it is a storeroom, so you can get a bunch of just consumable drops in there. Razor Axe is good to get. That'll save us some time later. We'll give it to Pyros. We can't give 2 of them the Pyros, unfortunately. Man, oh man, if he could dual wield though.
Knowing Pyros, I feel like he would try.
He would try. Yep, so that's what we wanted. It's just gonna make a couple of potential spawns in the last dungeon not completely terrifying if they decide to show up. They're not guaranteed to show up, but they've showed up in every single one of my practice runs, so as far as I'm concerned, they're guaranteed at this point. So, the other thing worth noting about how the infection rating works is that it only goes back down again if Grandma/Kite is the person who kills an enemy. So you do have to keep tabs on who's getting the kills, because if it's one of your party members, it won't drop your infection rating. Which is, you know, a little bit problematic. But as soon as that EXP pops up, I know that the infection rating has gone back down and I'm safe to drain again.
And really, at this point, we don't care about how much XP we're getting, so long as we're not getting XP down.
Yeah, we get enough in the last couple of dungeons that we're set for the most part, unless, as he said, we get an unfortunate EXP down. It is possible to be too low level for the final boss fight, but it's never happened to me, touch wood. I think you'd have to be level 21, which is, it's just very, very unlikely that you... Why did I log out?
Well, while we're logging back into the world, do we have time for a quick donation?
Yes.
We do have a $15 cash donation that says, please scream Bingus Bongus. Thank you again for all of your generous donations. They're all going to a fantastic cause at Game on Cancer, which is a charity which funds early cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. Feel free to use the donation below the stream. I believe it's in the description. Or if you're in person here at PAX, you can go run over to my left, and we do take in-person donations as well. So get those donations in.
So Elk here is a bit jealous that Mia's spending all of her time with Grandma because of the thing that lets us use data drain. So he's asked us to this area so that he can try to get the... It's a bracelet. He wants the bracelet from us, but unfortunately we can't like take it off of our character to give it to him. It's not going to stop him from asking, no. And of course, while we're here, the area starts bugging out, so we go into the dungeon to get into the bottom of it. Get to the bottom of why it's bugging out, rather.
And the dungeon. So how long did the buffs last for?
I want to say it's 10 minutes real time. Might be a little under.
Yeah, sometimes you see the buffs start wearing out very rarely, and if that happens, you know, you've really got a problem. You've been in there far too long.
It's the only dungeon where you're expected to have your buffs run out is the last one. It's very uncommon for you to get to the bottom of it without having to rebuff at least once.
Yeah, and even if you do, you're going to do that because if you drop the buffs...
If you drop the buffs in the boss fight, you're dead. Aww. One day I'll get that drop. Just gonna start taking boxes for safety. So there's not much to do in this dungeon other than go for cores. The only things that spawn in here are A and C core enemies. So if you're good on those, you can get a lot of time back by just rinsing everything. But I'm down on both, so. Alright, that's 5 A's.
Alright, one more. And really, any drop is welcome because that adds to the cash pool.
So this boss isn't much to write home about. He usually takes out Elk, but there's, you know, we're kind of, as previously stated, we're so over-leveled that kind of everything at this point is still a pretty big joke. And I got some pretty lucky elemental crits there, so...
Does your party level up with you? Like when you do your grind fest, all your characters like?
So that's going back to what we were talking about earlier. That's the reason we don't get any long arm / spear users in this run, because we can't get any of them until after the grinding area, so they don't benefit from that huge chunk of EXP we get, and we get them at level 1, so it just takes way too long to catch them back up to speed. Whereas in all of the other games, you can get them as soon as you start the game, so you can get them up to speed immediately and it doesn't waste any time at all.
Very convenient that all of your party members also learn the same hack you do.
Alright, so I think coming up is the first time we're going to have Pyros in the party, which means we get introduced to one of his little quirks, where he will hard override the field music with his theme song. Regardless of what field it is, even if it's like the final be-all, end-all, and boss area, it's still going to be blasting his music.
Because he's got it going over the microphone, right?
Yeah. He's got it blasting through Discord.
So what's the deal going on here? He's swallowed some paint and he's orange or something like that?
So I don't know what item he was expecting to get from Mia, but she's basically just briefed him, and because she's a hacker, she can kind of just do what she wants. She's given him thank you, an item that kind of locks his appearance to be that. So we're going into this dungeon to get the items that'll return him to normal.
But this is a plot-required dungeon, isn't it?
Yes, we need to do this.
All right, so it's an important point that he is not orange.
Yes. So this dungeon's a little bit interesting in that there's a key item on each floor, but we're skipping the one on the first floor until later because it's the once we have all 4 of the key items, we just get warped out. So it's faster to come back for the one on the first floor afterwards than to get it now and to, you know, then go the whole way down to the bottom. For reasons I'll explain when we get down there. Just gonna quickly check how many B cores I've got. 3. That's not great. So if there's any time for donations, or if you want to tell everybody about who we are, this is a pretty good time because there's not much going on in this dungeon.
Absolutely. We do have a in-person $20 donation from Laz Ice Pie towards saving Mila. That's for the Hollow Knight run. Again, we do have a bunch of awesome incentives. Those are all listed down below. I don't believe any of them are left for today. We do have a bunch for tomorrow. If you're interested, we have stuff like the Tomba soundtrack bidding war. We have the pet or wave to Mila and Hollow Knight. We have bonus levels for Tropical Freeze that could be being run by literally anybody, you know, definitely not a personal run or anything like that. But again, all the donations from the event do go towards Game on Cancer, which is just an incredible charity that we're so thankful to be partnered with. So please get those donations in. I'd love to have more to read on the air.
I don't know who got the kill there. I don't think it was me.
No, it was probably Pyro's kill stealing.
That will have definitely gotten it back down though. So all of these supposed cures are just messing with his palette some more until we get the 4th one, which turns him back to normal, and then he gives us a absolutely terrible item that we sell for 50 gold rather than use because it's a stat down, a permanent stat down. I'm not even sure how he got it into the game, seeing as it's got his name on it.
Pyros has some pull apparently with the developers.
Evidently. Four. All right. So if we got the remedy on the first floor and this was our last one, we'd get warped out. But now we can go check the treasure room for goodies and then walk back to the field and then go back into the dungeon and get the remedy from there. And it's a little bit faster and it gives us a little bit more money to play around with for endgame. Trying to think, is there anything else we haven't touched on?
Paris is Golden, the sequel. You must have liked it.
Not only is he golden, the sequel, his theme song has lyrics. It's like a Power Rangers theme song. It's amazing. Alright, so we're done here. I would like to have more than 4 B cores, but not much I can do about that. If I have to load a save, I have to load a save.
How many total cores do you need for the run?
I need 10 B cores. 5 will be no, not 5. 6 will be enough to get me into all but the last dungeon. So the fact that I'm only on 4 is a little bit of an issue because it means that I'm, you know, going to be falling short twice, potentially.
And this is all just totally random based on what ends up showing up and what doesn't show
Yeah,
up.
it's it's completely out of my hands outside of, you know, doing enough well, even doing enough drains is kind of outside of your hands because if the game doesn't give you good enough mobs, then...
And again, it's one of those things where if you get really good times, it means you're probably short on something else.
Yeah, if your early game is like 3 to 4 minutes ahead, something's gone wrong. And you're probably going to lose a lot more time later on.
Love that in RPGs when you can do things too well and something else has happened because of it that you're just behind and just doesn't even show in your times. It's one of those games that like you have like really fake splits when you do them, right? Where it's
yeah. I probably shouldn't even have the... I mean, having the splits is useful, but I probably shouldn't even have the for and against for the early game ones because it's just completely pointless. Yeah, so A cores are good. Well, not, you know, I still need one more, but it's not worrying. But I would... And I'm down a C core still too, aren't I? Jeez. So we couldn't get into that area because we're down a core we require for plot. So the next area we go into will be... sell that. Do not sell both of those. All right.
Oh, don't sell this diary.
I'm gonna sell it. I do not want a magical attack down. Are you kidding me?
Someone else is gonna buy that.
Good. I hope they enjoy it.
While we're doing some menu, we do have time for a quick donation and an announcement, actually.
Oh, really?
We have now crossed $6,000 raised for Game On Cancer, which is incredible, thanks to a $10 donation from Team Mum saying, awesome show. Thanks for the run. And thank you again for all of your generous donations. And I will sit back and continue being here for this awesome run.
You sure you don't have anything else to talk about? Because this is another minute of mashing.
Come with a turbo controller.
Are turbo controllers allowed for this?
No.
No? Oh, gosh.
Oh, really?
No. I've tried convincing Hatchet, but they're not convinced you couldn't use it to spoof the move cancelling.
Oh, dear.
But no one set records for the second, third games, right?
Oh, second and third have records. It's the fourth one nobody's run.
Okay, if you run the fourth one, you can bring a turbo controller.
That requires me routing the fourth one.
I'd say mutations, like, how much longer is mutation than infection?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I haven't seen a run of mutation in 5 years.
Yeah, I remember a friend of mine was messing with it after it got into Limit Break. The big, like, 4-way race happened at Limit Break in, gosh, the 2018, I want to say. And I know that like a bunch of them are messing around with mutation to like do a follow-up the year after, but it was like...
No, it didn't happen.
It was like I think it's like 3 hours, I want to say, but it's like everything that's like difficult in this run as far as like the cores and all of that is so much more difficult in mutations too.
Every single one ramps up, so we need, what, a little over 20 cores in this game. I did the maths for Quarantine, it was well over 100. And it was like, I just was like, yep, nope, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm not routing this.
Everyone skips straight to GU. GU has a healthy speedrunning scene as well.
Yep, it's still going strong.
I imagine the access to it probably helps a lot as well. With like the since I mean it has even a PC version too.
Yeah,
so you
everyone
can do,
runs it on either Steam or PS5, I believe.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Someday we'll get the re-release of these, but I imagine the OVAs is still probably what's holding it back.
You hear that every time. Every time this game gets run, you get 100 people popping up. I freaking love .hack. So Bamco, keep an ear out.
They won't keep an ear out. Bamco don't care.
Okay, tell you what. The game is still here. Nothing is stopping you from playing WoW and installing viruses on your computer.
And
it's free.
Using WoW to install viruses on other people's...
viruses
Don't
are free.
actually do that. Don't install
Do that.
viruses
Do
on
that.
other people's computer.
Oh,
We do not
okay.
condone.
No, do it on your own. Don't do this at home. Do it at a friend's house.
All right, so we give Peros here the Razor Axe we pulled earlier. Because it's gonna let him do some pretty severe damage to the boss at the end of this dungeon. And I'm just setting it to magic there because I don't want Peros to be using skills here, so I'm going to be using the magic command instead of the skills command. Right, so these guys.
All right, do you want me to? These menace, you have to drain because they have a move that just revives them. So because we got 2 of them, we can't kill them unless we drain one of them to turn it into a completely different enemy because they'll just keep reviving each other back and back and back.
And they cheat. It doesn't matter if, because if you die and you get revived, you come back with 0 SP and you can't use skills. That doesn't count for the enemies. They'll just keep chain reviving each other ad infinitum. It's really annoying.
And we have a bit of a love-hate relationship with them because they actually have some things that we like.
The ones that spawn in the last dungeon have the best weapon drops in the game, but they're also many years, so at the end of the day, they're still a pain in the butt.
And we need B cores, so we're doing this anyway.
Would be nice if those B cores would start to show up a little bit more.
Hey!
Well, that's the last day.
Yeah, we're done with those. Health is overrated. It's fine.
It's a dumb stat.
Alright, there isn't really much to talk about with this boss, other than if we're lucky, Peros Protect breaks it in 1 hit.
Are we going to be draining him for the C core?
I should do it, yeah. I didn't think about that.
By the way, can you tell me about the flinching? Can you stun lock them?
You can stun lock enemies. I have no idea how it works. Okay, that's a C core. We're good on those. It's just bees now. Yeah, if you... Occasionally when you do a physical swing on an enemy, you'll flinch them. I have no idea what the odds on it are. All I know is it's incredibly useful for the final boss if it happens. Because it stops him from absolutely wailing on us for half a second. So now we're going to log out and tell Black Rose that we have enough cores to get into the area we tried to get into earlier. Because she's also trying to get into the bottom of why, well, I guess at this point more than one person has fallen into a coma because of this whole virus business. So she's also trying to get to the bottom of it. So she's doing a bit of sleuthing in her own time. Doesn't really matter who we have for this one.
Oh, you gotta have Peros apparently for the music.
Yeah, I'm just more saying that, like, you know, it's like, I kind of had a mind blank there, but it really doesn't matter who the third party member is for this dungeon. It's not good for EXP, and it's not good for drains at this point either, because we're good on A's. So I still need 6 B cores. I was going to write it down, but I forgot a pen, so I'm just going to have to try to remember that.
And that's what hacking used to look like back in the mid-2000s. When did this come out?
It was either 2003 or 2004.
Well, I got the box right here.
I'll look it up. Give me 1 second.
2003.
Yeah, so this dungeon's pretty good for donations if you've got any, because it's again, it's just I just mash everything in here.
Nope, at the moment we are still waiting on getting more of those donations. Again, please get more of those in. We are all raising money for Game on Cancer, which is a charity organization that funds early career cancer researchers who are working across all areas of cancer research. I'm sure just about everybody here has had a loved one, a family member, a neighbor that's been affected by cancer, as it affects pretty much everybody. So please go down. If you're watching live on Twitch, go to the description. If you're here in PAX in person, we do take in-person donations over to my left. Also, if you're here at PAX, we do also have pins, and the proceeds from those pins do go towards the charity as well. So if you're interested in those, again, over there to my left, and go say hi and get some donations in.
So throughout this dungeon, we're looking for the cook bile, aren't we?
Yep.
And we can only find those in the random little eggs that show up on the floor.
Or the skeletons, but they're less easy to grind. That's not good.
So I thought 2004 sounded a little late. In North America, you know, where I'm kind of from, came out in February of 2003. Y'all got it a whole year later
of
in
course
Australia.
We did.
So.
Yeah, so that's a bit of an unfortunate mob to be short on SP for, but, you know, again, so overlevel it's not really an issue for us. So might be here for a while depending on how nice the cooked bile feels like being, but we do need this, so...
You gotta break all the eggs.
There we go, that wasn't that bad.
That was the secret. You gotta
I've definitely
complain.
had worse.
I don't even know what's going on here, man. I played this and I just lost it.
It makes more sense if you've watched .hack's sign, but if you haven't, then yeah, it's not going to make any sense at all.
.hack's like deep lore is something.
It's one hell of an iceberg.
Yeah. It is like a really like awesome idea for the franchise, though. Like you don't. One of the gimmicks of both like the anime and the game is that for the most part you never see the actual characters' faces, like what they actually look like. You only see the in-game avatars for characters and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Peros looks exactly like that.
Most likely. Complete with the comically oversized armor.
He has such a tiny head. Look at it. It's teeny.
Yes, and then we go back in. Yep. I remember my route. Excelente. So this is another bit of a low point. It's just a lot of plot and mashing, and then the game gets into the last third and really picks up difficulty-wise, because we catch back up. We're no longer over level, which means things start destroying us again.
Oh, we go under level, don't we?
Oh yeah, we're under level for the final boss fight. Not that it makes much of a difference, because even casually, if you don't know what you're doing, that final boss destroys you.
Yeah, just going off of that first enemy, the fact that you miss it and you're on parity with level you're in an area for that, it goes to show that you're really fighting against it.
I'd say the final boss of this game is like infamous even casually for like people losing at the level cap. Like,
oh, it's brutal.
And they do have this neat mechanic where there is a level cap that expands with every game. And you can bring your save file across the whole series.
It's basically like a 4-disc RPG, but the 4 discs were completely separate releases, and you can just start with whatever game you want. But you can bring a save from Infection all the way up to Quarantine.
That would probably actually be slower than you know, doing it with a fresh save, wouldn't it? Because they give you a bunch of gear if you start a new one.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever tested that one out.
And it will stay that way.
Because so the ladder games start you with gear, but they don't start you with cores. So if you're playing the English versions, it might actually be faster to pull the save all the way through if you're doing a quadrilogy run. But if you're playing the Japanese version, it would probably be faster to just start a new save every single time. Because they do give you cores. The US version, of course, is harder because they felt like it, I guess.
It is kind of funny that, like, you can technically just start at any part in the series. Like, you could just pick up 3 and just play it. Like, imagine picking up, like, Final Fantasy VII and starting on, like, disc 3 just randomly. Like, how much sense the story would make.
You start FF7 after the meteor is falling. It's like, what the hell is going on? Yeah, so that's the only portal in this dungeon, which is why we don't buff for it, because there's no point. We just get here, there's a bit more plot, and then she points us towards an area that's similar to that one we were just in with Black Rose, where it's got a weird white room in the back of it. But the enemies here are actually scary, so we're gonna want to, you know, actually prep for that one. It's also the last really good spot to get B cores before I have to consider grinding, or just loading a save depending on where I'm at time-wise. I can get cores in the second to last area as well, but I try not to bank on that because the enemies that give them are scary. Like, they will absolutely waste you if you go for drains on them instead of just peppering them with magic from a distance. Actually, do I have enough B cores to get into this area? I do, don't I? No, I should. I think I'm okay. No, alright.
We're doing it live.
No, I'm behind. I can actually grind. I'll try grinding for that, and then if we have issues again, I'll load a save. But I think that's good. We're pretty good on time.
Yeah, we usually end around the 150 mark, but we can't bank on that.
That's, yeah, 150 if the cores are nice. So we have just within the community, we've got a list of areas that are good to go for backups in Marathon. If you're trying to go for cores, backup cores, and an actual, like, you know, PB attempt, you're just better off resetting. Like, it's just a lost cause at that point. Alright, one more and then we can go into this area. All right. So as soon as I can see the map, I can gate back out and we can go to that area I wasn't able to get into because I've got all the keys now. Hopefully that doesn't happen again, but that requires me getting 4 more cores in the next 2 dungeons, so we're probably going to have to pay that area another visit in all likelihood.
That was nice and quick at least, though.
I've been there for 15 minutes before for 1 core. It knows. The game knows.
Dude, where's my core? I like how realistic it is where it says, you know, you've got new mail, and we're just going to ignore that.
We've had new mail since about 10 minutes into the run. I'm not going to check it. It's just Helba telling us how the cores work. Helba is an extremely good hacker. We won't see her because she only shows up in cutscenes in this one. You can get her as a bonus character in the last game, and all of her stats are capped, including the ones she doesn't use. Which, you know, makes you wonder why she doesn't bother helping, but...
I mean, if you're going to cap one stack or a stat by cheating, you might as well cap them all. Like, what's the point of, like, stopping there?
Whoops, didn't mean to use 2 of those, but it's, you know, no big deal. I have to do a shop after this anyway. So, those little flames give you a random buff. It just happened to give me one I'd already used there. I like grabbing them because occasionally they give you regen, which is something you can't get in as a skill in Infection, I'm pretty sure. It's just nice to have. Man, 4 enemies and none of the ones I need. Of course not.
That was a really good example there, the fact that even you get stunned by skills used on you, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, it is kind of funny when you're fighting a boss and you get hit by a spell, and it's like you want to get out of the spell, and there's just nothing you can do but just eat the damage from the spell, or like I think you can heal in the middle of it.
Yeah, it's worse if you're like half a centimeter out of melee range, so you can't even hit them while they're hitting you. So we want to be really careful with these enemies because they not only hit very hard, they can paralyze you. And if everyone in the party is paralyzed, then you just have to wait for somebody to... you just have to wait for the timer to run out on somebody before anybody can move again. It's quite scary.
And it's actually more likely to happen than it might seem because the party members don't care if your entire party is paralyzed. They will prioritize healing health first.
Yeah, you could have 2 people paralyzed and 1 person with maybe, you know, a tiny sliver of health missing, and your party member will prioritize the health rather than the fact that 2 of your party members are paralyzed. It's quite annoying. Speaking of... Not get stuck on a level geometry. Let's not get stuck on a level geometry again. Am I getting lost? I am getting lost. It's right here. Come on. If both of these guys drop B cores, I'm good. No, alright. I'm gonna risk it. Because there's one more portal, but I don't think it can spawn the living dead enemies because of how the enemy pool system works. Every time you go down a floor in a dungeon, the spawn pool changes a little bit. So enemies you were seeing on higher floors won't show up on lower floors and vice versa. It is a little bit weird. It doesn't entirely make sense. Like, it's not always, oh yeah, you get stronger enemies the further you go down. Sometimes it decides it's going to do the complete opposite. It's very weird.
So about how many chances do you have to get those missing B cores still?
I've got one more dungeon, but there's no guarantee they'll spawn in it. So we'll see, I guess.
And did I count right? We need 2?
Yes. So that shop was entirely for supplies for the last dungeon. We do need that many healing drinks.
Yeah, did I see you just 95?
We cap it. Yeah, no, 99. You get 99. We need that many.
Nice little teaser of what's to come.
Alright, so with any luck, the B cores are nice here, but I'm fully expecting to just have to quickly pop back into bursting past over Sea of Sand. As I said, it totally just sounds like the Twitch clip names when you say them out loud. So we're bringing Elk here because having a mage is nice, and he's got just a slightly better set of elemental skills than Mistral does for this. It doesn't really matter which of the 2 of them you take though, as long as you're taking one of them. So I am gonna probably shut up a bit for this dungeon because it's it can be very dicey depending on what the spawns are.
Thankfully, it's not a really long one. You have depths of anywhere between 3 and 5. I don't think you can get a dungeon any shallower than that.
Any deeper, and yeah, not in this one. In the later ones, yes, absolutely. But not in this one, thankfully.
I'm not playing those.
We're not doing the 104 deep bonus dungeon in quarantine.
Life was better before you told me about that.
How long does that take to do casually? I actually haven't played Quarantine.
I don't remember how long it took me, but I know it took me more than one attempt because it's, So we mentioned earlier that if you use data drain too much, you can run the risk of a game over. That dungeon has bugged enemies just in the spawn pool, so if it feels like it, it can just force you to game over. It's kind of rude.
Very fun.
So these armor shoguns are the enemy that we want to see to get the B cores, but they're also pretty beefy and pretty dangerous.
And they're not dropping them anyway. Because of course they're not. There's only one more portal in this dungeon as well. And it's not even a Shogun, so we're gonna have to go back to the grinding area. So the reason we've come into this dungeon, to very briefly touch once again on the plot, is that Meg here was told a location by a friend of hers where he said, oh, I saw this girl being chased by this really weird monster.
Common
and then
occurrence in homos.
he stopped responding to emails and is presumably in a coma. So we're like to Meg, hey, can you tell us this keyword so we can get into this area so we can get to the bottom of what's going on here? And she was like, I'm not going to tell you the words, but they're on the board. But by the time we log in and check the board, the admins have already removed it, which would be an issue if not for the fact that Help is here and she sends us the words in an email. So we just we do this thing. Yeah, we don't do this at any other point in the run. If you log into the world splash screen and then back out again, it refreshes your emails. It's probably more useful casually than anything else, but it is a thing. But I am gonna have to very quickly go back into. I'm just trying to think. I'm tempted to go back into the leveling area real quick first to get the rating back down and then go grinding.
You did rack it up, didn't you?
Yeah, well, I was trying to get the cores and they weren't dropping. Yeah, so I am really quickly going to do that. I'm just going to drop back into that area we were in back at the 40-minute mark to take advantage of the fact that beating up enemies stronger than us drops the infection rating by a lot, and the fact that the lower the infection rating, the higher chance we have of B core drops. Because if I go into the grinding area now, I just run the risk of messing myself up even more for no benefit. We get more of Pyrrhos' incredible theme though.
I was going to say, shout outs to the Pyrrhos music in the background.
So that, even just that might have been enough. Yeah. It doesn't take much.
And once we get these cores, are we at the final dungeon?
Yes, these are the only 2 cores we need. It wasn't that mean this time. I've certainly had worse. Not at a marathon, mind you, but I've seen worse at a marathon, so...
Well, while we're loading into Theta bursting past over Aquafield, we do have a $40 donation from Hitchy with no comment. Again, thank you all so much for all of your donations. We are now at $60,083. Again, all the donations going to Game On Cancer.
60,000?
Sorry, 6,000. Words are hard sometimes. Let's make it 60,000. That sounds fantastic, but we'll start with our way, or getting a little higher. Oh, did we get one?
No, we didn't. I was just checking the time because depending on how long this takes, I might just load.
Oh, gotcha. I heard the clapping. I thought somebody... All right. But yes, we are at $6,083 for Game On Cancer, which again is an incredible number, but we can do so much more good over the course of this weekend. So let's get those donations in.
Oh, that's Trom. That's bad.
But that's a B core. That's good. Hey, Grandma, why did Black Rose die?
Don't worry about it.
Wow, I can't believe Pyrrhos would do that.
Come on. All right, we're done.
We are so back.
So, I've already done the shop for the final... Son of a... I've already done the shop for the final dungeon, but because I got so much extra drops from the grinding, I'm gonna quickly just go and buy some more supplies, because the more we've got, the less dangerous it is.
I say legitimately almost cannot be safe enough for how this final fight is.
The safety save I've got for the final dungeon is absurdly overprepped, because it was just a run where I got so short-handed on cores that I just ended up with so much money. And it still somehow finished under 2 hours. I don't entirely understand it. But yeah, we don't like doing the shops in this this hub, because the item shop is all the way back out here. But it's still faster than loading into the other server and then loading back in.
It's nice that at least even if you do miss like the cores, that like those spears were worth a ton of money. It looked like there. So.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, the PS2 doesn't like this hub much either. It's a bit laggy out towards the back of it.
Are there any like differences between the different PlayStation models for this game, or does it all run pretty much the same no matter what?
I don't know. I have been meaning to do load time tests for the longest time, but I've only got one slim that works, so I wouldn't I wouldn't be heaps.
And considering we let people run on emulator.
Yeah, the main thing I've been wanting to check is roughly how much time emulator saves. I know it's in the minutes, but I don't know exactly how much it is. Anyway, I am mostly going to be probably mostly quiet for this dungeon, because it's got to be a lot.
It's a deep dungeon, it's got menace, it's got lots of tough enemies.
It's got lots of magic users, and we have 2 party members who don't tank magic very well.
And it's got Pyros.
I was saying it also has one of the hardest final bosses in all of JRPGs, so.
Are the other discs like this?
I'll be honest, I don't think any of them are as hard as Scaife until you get to Korbanik, which is the very, very last boss of all 4 games. That one can be pretty brutal, but I don't think any of them are as difficult as Scaife is up until that point.
I say it's hard to understand just how big of a difficulty spike Scaife actually is for this game as well.
I mean, you know, it's even though the speedrun certainly, like, we go into it knowing what we're doing, it's definitely one of those things where we do not understate how difficult it is. It will be obvious once we get down there just how brutal this boss fight is. I mean, you know, if it wasn't obvious already by the amount of buffs I'm using. Yeah, that last one's so loud.
Yeah, I haven't had that with headphones.
Oh, that's a bad mob. Free Moo Guardians? Are you kidding me?
All right, the Moo Guardians are strong, they're nasty, they hit hard, and we do have an elemental super effectiveness against them. That's about the only thing we have that's good about them.
Ow.
Yeah, thankfully they're targeting me and not the other 2.
So what's the reason for the 2 party members you took here?
So it's mainly for the Scaife fight, because of how the protect break works. Again, there are basically, think of an enemy as having 3 separate health bars. It's got its actual health, and then it's got a protect break physical and a protect break magical. You know, if either of the protect break gauges hit 0, an enemy is broken, but they are separate. So bringing a mage here wouldn't do much for the final boss fight because they just wouldn't be doing damage, really. And again, as we said, these are just the best 2 physical attackers we have because Mia is our only other option and she's just not very good.
Alright, and the Menes here have 2 drops. They have the Master's Axe, which we'll give to Pyros. Was that the rare drop?
No.
No.
Shiki's a rare drop.
Right. The other drop, which is rare, which we will go for, is Black Rose. That makes a real difference in the final boss.
Yeah, it's Black Rose's best weapon in the whole game, and she's still on her starting sword, so it's a huge upgrade if we get it. Just for safety. The red scissors here can also drop the Master's Axe, but because we've already got it, I'm just not gonna bother.
And we don't have a way to really take them out that fast, do we?
No, we don't have any fire skills, unfortunately.
Can't attack the weak point for massive damage. Now we can get our party members to heal us here, but there's a limit to that, isn't there?
Yes, they have 5 of each consumable, I think. Roughly. And we want to be saving, well, so we don't mind them using their HP ones willy-nilly, but we want them to be saving their status recovery items for the final boss fight. For reasons. I really wish they'd stop killing it.
All right, and here's the last floor before we reach the boss, which takes up the entire 5th floor.
And this is what we got those helpful drops for earlier, because there are enemies that can spawn on this floor that are weak to water and they're really hard to take down otherwise.
And here
there's the mini-ears.
Yep, here you get to see why we don't like getting 3 at once.
Ooh.
And there's the rare drop. Did you get a debuff there?
Okay. So, again, funny thing with how the status effects in this game work. At any point when they're cast, and this includes for data drain effects, they just have a chance of whiffing. So you'll get the text that says, oh, you know, you were paralyzed, but you weren't actually paralyzed because the status whiffed. So that's what happened there. So I kind of lucked out a bit.
But that only applies to status moves. It doesn't go for things like healing.
No, the debuffs will always hit, and the healing will always hit.
Imagine healing for full health and whiff.
This is a really bad mob. Because the red scissors have paralysis skills. But they're being nice about it. Being very nice about it. I was fully expecting at least somebody to get frozen there. Oh, that's an ogre. So this is the reason we have the water skills. Because if we do not want to be in melee range against those guys, they will do most of my HP in one hit.
Another one?
No. I think I'm going to make it to the bottom without needing to rebuff.
which means you will. You better do it. If you don't rebuff, it will drop mid-boss fight.
Well, no, I will rebuff. It just means I don't have to rebuff twice.
Of course, of course. But that's just general advice.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, alright. We're gonna have to heal as well. So we put on all of our physical defensive equipment because we will need it.
Keep an eye on that health potion number, by the way. 91 going in. We'll see what that is coming out.
All right. Oh, and the speed drum, of course.
All right, something tells me you're going to be quiet for this one.
Yeah, because I need to concentrate. If people pay attention to health bars, they will see why this boss is considered difficult.
Because even casually, you don't have the time to heal it all off.
So this is Scaife.
And as you can see, when he hits you, it's hard. So we use those health potions liberally, and we like it when he misses like that. And you'll notice that he's also bugged. His health bar does not go down. So this fight is split into 2 phases. Before we get to drain him and after, which are very distinct in how they play out. For now, we just need to focus on actually getting that data drain, so we're going to be doing as many physical attacks as we can to get him into that protect break state. And that's why we brought Black Rose and Pyros here, because everyone here does physical damage. We'll get that faster. But he just does incredible damage to everyone, to the point where if you were healing with the skills that you have, you would not heal it fast enough.
I should also note that if you enter this, if you are unfortunate enough to enter this fight with low enough level, he will one-shot you.
All right, and this is his special move here. He goes no you and
uses data drain on us.
And so Sin usually gets a pretty clever rebuff on the speed. If we time things right, when he uses an attack, we can apply our buffs and kind of overlap them. So while he's casting his move here, we're buffing.
Because we can't move, so we might as well overlap the animations.
And speed makes such a big difference because you physically need to be there to hit him. And he will target any of the party members, but
he will target whoever's closest.
But because we're, you know, up in his grill.
Because we've got the lowest range, we're usually the closest. Like, we have to be closer than either Black Rose or Pyros to actually hit him, so more often than not, we're the one he's swinging at.
But sometimes he will hit, you know, Pyros with the data drain, in which case, lol, Lamau.
All right, so that's... I have to catch him.
All right, so we're going to use the same trick that we used in the leveling area, where we get people to lock him with their skills. If we do it right here, he won't be able to move, he won't be able to do anything. But the way we need to do that is to overlap the party members' skills. So at all times, someone is locking him.
So this is way scarier than it looks, because this phase is actually scarier than the first one. Because if he gets out, he will move around the field at Mach speed and constantly use this AoE that does a massive chunk of damage. And you just, even with the menuing, you just can't keep up. He just destroys you before you have a chance to blink. Time is coming up, by the way. When Scaife runs out of HP, it's time. So, time.
Right on.
Yeah, sub 2 in a marathon. That's pretty good.
Yeah, 156.18 with the grinding and the very poor core or B core block. That's an incredible run. And again, you see that final boss, just how difficult it is.
Yeah, so I think we went into that with, what was it, like 91 health drinks, and we came out with 30 something.
Yeah, a good 50 used, 50, 60. And we do have in-game time. Do we use that?
We do use that, but it wasn't a great run, so I don't care about the IGT. So if we want to get the next runner up here, I'm happy to hand off.
Yeah, I will get the next set of runners in. Next, don't go anywhere. We do have Balatro. Contribute to that addiction that I'm sure everybody here has. And it should be a great time. Also notably, this will be my last run on host shift. I'm going to make way for the lovely Lacey Stripes. If you enjoyed seeing me, feel free, show up tomorrow around, I want to say it is at about 3 o'clock local time. I'll be doing Tropical Freeze. Definitely drop by, say hello. Should be a great time.
All right, 2 hours later, and it's like I never left. Next up, we've got Balatro with Kuiper Bowl. We're doing 3-deck random seed skipless, so stick around for that. All right, just while we're here, we'll just might plug a couple of incentives that we have running for tomorrow. There are no more left for today. This is the last run of the night, but we will be starting again tomorrow from... You'd reckon I'd prepare the time beforehand, but apparently I did not see that far into the future. 9 a.m. we'll be starting with Crisis Core, Final Fantasy VII Reunion, and the donation incentives that we have running for that. For Tomba, we have original versus remastered soundtrack. So just depending on which soundtrack that you wanted to hear, you might want to donate towards that. In Hollow Knight, we have, it's listed as save/kill Myla, but we know that we're really deciding on whether we're going to give her a little pet or if we're going to say hi to her from a distance. So there's that one there. And at the moment, Pet Myla is at $25. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, that's for showcasing the bonus levels. There's about 6 of them in total, some of which have the swaggiest, most fun levels to speedrun. I did not say that, that was written down. Rumble Roses has one, which has 2 audience members fight it out. We've got about $150 left in that incentive. So just again, we'll have Bellatra up in the next couple of minutes. All right, we're going to throw it over now to Bellatra by Kuiper Bowl, 3-deck random seed. Take it away.
Hello. Hey guys. So today I'm going to be doing 3 decks random seed skipless. So I won't be using the skip tokens at all. Just makes the game, like, I get to play a bit more of the game. I'll just jump right in. I've got to show that I have 100% of the cards to make it a fair run. But we'll start on, give me a sec. All right, in 3, 2, 1, go. So, I'll try my best to talk. We're starting with Plasma deck, which is one of the odd decks where like that. Where instead of going for malt, we're going for chips, which is the blue. So instead of going for the red side, we go for the blue side, which will. So we're picking up specific jokers. This can be a very very topsy-turvy thing. I'll try my best. I can't count, sorry. So, in this deck, you can pretty much, the first few stages, you can pretty much do anything. You'll get to the, blind amount pretty easily, even if you don't have any jokers. But we're gonna try and dig for at least one joker that gives chips. Alright, never mind. I'm gonna restart. Better off to restart early. But basically, once I can get 1 or 2 jokers that give chips, we can pretty much breeze through the first few. It's nice. Just getting 4 houses now is a bit easier. But yeah, once we get any sort of good joker, we can instead of having to play like a whole hand. Oop. Oh, I had a straight. Oops. Do an 8. I don't have a 9. All right. This is abysmal. All right. Come on. All right. One more time. Didn't count. All right. All right. All right, please. Hopefully. Give me a sec. 3, 4, 5. Alright. So we'll take the free money. Should be able to roll now for something more money. Alright, just not getting any sort of luck today. Alright. So we should be able to get to the next. Alright. At the moment, we keep drawing out things that give mold, which will get us to the thing for now, but past this sort of stage, it's not going to be very useful. Oops. Nope, alright. Just getting nothing. Alright. Here we go. Now we can play into it. I'm just going to play a hand because I want to not discard so we get some more money. This should just now easily... Yeah. So now as long as I'm playing 2 pairs, I can pretty much breeze through the first few, build up a bit of cash. Something like this is also really nice. We sell so we can reach the interest. Oh, whatever. Oh, there we go. Things like 4 houses will trigger 2 pairs as well. Yeah. Actually, we should be actually fine now because we have this to just play anything. Hopefully. No. All right. I lied. All right. Probably want to take that. What we don't want to do is like have to open lots of packs because they take a long time to open. We kind of just want to roll through what we have on offer. But yeah, for the time being, we've got we should be all right to just kind of fly through these first few antes. And hopefully we roll into something that... Well, that's nice. So this right here will just give 50 chips as well, and doesn't matter what's underneath. It's lucky that the thing underneath also gives additional chips as well. that's very good. You know what you can out here. So now we're pretty much, we can just play pairs for... Come on. Easily reach in 1 or 2 hands. And what we want... Ultimately, I'm kind of looking for the bull card, which is based on how much money I will have, and will scale easily towards the end of the game. Or if I find the stuntman, it's basically... Ooh, get rid of you. This right here will copy that, which will give the most. What is annoying is that, like, there's an additional animation for this, so we're kind of losing time to that. How much is that? Get rid of you. Yep. Pair of 3s. So by the last ante, we need to be able to reach, I think it's 300,000. For now. So hopefully, we should be there by the end. Dead on. All right. Nothing. Free money. Oh, wow. We'll get rid of that. So now we can pretty much just have to not buy anything, which is pretty easy. Right. And then added bonus, got the foil as well. So now we can just spam. I don't even have to do pairs anymore. Oh. If you have any donations, you can do them now.
No donations. No. But I do have a question. What exactly are you looking for in the Jokers?
So this... For this deck, the what happens is the amount on the blue side and the amount on the red side gets evened. So the Jokers that give the blue tend to give like a higher amount of blue than the Jokers that give reds. So it's just easier to find. Oh no, what am I gonna do? It's just easier to find cards that are the blue that will. There we go. So that's Plasma. We go with checkered deck next. I picked this one just because there's 2 suits. It's easier to just play flushes. I don't have to think. I can turn my brain off. It is a bit slower because you generally have to click 5 cards per turn. But I think the time saved from not having to make hard decisions kind of brings back in. I was like, don't. Oop, there we go. Oh, come on. So now, because we're not in Plasma deck anymore, I'm going to be looking for cards that give a malt, and usually at least like one card that gives chips as well. Just because we want, if we've got kind of even on both sides, we produce a higher number. Just mathematics. I'll take that one instead. So there's a bunch of... Oh, I'll take that. A bunch of cards that, like, things like the Even Steven here, that you'll take if you see them in the first kind of 2 or 3 antes, but past the second or third ante, I think even like all these 3, you really want to replace. It's kind of useless because I'm not skipping any blinds. I'll take this just because it's got raw malt. Again, I don't want to use any discards because I want cash. I'll take it over this. If it starts to get dire, I'll start opening like Arcana packs because just to kind of cling my way to another shop. But generally, if there's a buffoon pack in the shop, I will open it. Yeah, I'll take that. It's 15 instead of 10. Free money. Get that as well. You know what, I'll try this instead. We'll see how much that gives. So I'm already getting enough chips from both of these. Not much more. Ooh, very nice. So this rainbow gives 1.5 times malt, which if we can't find an actual malt card, it'd be very nice for the time being. It's also, the card underneath Blue Joker is pretty useful as well as a... take you, 10 malt is not very good. Hopefully that should be 10,000. Again, cards like Bull and Boot that scale with... Ooh. Who do I get rid of? I get rid of you. Boot and Bull that scale with money are just generally good because with things like delayed gratification give a lot of money. If you're above 25 and you're getting like 15, 20 gold per thing, it stacks up pretty quickly. Whoa. We'll get rid of that. We'll do you instead. Yeah. So for white stake, for everything but plasma, the total at the end. Oh shit. The total at the end, as long as you don't get the wall joker, is 100,000, which if you can't get it in 1, is pretty, like, it's fine if you can do it in like 3. We're pretty much like safe, as long as we get like a couple of good jokers. Mainly we're looking for something like that gives it at least 1 good multiplier, or like 2 good mult ones. I'll take the Jupiter. Enhance our flush. I'll take banana over that, because banana will become Cavendish. Buy something like that. Gives us a bit of extra leeway. Buy that as well and improve our flush. Face cards. I don't know. Is this gonna? Damn. I'm gonna save this until I'm like in a bit of. If I get into a dire spot and it's like the only thing that'll save me is that I'll do it then. But sometimes you forget to look at the boss blind and it sneaks up on you. Where is it's anti-7? Nice. Banana is still here.
Got a couple of donations if you have a second.
Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, we got $15 from Woo Lee. Thank you so much for that donation. And $40 from Anonymous, which says, I love fake gambling. And another $15 from Anonymous, which says, I work to make sure doctors in South Australia get paid for their contribution to medicine. But I'm sure they can wait a couple days for their pay while I play some more Balatro at work. My boss would complain, but I'm pretty sure he's playing it too.
Okay, so I'm gonna. Ooh, I'll get rid of this now because I don't need that much money. This just. Well, that's good. Because I played so many flushes, this will already be at like 26 yet. So we should be fine now. No. Well, thanks, Banana. I'll be fine. Force is 1 card. Discard again. Because the total's 100,000 and it's not the big giant one, we don't need to worry about buying anything. Just go do it in 2 hands instead of 1. I probably could have bought the ice cream there, would have just saved me some time. Alright, that's deck number 2. So final deck, I'm doing a abandoned deck, which is just there's no face cards. Ooh, what have I done? Just so because there's no face cards, there's less cards in the deck. There's only 40, which makes making things like straights and 4 of a kinds a bit easier. So again, the less I have to think about making hands. You know what? Try and go for a full house. Thank you. Still not enough. Yeah, the less I have to think about making hands. Like, the sooner I can get to clicking, the less time I have at the end. Probably should have bought. like 45-minute, 50-minute estimate. But if it goes well, oh no, there's the wall. If everything goes well, I should be finished around 30, 35 minutes. Although I feel like I'm gonna fail on this one. Ooh, another 4 hours. Wow. Free money first. Ooh, that's very nice. Alright, how much is it? So, card like that, again, very good because we just buy money-making things. It scales with how we go along. We don't have to think too much about rolling through We'll see how much this gives. It should be almost enough. If I see any like buffoon packs, I'll still probably. Ooh. Sure, I'll buy that. Yeah, that's very nice. Okay. So now I don't even have to worry about, I think, because as long as we reach 25,000 by the end, which we should, we'll beat the boss blind. But I don't think we'll have any issues. So now I'm just going to be clicking it straight through. Although I'll probably, if I find something else that gives money, I will also, I'll buy this because we're doing pairs. If I find anything else that gives money or the bull or something like that, or even something that gives multiplier, that multiplies our mult. So I only have to do 1 hand per turn guaranteed. Because we get to a point like this where half of our jokers aren't actually doing anything during the hand. Get out of here. You're fine. It's annoying because we have 0 discards, so we're getting no chips, but hopefully we should be alright. Wow, I don't have any straights, do I? No, okay. Maybe it's time to do a roll. Okay, you know what, you can... He's back. You know, I should buy the voucher there because if I don't have to open, if more tarot cards show up in the shop, I won't have to open packs for them and we can get some free money like this. I mean, we want lots of money. You know what, we'll do that. Hey. Alright. Must play 5 cards.
Couple more donations if you got a sec.
Yeah.
So we've got $15 from Sir Bob Free, Bellato be ballin'. And $15 from Jimbo Bellato #1. I love Jimbo, I love Bellato, I love not gambling.
I love Jimbo. We'll buy that, just hopefully. Alright. So we should be safe to make it to through the next few rounds, but I'm scrolling for something that will make it will make the hands at least just 1 hand instead of having to. open it. Oh, I can't, okay. Money, 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 money. No, no. Come on. That's not useful at all. I feel like it's about to end poorly here. Come on. Nope. Hey. That's pretty good. That's better than... because I'm just playing pairs. Gives 20 instead of 15. And plus the foil. I'm hoping something pops away. We'll get rid of you. This should make everything a little bit easier now. There we go. Free money. And now I can just focus on getting this up by getting more money. And we should be fine to make... what do we got? 29. I don't think we're going to make it under 30. Ah, damn it. Oh no. Wow. 4 out of like 10. That's crazy. That's good. We didn't get the wall at the end, so we should be fine to finish. I think we got the easiest boss joker. I think I did it. I'll have to reread what it says. Yeah, okay, that one's the easiest one. Especially because we're doing pairs, we can just forego whichever one it picks. Man, so close. Alright. And final boss joker. I'll take that pair of 7s, thank you. Sure, I'll just play 1. And pair of 10s, and wait. And time is coming up. Now. Thank you for watching. Do purchase Balatro, purchase multiple copies of it, and have a go yourself. Game of the year. That's all from me.
Yeah, that was too fast for even me to comprehend. That was great. Big thanks to Kuiperball for doing that run for us on Balatro. Before we head off for the night, we've got a $40 anonymous donation. Thank you so much for donating to that. We are finished. This is it. We will be back tomorrow from 9 a.m. with the next run, which will be Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII Reunion. But until then, go get some much needed sleep, and we'll see you in the morning.